Come on, Shizzle. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Trill Hudson. Ain't see you for a long time. Big up yourself. Come on. Mm-hmm. F. T. K. Who's Let me check what's going on here. Oh yeah. Big up Rodney K. Big up Scooty Black. Come on, FTK all day, every day. Let me put that thing up in the thing. Big up Reactionary. Big up. Shh, stop crying. Still crying, man. They're gonna cry today. They're gonna cry today. Whatever they going on, they're gonna cry today. Big up Indigenous Indigo. Big up um Sign MC. Come on. John. Big up. Yeah, man. We just waiting for the family to come in. Hit the like button on the way in. And who's out there on the way in? Wow. Du-du-du, du-du-du. We're getting there. 911. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We're trying to get to 1,000. And we're going to have a sniper party. Come on. We're going to have a sniper party up in there. And you know how we do. You know how we do. Let's see. Let's see the background. Da, da. Come on. Yeah, Mads going zones. Yesterday was funny though, man. That was a good show still. But boy, that Tash and her husband, something else is going on there. I'm really feeling comfortable answering my questions and that. Don't know why. They're only simple. Are you a cop or are you not? Talk to me, mate. Talk to me. Mm-hmm. You got jokes? Reactionary. No, man, I don't buy subscribers, man. I've been on this thing for about 5 years or 6 years, bro. We're the same. I think about a year ago, I was about 190 people. Even though I've been Speaker's Corner and all of that, I don't think I was really focused on it like that. I was on other people's platforms though, like for a good couple of years, especially in America, them American ones. Yeah, everything's a topic, man. Waiting for the family to come in. I hear what King Gold's saying and all that. And where's Beefy? Beefy, where you at, man? You can't have me FTK on a Thursday. Jeez. To all my killers and my illers, hey. To all my fairy tale killers, hey. To all my killers and my illers, hey. To all my fairy tale killers, hey. It's freestyle when I smile. How you mean I gotta do it my style? Like, check my profile. Yeah, I do it with a little bitty smile, like a little bitty style. The microphone might get hyper, like. Yeah, baby, what that for Micah? The rock rhyme writer, what the rhyme writer? How you mean what I spit bars, I get hyper. Then I like to debate, cause I'm from the estate where I carry weight. How you mean, yeah, of late? Yeah, I've been there of late. Yeah, mate, there's still mate under the great. I'm from London. How you mean, make it malfunction? What? That's right, turn it into junction. You'll see me. Yeah, my style's coming in like 3D. Yeah, you wanna mess with FDK, it's not easy. Come and get FDK, get your heart broke. When we're on this microphone, it ain't no joke. That's right, man, I got stuff to provoke. Yeah, if you wanna come here, get that, hey, and get that jokes. That's what I do, how you mean? Hey, what I gotta say, it's just that boy from the estate. You know what? London told you land of the grave. Like, if you want to get that education, elevation, how you mean what? I came here like an inspiration. This is what I do when I'm coming in the train station. I got the flow, so I do my own intro. Yeah, this is the What FDK show. You know how we do, yo, we don't say yeah, yo, on the other fucking drugs. Yeah, I just move a fucking buzz. Yeah, they say I'm rude and I'm fucking smart. How you mean what? Yeah, I just came here to show love. Jeez, at ease. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Never been a runner, always been a gunner.
How many shows do you get? You watch? You get in?
Wow.
Hey, welcome. Big up, King Gold. Get me. Yeah. So what was you talking about earlier, man? Bring it back.
What were we talking about? I think we were talking about. I think it was regarding Saturn, and then.
Right. Yeah, Saturn's a good one. It's a good one. So, well, yeah, what was your deal on that? What have you heard, or what have you been investigating? Why you came to that conclusion? Still,
I think it's based on the Abrahamic faiths having a kind of half like an agenda, and they knew it had to be like kind of the opposite of this. We're all creative. Obviously, I do patriarch, matriarch. I don't know; it's debatable. But like this black power, Menelin, and then it was like, you know, the children of the sun, pro-righteous, and then you had the Abrahamic faith, and at the same time, the nomadic people, which were the people that had nothing, obviously had. They did have an Abrahamic religion. I don't know the force behind the Abrahamic religions. The reason why they were put together. Well, I think what we were touching on was the fact that there is an underlining kind of it's very kind of, it's not satanic, but it's like Satan, Kronos, Saturn, there's too many things that line up towards things that I don't know, I don't really want to say it, and don't hold me to this, okay? But this is not my belief, my core belief at all. But they say it's like based on satanic beliefs. It's all from the base up, and it's like kind of like, yeah.
And what's satanic beliefs? What does
Well,
Satan worship, and what did he study? What school of thought do you think he
that,
studied?
that's the thing. Now, when I look at the way all these 42 negative confessions in Egypt is very pro-life, you know, I feel like all of the Abrahamic religions and all the groups of people behind the Abrahamic religions, whether they've knowingly done it or not, they've been involved with wars, migration, taking over, settling in different places or parts of the lands. And whether they were part of that religious sect or not, they still held that as their language, either Arab being in the case of, and still had that faith. Yeah. I mean, it might think it was Christians or Muslims, but um, people who hold these beliefs have been involved with a lot of wars. So I believe that the ground from the ground root up, in order for them to do what they've done,
Hmm.
there's got to be some sort of Kabbalah like magical, not like magic, like it's like I don't know, it's like it's based on satanic shit. Yeah, you've got to be like it's like sacrifice. Even the pagans had this sacrifice thing, you know. And what was the reason behind that? I believe it was to be able to, you know, it's all spiritual, isn't it? It's like mind over matter type of thing. But that's what I believe it was, like mind over matter to kill all these people. You know, like even heard people certain people saying they had to dehumanize themselves first in order to take over these places and to put people into slavery. They had to dehumanize themselves.
I hear
Yeah,
you.
that's what I believe. Yeah. So in the entire, you know, in really, and when you look at it properly, you could go as far as to say that they knew that a sacrifice was high up on the agenda because knowing what they saw and what they didn't have, backed up by obviously that our perception on them as being coming from a cold climate and that making you kind of harsh. Um, uh, you know, that's no hit against towards these Abrahamic religions or any people that believe in the oneness or the one whatever. Because obviously things can be, that's what everything's there to be, is condensed, refined, and made better. Scriptures or living or how you actually live your life. But yeah, man, I just think that there's elements now that their man is still dealing with, that are quite negative and quite evil. You know what I mean? These priests, they're still protecting their saints. Like that's just stuff. This is what was majorly on my mind yesterday, last night. Yeah, snipe after I got off. We were talking
Hmm.
about these saints and pedophiles after this fucking guy came on, he looked like a weirdo. And yeah, I was just thinking like fucking these guys, like they're protecting their saints. And now that's why they're protecting these guys, because that's their saints. If you like someone said, yeah, if you fuck up one piece of brick, the whole wall, the whole building falls down. Now the they're protecting their saints. Now these, oh come on, man. Like it's out in the open. All right. You out and out one fucking pedophilia, nasty piece of shit out of one of these major high up end corporations. It's gonna be nothing, bro. What's that gonna do? Pope Benedict, or where the fuck his name is, has been excommunicated. That's the what's the what? There's how many more of these fucking priests and what they call calf the ones that are high up. There's priests and it goes up to the Pope and then there's enemy. Yeah, so the Pope,
Oh, like the cardinals and all that.
the cardinals. That's it. Like that's the three levels, isn't it? Like you can out how many there are. Why are you not outing one of them? Like what? So when we look back in history, in say 100 years, oh, what's the whole summary of that entire group of people that their saints, their ones they held most dear, were actually pedophiles? That's what they don't want. You see what I'm saying? Our saints or other saints of different tribes, they would have probably been held up to them, like, you know, without me thinking I know too much or anything, but I can imagine to your saints, your saint don't mean your most evil. That's Barabbas. I'm talking about the saints. And that's their saints currently, are the ones, that should be like Jesus walking the land. That motherfucker not Jesus. He's playing with pedophiles. That the collective conscious knows that's not correct. So what do? You fucking out that guy out. But that's my perception on things. I don't know what. I don't know what that is. What is that meant? Why did let's forget about even asking why, or why haven't. But what do you reckon they're trying to gain out of not attacking it like it should be? Do you reckon it's fear? I reckon it's fear. I reckon it's dread to get out of it. They're like, yeah, these guys are willing to play with little kids, and we're not going to do anything about it. I think that's what it is. Dread, isn't it? Fear.
Well,
fear.
I gotta be honest with you. I ain't got a clue because you made many points. No, you made a lot of points, and I can't give you an answer for anything because I don't know where we're going with this or where you're at.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You made one point about Saturnalia. I mean Saturn and the different practices and all that, and then you jump to something else. And so, what question are you asking? Basically, make it easy.
Yeah. First of all, Abrahamic faith was a creation of them based on the taking of people's lands. Was that one of the main reasons? And I think that was basically it. And why are they not out in these popes that are faggots or pedophiles?
So you're saying that the taking of people's land?
Yeah, was it based on Abrahamic religion? Is based on? Do you reckon they knew they had to sacrifice a lot of people and take people's lands in making Abrahamic religions? Yeah, in the creation of the modern day Abrahamic religions, and why they're not out in these pedophiles? I'm posing two questions. I made 2 points really. So I kind of break that down now, condense it. Why they're not out in these saints, these pedos? Like these pedos, like they fucking like in a day praying to God and telling people how to pray to God, and at night like killers, like Assassin's Creed. Like how much power do these people hold? Are they like leaders of fucking big group of underground militants that just come out like Game of Thrones, chop your head off?
Mm-hmm.
Why they got so much power?
Why? Who got so much power? Sorry.
These popes, the Catholic fucking piddly Philly church. Why has the Pope? Why has the church? Why has the Pope got so much power? These popes, these pedo outed popes. What gives them so much power? And why are they not publicly execute him like they're doing to this? What's his name? Weinstein.
Because the Pope. Because God is the Pope's leader, and like you can't supersede that, can you? You can't question it as a human being. So even in the idea of politics, like when you say I'm the leader of your spiritual, the spiritual aspect of your society, you have some weight and you have some clout. The only problem with that is that how do you justify that in the sense of, as I said a couple of years ago, the Pope claimed supreme power over governments and many other countries, that he could intercede in any type of criminal or international affairs. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously God supposedly give him the authority.
Question 2 on that same point before we go to the other point or go back to that other point. Why? I repeat, why is he not? Why are they not? Are they airing it? Why are the media? Why is he not being swept underneath the carpet like you would probably do if you didn't want that sort of attention? Why is the media not covering it?
Covering what?
Why the media covering it? Like, why are they out and out, but then the law can't do nothing? So the media could speak up about it and fucking paint him out to be Michael Jackson, and then they can't do nothing. And the law can't do nothing about it.
Yeah,
does that make sense? Why do the media?
They own the media.
Cool. What's good?
Yes, bro. Shalom.
Hold
Mm.
on, turn this radio back on.
Well, yeah, they
Shalom,
control the
shalom.
media. Yeah, man. Prince,
Yeah,
King Gold.
yeah,
Yep. So there's no use looking at the media for any type of solace. Journalists is only to report and tell lies or do what do you call it? What's that? Propaganda.
yeah.
Mm. So that's the propaganda machine, but all goes back to these secret orders and men's clubs and gentlemen's clubs, and you know.
Yeah, and the sad thing about it is actually these people in media make more than doctors. So you can imagine someone who looks really nice, really haggard, old, bare makeup. See what she's doing is just relaying scripting, but she get more than a doctor. So they have power, bro. They hold weight. The media can out announce and high up echelon of society, the Pope, but yet the law can't do nothing about it. Country, what are we come to? Or has it always been like that? Of course it has, because
Um,
that Pope is fucking 80 years old or something, isn't he? And I'm sure the power that the Pope held before Mussolini can go and do what the fuck he did back when he did, and the impact Rome had on this world. That's been happening for a long time.
well,
These popes have been protected from armies, fucking the civilians, other fucking people from the outside that are looking in like, what's this evil on the fucking planet? So yeah,
mm,
that's what it's about. I don't know how they hold so much weight. And yeah, so about that, I think that's the interesting point to talk about. Um, seeing as that's what's floating around in the air these days as topics.
yeah, I hear you.
Think about how much power uh those citizens give the popes and those priests. What I mean by that, they go and confess their sins to these people, these priests, these popes.
Mhm.
That means that these popes and these priests, they know their deepest secrets. We talking about the aristocrats, we talking about the government officials, we talking about the leaders of these places that's in rule. So they will always, as long as these people are going to air their dirty laundry out to these popes, they will always have control over these people. So you ask why all of this wicked shit take place? I mean, it's not that hard to really figure out, especially when you understand how wicked ass individuals get out. I mean, I can't imagine half of the wicked shit that they do, but I know some of the shit is just, it's just right there. It's very clear. For example, right? Majority of these motherfuckers, uh, excuse my language, the majority of these people that's actually out here, uh, having their children be molested by these so-called priests and popes are those in the religion.
Mm.
Son, my daughter won't never get touched by the motherfuckers because I don't bring my children around it. I don't send my children to their fucking schools. I don't, and you would never see me sending my kids to none of that shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So those who actually send their children to these places, you can't tell me they don't have an idea or a clue.
Mm.
Because at some point in time, they was a kid that was raised up in that goddamn religion. So they had friends that was going through that shit. They heard stories, and then they gonna still send their children to that bullshit.
Hmm.
So you gotta understand, man, it's deeper than what we understand and what we think. Like they want their children. It's like they're giving them children as sacrifices.
Mm.
You might not want to accept that, but
Hmm.
this is the reality, you know. And, 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 to be honest, I don't give a damn. As long as they're not in my community trying to snatch up our kids and doing all that old weird shit, let them kill off their own self with that wicked shit. I can give a
Yeah,
damn
but
about what they do.
that's where I don't know, man. I have to jump in and say that, like, I never close my eyes to that, bro. I see that happen to any fucking kid. If I see that happen to an animal,
Hey,
bro, I'll kick that guy in his fucking ass and say, get the
I
fuck off that
understand your
animal, bro.
humanity.
If he's fucking an animal on the street, on the side of the fucking street, and I see him fucking a horse and his ears are doing some fluttery shit, like what's going on, I'm just gonna say, what are you doing, bro? Approach him about it. What the fuck are you doing, man? Sorry, bro, but that's me. Anyway.
Yeah, no doubt. But we talking about wicked shit like molesting and raping children, bro. That's not something that you're gonna see in the street, right? That's not something that you're gonna be able to just come across because
Yeah,
you just
you
woke
can't save the
up.
world. I know what you're saying. Yeah, you can't save
You
the
see what
world,
I'm
but
saying?
as long as you
So
keep your family safe, bro. I mean,
right. Like I'm not never saying, you know what I'm saying, don't be a good Samaritan to those who need it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people,
sorry,
animals.
but what's more interesting is keeping your kids where they're not out of in out of arm's length where they can be in that situation, like you're saying. So they got to be in a position where they're not in that environment. Like, yeah, because it's more along like the family for letting their kids in that position, not to say it's to blame just the kids or whatever, but the family need to take control of their goods.
Correct. I mean, we are the protector of our children, right? You know, children don't make decisions for themselves, you know, especially when they under our care. You know, we might ask them how they feel about something, but for the most part, we're gonna make the final decision, you know, because we're the adults. We're supposed to put them in the right position, in the safe position. So the problem is their parents not being protective like we are. Their problem is they're being so caught up in a religion that's that has no morality when it comes down to dealing with children. I mean, and if you don't have no morality when it comes down to dealing with children, you don't have it for dealing with adults or even just people in general. This is why they had no problem with, if you don't convert, we'll kill you. No problem. The difference between Israel, ancient Israel, and these wicked things that we see today that claims everybody's culture, right? Um, they force you to do everything. We didn't. Our stipulation was, if you can't follow our law, statutes, and commandments, you can't live in our land. We're not gonna kill you. We're not gonna go to your land and take over your land. But this is the characteristics of those who claim to be Christians, those who claim to be Catholics. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna speak too highly on Islam because Islam didn't come so far west to say if you don't be a Muslim, we gonna kill you. So I can't speak on that. Now my brothers that experienced that type of experience, they can, and I have nothing to say about it. The only thing I can do is listen and learn. But when you talk about Christianity and Catholicism, I can speak on that just a little bit.
But he was talking about the devil and all of this Saturn and he was
I'm
getting
just trying to
deep.
think about where I got that actually, the source. I'm trying to bring the Delil in my head, but I can't. I'm trying to think of it. So when I was watching, I believe it could have been either Phil Valentine, Dr. Phil Valentine, or could have been SETI, but they did touch on the connection between Saturn, Satan, the etymology of Saturn, Satan, and ISIS and Islam, and the thought behind it. I don't know if it's just for Islam and it didn't involve Christianity and Judaism as well. I don't know if it was like a connected thing. I believe it may have been.
I don't
But
see how he made that, how they made that connection.
yeah, I know it was quite. I think I could probably find it as well. It's not even that hard to find. If I was to just take, say, about 10 minutes. But I will do that now because
Do you think they did it through similar words or specific language?
well, it was similar words, connections, pictures. Pictures were connected as well, and I believe that there were sources for where who actually created content. So it would have been a script writer. Now, I believe it was Sarah City. Now, when I think about it, but my
Because in
mind
the
wants
Bible,
to.
right, it talks about Asherah, right? It speaks about Asherah, the mother goddess, right?
I think
And
it could
she
have
refers
something.
back to Ashtaroth, you know what I mean? The goddess, the Canaanite goddess, fertility and all of that. And she's supposed to be the wife of Yahweh, aka Baal, excuse me, Baal. So yeah, man, like when you talk about the gods and the similar names, uh, they having the same characteristics, just similar names. I can relate to that. But
Yeah,
when they start saying certain things like Saturn and like how does that relate?
yeah. So now it was coming from, I believe, the conscious community that were Kemetian. So I know that could have been possibly a little bit of bias involved with the accusation, but or the claim. But I know that it's something that's sticking in the front. And you know, when we've all got our little things that are sticking in our head and we're pondering about it and thinking about it. And that's one of the things. It's just something that stood out of all this collection, all this data collection I've done
You
from
know what
watching
that
all.
mean?
What's that?
Do you know what that mean to you?
Satan or Saturn?
No.
Who?
The fact that it's in your pineal gland the way it
Yeah, it's
is,
on the
like right
forefront of my
there.
mind. So
Yeah, bro.
it means
That
it's
mean
on
that
my.
you're not satisfied with the information that you have on it.
Yes, I know, but at the same time, what it's telling me is that I'm torn in a sense. Is it natural Islam to the world as a righteous thing, or is there actually a little underlining, um, something that's kind of devilish about it? But at the same time, they do say there's necessary evil in the world, and I think that was a concept that was the Egyptians believed in, which was Set and Seti, the whole fight, Set and his brother, isn't it? The Set is the person they worship before they went to war. You see what I'm saying? To try and harness that energy. So now I don't believe that it's based on the same thing. There's good and evil, but I think if that's the thing just based solely on evil, these Satanist things is just pure fucking evil. No conscience, just pure yeah. So
Satan is
I know all the words and scripture are just taken out of all these Abrahamic words and beliefs and commandments, all taken out of from the 42 negative confessions. So that's what I know is like. I'm not saying that it's totally evil, but there's an underlining energy they're trying to
the
harness. You know what I
spies.
mean? From astrologically worshipping certain times, dates, and certain gods, and doing certain rituals to basically pagan gods and ancient Greek gods that were based on negative, like evil spirits, isn't it? Evil, you know what I'm saying? Kind of destructive, evil, kind of devil kind of worship thing. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
When I listen when I listen to the Arabic speak ears when they
Well, yeah, you're cutting out. You're cutting out, G. Is that me or you?
hold on, it's probably
Yo, is he cutting out for you, man?
A little bit.
Yeah.
when I listen to my Arabic brothers and
Yeah.
sisters speak on the topic of the jinn, I have attentive ears to it because I can relate to what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And then when I look at the places that the jinn actually occupied, and still even do to this day, it's interesting, man. It's really interesting because it brings me back to the information.
Oh shit.
And when I over how they possess,
we know
you call on these jinn.
Say that again, brother. We just lost you for a little minute. What are you?
No, I was just saying.
You driving, yeah? Excuse me.
No, I'm stable. I'm not driving anymore.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you just need to speak closer to the mic because it might just cut out when you're too far away from it or something. I don't know.
All right, how about now?
Yeah, I think so. I think you're okay. I don't know if you just carry on speaking and we'll hear you, but you are cutting out a little bit, man. Making it too hard to distinguish what you're saying.
Yeah, I'll just grab my phone. How's that? That's cool?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, man, I was just saying, it's interesting to hear about the jinn because it relates back to the information that my ancestors left to us to have an understanding about what we would call, demons, demon spirit, wicked spirits.
Okay. And what's your? Just remind us what your, if you don't mind me asking, what your ancestors, where your ancestors came from?
My ancestors are Israelites.
Oh, Israelites. Okay, yeah. So they're probably most likely West African. So, like the whole kind of the jinns, I know are synonymous or relate to the what's it called? Like voodoo, the belief system, or voodoo belief system. Jinns. And I believe, obviously, Islam believe in jinns as well. I know they believe in. But yeah, I mean that's I don't know if that's the same thing as good and evil. With deities like Set from ancient Egypt and
Okay, so
and they say,
god like
they
Set,
say in the words, they say thingy came with a sword. You know what I mean?
A god like Set, he would be. I said a god like Set would basically be what you would call the progenitor to what you would consider to be jinns or wicked spirits.
Yeah. So he's the necessary evil now. That's definitely something that's so obvious but they don't let us shout out like Jesus came with a sword. Okay, can you elaborate? What's he gonna do? Like what? So does that mean that they make violence permissible? Is violence permissible only when you're defending yourself, which is in the scriptures? So but people who are satanic now, which is space. I'm not going too off track. Like I'm just trying to get this balance. Is there like a balance between good and evil? And like you're allowed to do necessary things now, but Satanists,
that only works in religion, man.
They're just evil. They just kill things. They just do a lot of killing, right?
Like that concept of necessary evil. The concept of necessary evil, that don't come from Israel, ancient Israel thought process. You see, that comes from something else. And I would label something else religion, right? So without religion, we don't have a thought process like that. Because there is no such thing of a necessary evil.
Can you enlighten us of what they believe is equivalent to what I'm trying to touch on? If you kind of know what I'm trying to touch on, I don't know. Like, is there a way that violence can be permissible under your religion. I don't know. I haven't really studied too much into the Torah or the what
My
it is.
heritage, either you righteous or you wicked. There is no in between.
Yeah.
That's why I say, according to our thought process, our heritage and our way of living, there is no necessary evil. That only comes through religion. But, you know, people who have different thought processes consider my heritage to be a religion because of the way that the world has presented it.
Yeah, but what I could do is elaborate on that. Because the Jews or the Hebrew Israelites, customary, they take off the foreskin of the child. Okay. I think it's more healthy and it's just their way of life, isn't it? I think.
It's the first covenant that was made with Abraham.
So what that means is that was the way they lived. Now, what they've done is they've come and seen the way we lived and looked, put it down in a book, and they've lived the way we lived, but the way they live, and put a hat on and called it Judaism. Am I correct in saying that? Brother. Yo. Yeah, of course. That's what we can all see. Because then they cut their foreskin off.
So basically, they did their best to try and adapt as much as they can understand about our heritage. You're absolutely right about that. Do they understand all of our heritage and all of our festivals and all of our feast days? No, they don't. They don't even understand, how we kept the Sabbath. They don't even understand how we count our days each month. Like, they don't even understand this, man. You know what I'm saying? They would say that the Sabbath is every Saturday.
I wouldn't put my house on that, by the way. Them not understanding the ins and outs of the religion. Now, I don't dispute the fact that they haven't deciphered, or Champollion hasn't deciphered the Medunetta, but I would go as far to say that they know everything about people's practices and the way cultures, what cultures are made of. I'm sure they've gone that far, bro. You know.
I mean, if you want to believe that, so be it, bro. I can't. That's your thought process, and you're entitled to that. The way I see it, and what I see, and how they carry themselves according to what they're supposed to be doing, it's night and day. It's just like when I was awakened to Christianity, and I'm trying to figure out how come I can't see none of the actions of what they do in these Christian churches in the Bible. I don't see none of it.
So praying to the
so for me, hold on one second. So for me, it was a crossroads that I had to choose. Am I going to continue to rock with this religion that ain't in the Bible at all, but they using the Bible as if it's in there? Or am I going to just deal with the Bible because the Bible was straightening me up and getting me correct? So I said I'm gonna just rock with the Bible and leave the religion alone. Yeah. And that's how it be, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you start to see things and you like, oh man, this shit crazy. That shit right there, that shit don't even make no sense.
Yeah. Now, that's how you believe that the words now that they've relayed for the Hebrew Israelites that they pull doctrine from Deuteronomy and all these things there. I think the King James Bible, is it? That been corrupted.
My brother had taken about 3 years to restore our Torah back into our original ancient language.
Really?
So
that's a feat.
So my brothers that actually put in that work, you know what I'm saying, and I'm actually about to purchase the book probably by Friday. So yeah, man, we making changes, we making moves to take everything back that was stolen from us, that was taken from us.
You see what I'm saying? Like, we ain't just accepting these motherfuckers in their transliteration no more. Like, we don't need them for shit.
Okay, so the next huge major motherfucking hurdle now, what you've identified is how can they stop you from ascending to and restoring back to where you had. Now the financial wealth is coming back. Military wise, we never ever be the ice miters or the people from Tar City land who the land of the bow anymore. But I tell you one thing you're gonna have to fucking get past is the food and the fact that people are going back to Israel and they're getting put by these fucking nasty power lines and radiation. They've got capital over the land, so we're in the most unhealthy parts of the world. Do you see what I'm saying? In all aspects, pretty much.
So
that's where
think about it like this, bro. Think about it like
Oh.
this. This is why our ancestors left us the information they left us, bro. You know what I'm saying? And this is why we have to do the work to understand what they left us. And the plan of survival, if that's how you want to call it, or if that's what you want to call it, is there for us already. All we have to do is get back in line and follow it after we understand. Like, you can't follow what you don't understand. You see what I'm saying? And so, because a lot of our family, you know what I'm saying, are touchy-feely about certain sources. You see, this is why we have conversations continuously throughout each and every generation, because we have a group that have made a decision to say, all right, I'm gonna get back to what the ancestors were saying. And then we have a group to say, well, I don't really know what the ancestors were saying, so I don't know, because, you know what I'm saying, it's come from the white man. The white man owned all the printed sources, and boom, boom, boom. And it's like, well, yeah, but it's ways around the white man. It's ways to be able to make things happen. Even though we can't do it on a mass scale like they can, we make it happen. And the little bit that we do, the way things work, it dominoes effect. It becomes a domino effect. Once enough of us has jumped on board, then you're gonna start seeing everybody, hey man, scoot over a little bit. Let me get my spot. Hey, you got enough room for me and my family? All right, well, we got to build another boat. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is how it works for us. You see what I'm saying? So it has to start. And I appreciate I'm a part of the brothers, you know what I'm saying? I'm connected to the brothers who actually did it. You see what I'm saying? And I'm about to learn the language, bro. I'm so excited about it, man. Like, the Most High is putting me in position to where I can be a business owner, to where now, once I get the business moving and flowing, I can focus learning my language. So now when I'm reading the restored information, boom, I'm not reading it from the King James Version at all. I'm reading it from the version of our brothers. Excuse me?
Are you ISUPK?
Am I ISUPK?
Yeah. I mean,
nah, my brother. I'm not a part of none of the family camps.
Okay.
But it's still family though.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I don't agree with everything that the family say, but they still family, man. Even IUIC, man. I don't like them to save grace, man. But at the same time, I understand that they family. And,
I quite admire.
We all got, man. Since they out there really trying to, since they out there trying, you know what I'm saying, I can't knock what they trying to do. You know, the Most High will correct them and deal with them when he comes back. I'm not the one sent to correct them, brothers. So I don't. You know.
No,
I feel like
there's been a lot of shade though thrown from
go ahead.
A branch of the conscious community have been. I do admire the Israelites. They must be feeling a lot of heat from that conscious part of the community that's saying the Hebrew Israelites were never known, call themselves Hebrew Israelites, and you're wearing the same clothes that the Yid is wearing, and you got a Yiddish name and all these things when you start calling yourself Tizariak and this and all them things like that. And Yahawashah and all these. He said you're using European Khazarian names and all these things like that. So have you felt that heat from that part of the conscious community towards your particular belief system? Because I know that there's a large element of nowhere near putting a damper on brothers coming together under a belief system that helps them out eventually. But do you feel like there's? How do you feel about that? I just want to know how you felt. I know
I haven't felt any of that flack as far as concerning the name or the language, because I just haven't. You know what I'm saying? I don't subscribe to the modernized Yiddish, you know, with the vowels and all of that. Yeah. It's certain way that we place our letters, so to say, and it becomes what you would call a vowel sound. It's just a sound. It's not an actual point, a letter, or anything like that. Like, we have such a concrete language that it can't be changed. This is why.
What about the attire? The attire, they're saying the attire looks like it is Yiddish.
I don't even understand what that means, because the Yiddish, if you say the attire is Yiddish, I mean, they dress in black suits with a black hat. Where's my brothers dressing in? Where's my brothers dressing in black suits and black hats, yo?
Yeah, but they have you have some people who actually be praying wearing a skull cap.
Listen, bro. Listen. See, this is what I'm talking about our heritage. Mm-hmm. You won't find in the scriptures it's against the law, according to the Most High, for a man to have his head covered when he's praying or he's talking to the Most High. Okay, so let me. No. Listen, bro.
Whoa. You're saying that's not.
It's like when I say something. It's like when I say something to you. It's like when I say something to you, you be ready to just jump into something completely different.
Yeah, but
did it even register? Did it even register what I just said?
I didn't want to grill you.
Did it register what I just said to you?
Yes, I did. You said every time I say something, you're kind of jumping in. But the only reason why I'm trying to say is all I can see is the Namandi Kanu with his skull cap on, and he's praying like the other, fellow Hebrew, fellow.
What are you talking, bro? So once again, so you talk. Look. Hey, what's your name, bro? King Gold. Do you want to just dominate the conversation, or do you want to have a conversation? Because you asking me questions. Then when I start answering questions, you cut my answer off. I don't trip. I allow you to see what I'm saying, bro. I'm talking right now, and then you just keep on cutting me off. Have I done that to you since we've been talking? It's a question, bro. I'm asking you a question. Have I cut you off when you start explaining? When you start explaining yourself or you start talking, do I cut you off?
No.
Why are you giving me that same respect?
Because I'm grilling you now.
What?
I'm grilling you, family, but I'm not trying to do it disrespectfully.
You grilling me?
Yeah, I'm asking you questions. It's like an interrogation. Because I'm asking you questions.
I didn't know I was in an interrogation. I didn't know I was in an interrogation. So next time when you want to engage with me like that, just let me know, bro. I got some questions for you about your heritage. Right?
Sorry, Baba. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't know why I feel.
I mean, bro, you saying you ain't trying to be rude, but that's what you doing. It's funny, bro. Like, it's funny. Like, I don't see this. I don't see it funny because I thought you were being serious, and I thought you was being a brother, like on some righteous shit. Like, I don't mind answering questions, but I don't like the funny shit though.
Oh, come
like, if you want to ask me some questions, bro, allow me to finish addressing your question before you ask me another question. You can ask me as many questions as you like. I'm not gonna run from nothing that you're asking me. But don't play no games and cut me off while I'm talking, bro. Because if you're gonna do that, then I'm gonna just stop talking to you. Just talk to my cool.
It's cool, Yashar. He's cool, man. Get me? Don't worry,
I'm
man.
just saying, bro. He ain't acting like he cool, bro. I mean, I don't, man. Come on, man. Let's
So
see
he's
if we can get
asking
it
you.
right.
All right. Just be easy, man. But yeah, go on, King Gold. Sorry.
All right,
Ask away.
I didn't want to go. I didn't want to go down this line. I didn't want to question him about his beliefs. That's what I'm saying. Like, and had
don't
it
have-
not been, had it not been about religion, I don't. I'm just I reckon myself. I don't think you'd have been that more worried about me interjecting. I think it was 3 times since I've spoken to you. Actually, the last 3 questions I interjected 3 times, and that's the only time I've cut you. But I won't do it again. I just had to pull you up on a couple of questions I had pertaining to the fact that, I don't know how original the current teachings are of a lot of these schools, these Hebrew Israelite schools, how African they are.
So how you gonna be able to? What are you comparing it to say that it's not original?
I was just watching a couple of Sarah Susan Seti's
Oh, so you
breakdowns.
just watch videos of other people talking.
Yeah.
But you don't have nothing yourself to support what you're saying or what you are asking. This is why you have questions and you don't have like no in-depth conversation about nothing that you're asking. You just ask.
Not entirely. I've done a little bit of research, but who has got the most up-to-date research, which is why he's probably got the most money, got the most Patreons, are Sarnetta and Sarah Seti. So what I would probably do, being a maths person.
So whoever got the most money is who you rock with.
No, the person who has a conscious community on their side, because if they're conscious enough, they should know at this stage that who could just differentiate between the real and the fake.
Oh, really?
Am I right in saying that?
Really? So in other words, what you're saying is because
Drake has got loads of money,
because everybody is pulling the trigger, playing Russian roulette, you gonna do it too.
No, but we know Drake has got a lot of money, but we know he doesn't got the support of the man. Then he's kind of not really. He's kind of fake, isn't it? People know that he's got a lot of money, but I don't mean that. Like, what I'm trying to say is, you can see a real man. It's just that they've made money because of their realness. I can see that Sarah Seti and Young Pharaoh are ones that are most willing to go the furthest. Just the way they are, you can see, bro. They're fighters. The other ones are businessmen. The other ones are singers.
How far have they went? How far have they gotten, according to you?
How far they got? I just know that they're leading when it comes to the conscious community. They've got the most eyes and ears from the conscious community. It is to him, Sarnetta, and I'd go far to say possibly a couple of fake fucking, commercially pushed things. Like, who's this Yugoslavian guy now? Is talking shit these days. Whatever these stupid fucking commercial things are. But the majority of the black conscious community are listening to these brothers, bro. I'm not gonna lie. And I know that I'm in London. But yeah, that wasn't an underhanded shot, or I'm not trying to cut you on purpose, bro. I just tried to.
You're not cutting me at all, man. I don't even know.
I just didn't want you to go too. Sorry, brother. I just didn't want you to go too far before you start explaining yourself, and there was no need to, because I already know where that could have been debunked. You know what I mean?
I don't even know what you're talking about, man. Like,
I'm just saying, man. That like the Hebrew Israelite.
I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. You just assuming out of your ass right now, bro. Like, you just know what I'm gonna say, how I'm gonna answer. Like, you have no idea. You ain't never talked to me. You ain't never heard me talk before about my heritage. See, this is the problem with y'all.
What's to say that I don't know?
This is the problem with the conscious community. Y'all assume too much instead of actually talking to us. Y'all rather assume. And that's the problem, man. You know what I'm saying? You want to tell us about what we do.
I asked you a number of questions, my fellow friend.
Let me ask this brother.
Are you part of ISUC?
Maybe this brother don't stand on the same thing that these other brothers stand on.
I'm just saying, bro. I just asked you a question. I asked you a couple of questions, bro. But Like if it's I'm asking you literally about Hebrew Israelites, what their core belief systems
Hold on
are,
1 second.
and
I
all that.
gotta go out and come back in.
But I didn't feel like I was trying to just stamp on all his beliefs or anything, man. I just wanted to interject before he gave a big look. I know what they do, but they kind of do a preach. I don't really just want to hear like the passages or anything. I just want to.
Bingo.
Do you know what? I don't know. Go on. Maybe you should ask him some questions, bro, because it seemed to me like he got triggered, bro, as soon as I mentioned anything to do with the white man having it. I don't think it was because of that, but maybe it's because that line of question is something that I can kind of see where Sarah Seti's right in saying that. How it's like it's got white. It's like, how do you know that it's so anti-African, the belief system? But anyway,
That's nuts.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So, but it's just the way I speak, like, I wouldn't. I'm not saying he's wrong, but I just maybe because I don't believe in it, I'm not giving him second. I'm just a bad communicator, maybe. Fuck it.
I hear that. But it depends if he comes back or not.
Oh, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know why he got so upset, bro. I only interjected 3 times. I know I did, but and I was asking you questions, innit? Shit.
No, he's back.
I didn't mean to get him upset, man. I like that, bro, man.
I ain't upset at all, man. I'm saying, man, if you're gonna deal with me properly and fairly. Don't try and bombard me with questions while I'm talking.
All right, no, Tuesday. I'm one of these people that ask a question and then like I have a better one as soon as I ask the first question, or I have a more accurate one to the one I already. You know what I mean? So I just.
Well, yeah, you gotta either be sure about what you asking before you ask it, or wait till the person finish answering your first question before you ask this better question that you just came up with.
That's correct. I think you're right. I'm just way better off face to face, man. I'm not really one of these people that text messaging all these things. If we could sit round in a circle and just bounce thoughts off, so I think that's just a lot easier. I'm still adapting to this thing. That's why I find people like Tish. I've seen Tish. I don't think it's her, but I just think because she's not used to it. People like I can see where the friction's coming because she's like me. She kind of just speaks when she has something to say in it. And I don't know, maybe I should turn up my fucking laptop or some shit, man. My laptop too low or something.
No, it's cool, but what other questions you got?
Yeah, so I just heard, and Brother Polite, when he said Hebrew Israelite belief system, the King James Bible, I believe, is what you guys listen to, take reference from. Actually, anti-African. Because they're obviously, I'd have to go into it, I suppose. I'm sure you know that they say dirty thinking Africans. I think but I think different schools have a different sort of level of what they're willing to say to people. Am I correct in saying that? Yo, General.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when they were having that little, they have like little bits of altercations and stuff. I saw them having some altercations on the street because they were saying, "Oh, dirty, stinking Africans," and da 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 da, and black women are the most evilest, and all these things. But that's like, I think different schools probably have a different level of, of things they're willing to say. Yeah, man. I think that's the thing. We got shown that particular school. That's quite a hard ideology. I mean, quite tough school. I think it was ISUPK or something. That was like the Adam Chowdhury, man, of the Islamic world, mate. But I'm sure there are more extreme people than, what was his name? General. Yeah, I forgot his name now. Light skinned guy, man. He said the black woman's the most evilest woman on the planet or some shit. But he's still doing his thing. No doubt his operation has been kicked and searched by feds and MI6 or MI5, whoever it is over there. But yeah, I think that's quite a dangerous.
Like all of that right there, man. Like if you think all of Israel move like that,
Nah,
that's funny.
And see how easy it is for media.
So I can simply say, oh well, all of you guys are crazy in the head that's in the conscious community because one person went to a school with guns, a college, university where there's nothing but students, and was on some old crazy shit.
And that's how stupid people are, because there was
I literally could be attacking and just being on some retarded dumb shit like that. Like every chance I get to talk to you guys, ask these repetitive questions over and over and over again. Do you understand how dumb that shit is? I don't think y'all do, because we don't do y'all like that. But this is how y'all constantly do us. Like y'all don't have no new questions. Y'all repeat the same dumbass questions over and over and over again. It's like, do you guys read anything? Do you guys do anything outside of repeating the same stupid shit? I don't think so, man, because I have yet to run into one conscious community person that steps outside of the dumb box and say, you know what, man, let's have a real conversation and start talking about some real things.
Family. I know some of you got smiles from ear to ear. Do you know why I can break that down? Because unfortunately, a lot of people who are in these religions are in a box.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
No. Let me finish what I'm saying. So the reason why we come in asking the same questions because it's so small and there's nothing to fucking ask around a bloody story.
So then if you already feel like you know the answer, why are you asking the so small questions? Like the shit is retarded, though. Like the shit is retarded, bro.
I've grown to the fucking level.
The shit is retarded, bro. Like what level have you grown to? So now you're screaming and now you acting like a monkey. Come on, man. Like, come on, man. Act like you a grown man, bro.
No, but come on, man. You have to give me them shots there, bro. I'm just asking.
No, I'm just saying, act like you a grown man. You ain't gotta make all these noises, bro. What's the deal?
Yeah, but
you not excited to talk to a Hebrew Israelite?
You started to come with the I
started to come with what? Now it's my fault. Now I'm the bad guy, right?
Same questions. Are they not?
So what? So am I lying? Am I making this shit up?
Come on, man.
How many times have you talked to an Israelite and asked them same dumbass questions?
You know what? To be fair, actually, when I
exactly now you don't want to answer that. Now you want to be fair. Now you want to be fair, but you're not going to answer my question simply, right?
Let me ask you a question. Because the people from perhaps Islam, you can talk. There's a lot of science and all the rest of it.
I thought you was addressing my question. I ain't say nothing about Islam. I didn't ask you nothing about Islam. How Islam a part of your answer towards my question?
When it comes to Abrahamic,
what are you talking about? Ain't nobody talking about religion, man. Like you trying to force a religion on somebody that don't deal with religion. Like, what are you talking about?
You just talk about Abrahamic faith.
What about
the heritage of Abraham? What about it, man?
Like
Like you don't know anything about it, man. You just keep repeating the same dumb questions, bro.
Igbo, my friend. I'm Igbo. So how can you tell me I don't know about?
I mean, you don't know, bro. I mean, listen to the dumb questions you asking. Like if you knew anything, like if you knew anything, you would ask in-depth questions. You wouldn't ask no retarded shit that you asking. You wouldn't even say. You wouldn't even use the term religion. Like that's how I know you don't know shit, bro, about what you even talking about. You just repeating the rhetoric that society has put out there, and that's what the ignorant do, bro. That's how that shit work, man.
The Hebrew Israelites. I thought it was a faith that's been hijacked by the Khazarian Jews. Am I right? Okay, but the Hebrew Israelites are bloodline, so you can't be Hebrew Israelite unless you're part of the bloodline. So we call that Judaism because they've taken it. They're converts. They've taken it.
Oh, they taking it, huh?
It's a bloodline.
They've taken it, huh?
And the bloodline.
All right, look, watch this, family. Who converted them to be Jews? Who converted them to the heritage?
They converted themselves, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh,
they converted themselves.
Right. You can't do that. You can't do that, my guy.
Of course not.
Right. But according to you, they converted themselves.
Yeah, but to Judaism, they can't convert yourself.
And wait, hold up. According to you, listen. This is according to you in the conscious community. They converted themselves, and then they taught themselves the true history of the people that they converted themselves to. That's your logic, man. Bro, if people actually believe that dumb shit, bro, something is really wrong.
All right, cool. So you're part of the bloodline. You live the way your bloodline lived, but some other motherfucker who can look yellow with one eyeball can do exactly the same things you do in a day. Cut off the end of your penis, pray to Yahweh, and call himself a Jew or Israelite, and have the same powers. You can go to Israel and you'll become part of the whole religion. But you guys can do the same thing, okay? But your bloodline is thorough. Yeah, the Hebrew Israelite bloodline is from the bloodlines, and anybody outside aren't even considered to be Jewish because they're not part of the bloodline. But why are they saying now? The head scholars say they're converts, and it's permissible to be a convert, to convert to Judaism. I just don't know how you can rule out all these people that have converted to Judaism, and you lot recite from the same book. So I don't know how you can try and separate modern day Jews from the Hebrew Israelite doctrine, because I'm sure you run off the same book and you have pretty much the same lifestyle, same beliefs. You don't eat pork. You both all snip off the end of your penises and you pray to Yahweh. Yeah. Or Yahweh Shah, or whatever you want to call him. Or so now what he's basically trying to say is I'm wrong for saying what I've said, and Jews haven't hijacked the religion. So what is it? They hijacked it because I'm hearing sometimes they hijack and saying, bro, I don't think I'm not going to ever speak to about fucking Hebrew Israelite or religion to a Hebrew Israelite, because it always ends up like this, bro. Yo, Sniper, you there? Sniper, you there, mate? Wow, everybody just ducked out the panel, blood. What happened? If you're speaking, I can't hear you, brother. I'm just asking these questions. I'm not discreet shotting, bro. Just saying, I'm not. It's a genuine organic, like Jez likes to say, question. It was, brother. It was. It was just the questions that what I've heard someone like, yeah, he's right. I have watched it on TV. Yeah, I'm not that interested in religion to want to go and actually look to try and debunk you by looking into the book that you recite from. Nah, no one's gonna do that unless they're really a profession in these fucking things, or they want to take this thing real serious. I come here to learn. Don't forget, bro. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, man, I'm back.
I'm just, yeah, sorry, bro. I'm just working off the premise of other people's questions they put forward, and they're just part of the conscious community. So, you know what I mean? But I do believe that there was a bloodline, like is it nine different or 7 different bloodlines, 9 different bloodlines that or sorry, 10 or 12 different tribes of Israel. I do believe that there was a group of people who differentiate and made themselves into a little clique, and there was a bloodline clique, yeah, and they amassed a lot of wealth, knowledge, and somehow along the way there was haters along the way, and we don't have to name any names, and they came after it after these people, these Israelites. Yeah, man, because the Israelites they were a little bit different to the ancient Egyptians. They had a kind of little bit of a different of a system, but you can see that they were jeopardized by these Yids, man. These Jews. Hence, they're in Israel right now. But the teaching, I know you believe in your own teaching. You got your own belief systems. We're not going to follow the ways the Jews follow the things, the religion. You're going to do it to the way you guys believe it should be interpreted. So yeah, man, I'm for that, bro. Big up to the Hebrew Israelites. Just no violence if you can avoid it. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. I don't know where you get your understanding from, but what I do know is this: when it come down to our heritage and what they do and what we do is night and day.
Really?
Night and day.
Do they do both cut? I know the Yids and Israelites cut off the end of the foreskin, right? Circumcision.
Oh, you keep like that. Is that all you gonna stick to?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying.
Like if it was the same thing, then everything that we do or that we did in the ancient time, they would do everything. If they are the people, if they are the ones that have all the information and they understand everything that they have, they'll be doing everything according to the scriptures. They don't do it. These motherfuckers, like I said, they don't even understand how to keep the correct Sabbath. They keep a Saturday Sabbath. Not according to our scriptures.
Oh, fucking hell. Scriptures again. Oh, a lot of people. I just fall asleep when people talk about scriptures. I'm preaching.
Damn, these motherfuckers be calling my fucking phone, man.
I'm not gonna
hear shit. Hold up, dude. Let me see if I can fix this.
Yo, where did Sniper go? Where did Sniper go? That's not. Yo, where did Sniper go? Sniper, get back on your stream, my G. The purest bloodline of the Israelites were in the Middle East, Yemen, Arabia, and North Africa. They are Muslims today, and ones you see today in Israel are about 2%, if that, of Israel. Israelites. Do you believe that any people in West, like Ty says he's an Israelite? Do you say that he's pure, Muhammad Hamdan? Could he say he's a pure Israelite? Because they're quite kind of untouched in West Africa. Oh shit, where's everybody gone, bro? Yeah, I didn't mean to speak over. He got pretty annoyed, man. I didn't mean to even try and speak over in there. It does annoy me a bit when people do that, but I don't know if I was doing that to him all the time. But yeah. I'm still learning, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm back.
Still learning how to debate. Yes, Steve.
Yeah, what was you saying though? Before I got
Yeah, sorry, man. I got cut off as well, bro. Shit froze and shit.
Yeah, I just say
Told
that
you,
they both cut off their foreskins. But
Cut off their bush.
that's the Israelites and the Jews. I think that's
now let me say this. Not nowhere in our scriptures do we put the foreskin or the penis of our babies in our mouths and bite it off, blood and all in our mouth. Like, we don't do that gruesome stuff. These things do. Like, nowhere in the scriptures do you see any instructions of the Most High telling us to circumcise our children this way. But you have these things that's in the land that's doing this. How's that compared to us? You have other nations that circumcise their children. Do they do it on the 8th day? Probably not. Do they do it? Probably so. Where they get it from?
You saying they get that from yeah.
Where they get it from?
What bite? Oh yeah, I know. That's nasty. I mean, I don't see why they'd want to do something like that, but I'm sure no African would have said that was okay to do such a thing. Yeah, so that's foreign. That's definitely foreign. You know, man, it's corrupted.
All I'm saying is this: when you talk about these individuals who we talking about, right? If you look at their history, their whole history is to go into other people's land, erase those original people, and take on their identity. This is what they do. This is their history. This is their track record. They have no original land. They always been wanderers. This is why you can't go back to anything of ancient and find them nowhere. Excuse me. You can find them doing things later on after the fact and saying, oh yeah, this is ancient. Oh yeah, this is us right here. This is we the people. Like, bruh, we don't want to hear that shit. We know what kind of people you are. Like, you can't lie to us. You can't present anything to us and say this is a fact. Especially if it don't line up with history that's already out. People that done did the work already and put out the real work. And then you motherfuckers come together and on some scholastic level say, oh, well, their research was not factual, or it was tainted in some type of way. And so now everybody that's coming into so-called college or coming out of college is taught that certain information is whack because it's not supported by the scholars. Like, fuck them. They on an agenda. They have an agenda. Their agenda is to keep the truth hidden from us. Thus, when they go into these classes and they establish these so-called courses, they have a specific agenda where you're not even reading the entire text. You're reading 2 or 3 chapters out of maybe 4 or 5 books pertaining to one subject, one topic. It's like this ain't like, it's programming. So like, you have to understand what we dealing with. These things don't give a damn about nobody on the planet. Nobody. This is why they whitewashed every nation of people. Everybody on the planet started off melanated. Why do we have majority of the people that's being presented when you look on social media or media? It's these pale-skinned people all over the nation. But they the least numbers. They the least numbers.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, you gotta pay attention, family. These things have no care of true history at all. As soon as you try and go against the grain, now you're the problem. Now you're the menace to society. But if you're accepting it, oh yeah, that's my token guy right there. It's my buddy right there. Like Pharaoh, yeah, that's the guy right there. Sarah Sudaseti, that's the guy right there. That's why he can talk that shit the way he talk. That's why he can say what he say about the cracker.
So what do you say? Anti-Abrahamic. We say that all these anti-Abrahamic forces are being allowed to try and tarnish the Abrahamic faith. You say? So we're basically like atheists, basically the atheist movement.
Man, do you understand that these motherfuckers has taken the prayers out of schools? They trying to take the Bible out of the country.
Yeah.
So how in the hell is it the white man's Bible if they trying to take it out of the country? Nigga, this, supposedly they country. Why the fuck they gotta fight to take what's theirs out of theirs?
Because they're at their stage.
Y'all ain't even understanding that though.
Sorry, bro. Go on.
Well, now watch. Now when you about to make an excuse for these motherfuckers, go ahead. Let me hear you do it. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I was going to say they're at the stage now where
you about to give me you about to give me what they call an educated excuse on why they having a problem with getting they so-called Bible out of their so-called country.
Oh, okay.
That they so-called don't want.
Hey, General said I assume, huh? Mr. Assume. Mr. I make assumptions. You don't even know me much, cool.
Well, go ahead. Break it down then, bro. Break it down.
I don't to you that much, but look, it was a bad assumption. I like to estimate, but that was a bit off. I'm just saying, it's they've been look. They're going after the faith, yeah. They're trying to break down the faith, right? We've noticed now. They're demonizing faith, the religious system. But what they've done is that they know that they've destroyed the powers that could possibly overthrow them or be any type of challenge to them, militarily or spiritually. So now they know that they can try and go after the religions because they're powerful enough to not have that many adversaries to the point where they can actually try and degrade because the religion systems, bro, they're not nothing to be fucked with, bro. They're scared of the religion systems. That's the mob of people.
Bro, you make an excuse for these things, bro.
How's that excuse? I'm just telling. I'm analyzing.
Nah, bro. I don't want to hear that, bro. Listen, y'all give them all. Listen, this is what y'all do. Y'all give them all the power on the damn planet. This is what y'all do as the conscious community. Y'all give these motherfuckers all the power in the world, especially because they got the money.
No, I said they're
then y'all say, then this is what the conscious community say. Oh, why y'all still dealing with the white man book? That's the white man Bible. That's his book. Well, if it's his motherfucking book, if it's his currency that we spending and that we killing each other for and that we fighting for and that we stepping on each other's toes to get, this is motherfucking country. How the fuck can he get his own motherfucking Bible out of his own country? That's a simple question, bro. And then you sit here and tell me all this other little simple ass shit, like what? What are you saying?
I'm saying that
if it's their fucking book, they should be able to get the shit out of their fucking country because it's their money. They got the money to do it.
Yeah, I'm saying, why do you reckon
they got the power to do it? They got the military to do it. What is the problem, bro?
Can I ask you a question? Why do you reckon they're attacking?
Now you want to ask me a question? It's all good, but this is what the conscious community do. This is how they talk, family. And now that I got one on the line, you know what I'm saying? After he said he was grilling me, and I asked a simple question, now he want to ask me another question after never addressing what I just said.
Oh, I'm like
This is how the conscious. This is how the conscious community get down.
I'm not gonna lie, bro.
I just want y'all to see how y'all. I just want y'all to see clearly how y'all do us Israelites, right? This is how y'all treat us.
I'm not
supposed to treat y'all.
Bro, it seems to me
Come on, man. We supposed to give y'all all the utmost respect. We supposed to address every single question that y'all have. And if we don't have an answer, now but when y'all never have like when I ask questions, I never get answers.
Yes, sir.
I'm just saying, bro.
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Let him talk, man.
Yeah, no, he's right. He's right. I do see a lot of people questioning the faiths, and even a certain quite people that are quite respected influentially on this conscious movement, saying that any group of people who ban out another religion, a group of people, or seem like they're kind of anti-African, has to get banned out. But I don't really kind of fully believe in that. I do believe that all these groups have their purpose to whatever they believe, whether we know it or not, or we wish to partake or not. But when the conscious community on the fence about religion and posing questions to the brothers that feel like they've seen more and they know more, it shouldn't be looked at as we're taking any underhanded shots because there's no way we are, man. We're all still learning out here. Just maybe you've had more time to do a bit more research, because all I've had time to do is study, things that affected my life, which is mostly my health. So I'm not really too knowledgeable about your religion per se, but I do know what arguments have been brought up to the forefront, and that's all I was relaying back to you, brother, man. No shots or anything like that, and no shots or anything like that. But yeah, I think Gold is an agent for the government. Nah, man. I can tell you. What makes you say that, Samuel? Yeah. So yeah, it's just. I don't think they're really even important questions. And what difference is it going to make if we do find out that there are a group of people who think that they're following something that's Israelite or they're people based and it's not? Who cares?
So now it's a who cares?
No, I'm saying
now it's like it's dumbed down to who cares that they stole the information, claim to be something that they not. Bamboozled the whole world, told you and gave you some information in a school, and the shit was lies. But who cares, right?
Yeah,
who gives a fuck?
No, not that.
Right?
No, you got me wrong.
Come on, man. Like you don't give a shit about people. You don't give a shit about yourself.
No, what I meant by that, not who cares. Obviously, not about who cares. It's just like, but what I'm trying to say is, who cares if they've tried to twist it, or if it's right or wrong. That's what I'm saying. No one cares if it's right or wrong, or if they try to twist it. I didn't say no one cares about what they're doing. Of course, everybody cares. It's affecting all of us. No one would ever condone what people do. That's not righteous. But I'm saying, why have people feel like they're necessary to, like they've got something to say about the way someone's living because they feel like whatever they're believing is enhanced in their life? I don't think anybody should have to be able to try and say what you're doing is wrong. You know what I mean? But
well, see,
interested in it.
What is it? Is where it started from, bro? It started from when people wanted to conquer other people's land. You know what I'm saying? In other words, what I'm saying is where you have you stand in your land, you living peacefully how you want to live. You're not worried about nobody forcing their way upon you, forcing no type of system upon you. Everything is good. Then you have people that might not have it like you, might be doing something a whole nother way, but don't like you because you enjoying life way too much. So they want to come in and take over your shit, take over your land, make you submit to them and change up your whole way of living. Now you living fucked up like they was living. You know what I'm saying? Instead of them saying, you know what, let's become allies. Let us adapt in y'all ways so that we can enjoy life like y'all enjoy. This is the problem, man, with what we dealing with. These things came in with a whole different mindset, not to coexist, but to destroy and to conquer, yo. That's their mindset. It ain't about coexisting. They trying to destroy what's natural, bro. They just trying to destroy the air. They trying to destroy the animals on the planet, the fruit. Like, come on, man. Like, it's too much. It's too much evidence of these things not being natural to the planet and righteous to the planet. And so if they're not righteous to the planet, what makes you think they're gonna be anything towards the living man, the breathing man? That's supposed to be the children of the Most High. They're gonna hate the hell out of us. Well, go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we know what's going on. People with these big houses, what's going on in their dormants, who they got chained up to the fucking bed. I don't know what the fuck. You know, you can only imagine what these people are doing. But I mean, you know, without trying to be too negative or, you know, point a finger at too many people.
It's not even you being too negative. Just be honest, bro. You gotta be honest. You gotta be honest, man.
I know,
honesty ain't always a pretty picture.
Trust me, man. When I studied all the Israelite movement and everything to do towards that, even the Moorish movement is a bit more foul, actually, where they used to use eunuchs and cut off man's penis. So I've looked in all of them, and I've had these little mad thoughts in my belly and all these things, and that's how I've been through it, bruv. So, but yeah, but I know it's better to be honest to yourself about reality.
Think about this. Think about this, right? These so-called eunuchs became priests, right? These Roman priests, right? King Gold.
Yeah.
These so-called eunuchs became Roman priests, correct?
I don't know what
or they were part of the priesthood that was up north. Let's just hear me out. Because this is history that I'm speaking. Those so-called eunuchs were a part of the priesthood that were up north. That same nasty ass abominable characteristic that we were just speaking about at the beginning of this conversation when I jumped on, we was talking about the nasty ass priests molesting kids and boys. Why you think the Moors was cutting their genitals off, yo? Why you think they was cutting their genitals off, bro? They wasn't for no old faggot ass shit. Excuse my language, but had nothing to do with no faggot shit.
No, we're going a bit off track because
bro, we ain't going off track, bro. Nah. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about when I say be honest, bro. Listen, this is what I'm talking about when I say you have to be honest.
Yeah, but what eunuchs are you referring to? Let's not forget about honest.
Bro, I just was very clear. I said the Roman eunuchs. It's the shit started up north in Europe.
No, the eunuchs I'm talking about was when the Turks invaded with the Ottoman Empire of the Moorish sailors and navigators and commanders. So that, and they used eunuchs, which were usually Arabic mixed race people, where they would use as their fodder, and to make them more submissive and more more controllable. They would get their genitals from birth. So that's the Arabs and the North Africans, supposedly. This is just from what
hold up, bro. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second.
That's what I was just saying as eunuch, but you're referring to the Romans that took off priests. So which one is it? Which eunuchs are you talking about? Because I know the eunuchs I'm talking about are legit. Yeah, they had eunuchs in the Ottoman Empire conquest, but you're saying that they had eunuchs in the Romans use. Sorry, say that again. The Romans.
So what you saying is that the Moors They went into the Turkish lands, right? That's what you're saying?
No, the Moors.
What are you saying? Explain it. Break it down real quick, because I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
So the Moorish people, the Moorish empires, the North African pirates, you want to say? Okay, Barbarossa is one commander, Frederick Barbarossa. They went out on Ottoman conquest. Okay, now
what time is this, bro?
North African, you can call them the Moors, or when they went to Spain, yeah, and they were a big contingent, were Turkish dons, and they were part of the pay.
And like I said, bro, we talking about the Spaniard. You talking about the Spanish Inquisition. This is when the Moors and the Israelites, the so-called Spanish Jews that was in the land of Portugal and Spain, were fighting against the damn Roman soldiers and all them little nasty ass things, bro. I know what the hell I'm talking about, bro. What you talking about, the Turks and all that shit? I don't know what you talking about. I know what I'm talking about, but I don't know what you talking about. So that's why I asked, what are you talking about in what time period? Because if you're talking about
the 1350s to 1500s, the Moorish conquest, the Moorish empires, the Ottoman empires.
It was no Moorish conquest. What are you talking? There's no Moorish conquest during the 1500s, yo. We were ran out of Portugal and Spain and Europe during the 1400s and the 1500s, bro. What are you talking about?
1350 to late 1500s.
Man,
so
this dude. What history? Where you get this history from?
1400, 1500s. How? I mean, it's the same.
Listen, bro. Show me what you're talking about. Show me what you're talking about, because according to history and information, solid information, you're lying, bro. You're lying.
It's not I'm lying. It's just that what you've got is the same thing, but it's told from a different religious perspective.
It's told from the people. It ain't no religious nothing, yo. It's told from the actual people that was going through what we're talking about. That's who it was told by. So I don't know nothing about no religious anything and all that other stuff you're talking about. You're trying to make it out to be like, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is the information that I got, it didn't come from no priest. It didn't come from no religious nobody. It came from the people that was actually involved in the Inquisition itself. It came from the actual queen herself, the king himself. What the hell is you talking about?
If anybody in the chat, anybody listening, silent listeners.
Here we go. Now you're looking for help.
Even people, jinns, anybody that can lock into the internet and Wi-Fi, have a look and type in Moors went to Spain. The
Moors were already in Spain during the 1400s. That's what I'm talking about, yo. Like, what you talking about went into Spain?
If you want to replay it, if you just want to just take your time, replay it. If you did that little red bar, you press the replay or just rewind it, you'll hear me say from the 1300s, 1350. Type in now the Moorish conquest, and it starts from around mid 1300s, my buddy. Actually, a little bit before then, but there was when the commanders actually started going out Redbeard, and that was like 1300s. So I've read all of it. I've read the book. I've looked at little movies. I've looked at little cartoons. So, but at that stage, bro, eunuchs, if you even look in eunuchs, where do you reckon the Game of Thrones, where they had that mixed race couple? That's the eunuchs. That's what they used to use. That's the people they used to use in Game of Thrones. They cut off the people's penises and sent them out as warriors. But what you're trying to say now, bro, I'm trying to say, look, if you like, it depends, innit? Like, what are you saying are eunuchs? Eunuchs are just boys that have had their penises cut off, but they're priests, you're saying?
No, I wasn't saying that at all. I was saying that the Moors, if the Moors was cutting off people's penises, it was only those nasty ass people that you would consider to be priests during that time. Because that characteristic never changed when you look back at their history. When you look back at the Spaniards' history or how they deal with boys and all of that, it was never nothing good. Never.
Yeah, but across the TV, they were the white family. They were white, some of them, from the Moors, but then the Turks started doing it to the offsprings. Apparently they would started to, but that's neither here or there. So I wouldn't even cling on to that. But that's why I thought eunuchs came from. But anyway, yeah, I mean it's permissible. You could say that Marrakesh and the Umayyads is where the home of this sport comes from, isn't it? And then, man, were the people who originated the Willie Lynch syndrome apparently comes from Morocco and out of all them places. But that's another story. And Reggie from America actually touches on that.
Let me ask you this.
Eunuchs from the Moorish.
How you feel about that letter? Let's change it up a little bit. The topic a little bit. How you feel about the Willie Lynch letter? You feel like it's legit, it's real, coming from the West Indies?
I think so. I can see it being pretty real. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them, because without trying to throw a whole country under the bus, I know the leaders of these countries like Morocco, they have been known to kind of support people who are kind of willing to do anything by any means necessary, kind of war. They support in America, one of the first supporters financially in America, the biggest supporter of the Israeli state is Morocco. So yeah, I think I could say that the Willie Lynch letter possibly came from them parts of the world. Yeah, I wouldn't say. I would go as far to say that Morocco could be a birthplace of where the Willie Lynch came from. But Nubian Sniper's fucking nodding off. It looked like he's sleeping, boy.
So would you say that the practice, it started with the Islamic or Muslim slave trade, the Arabic slave trade?
There's what? There's not
the literal practice and the literal letter. You know what I'm saying? Where they got the information from. Do you believe that it started with the Islamic slave trade that was before the so-called Atlantic slave trade?
Well, I think the fact that there were slaves in the Slavic periods, did the slaves in the Slavic periods have the handcuff, which was apparently designed by Arabs? I don't know. But I know that there were Slavs before the Arab slave trade and the transatlantic slave trade. I know they were the first type of Arabs. Was it the Slavic people? But I don't think they were under the same conditions. I think they were just as harsh. But I don't think that they were bound the way they were, and it was as thorough, because obviously they went into the science of how to keep slaves. So I reckon it was more refined at that stage. So yeah, I do believe that they were doing practices like ripping people's fucking bodies apart. It was definitely happening in the north, in Europe as well. They were just as bad, I'd say, chopping off balls and all them things there, cutting man, all this thing. The Spanish, yes, all just as bad. But yeah. So I know I do, but I do believe there was slavery before then. Why do you?
What say you, Maku?
I said to him before there were she wolves and all sorts of things that exist, man. So I just think he makes a good point. You know what I'm saying? Or you don't think he does?
No. You know what I'm saying? Because see, I don't know too much about, you know what I'm saying, the origins of slavery. I never did the in-depth research on it. You know what I'm saying? And so when I ask questions, I'm looking for something to make me, you know what I'm saying, to give me that, all right, it's time to go dig into that and see about the origins of it. I just know certain things that I hear, you know what I'm saying, and certain things that don't line up with history, but it sound good. You know what I'm saying? So I just like to hear different opinions on it, because the way that I see it, like I've heard that the Willie Lynch letter was fake. I heard that it was, you know what I'm saying, plagiarized and all some other shit that was made up here in the United States and all this. But then when I do hear certain individuals talk about this topic of slavery, you know what I'm saying, they always talking about the Arabic slave trade and the Islamic slave trade. And so when I hear about certain people talk about where the letter also came from, it lines up with, the Islamic slave trade. Like I say, I just don't know the in-depths of what actually took place, how they went about, the practices that they use or anything like that to say, all right, bam, this is legitimate connection. So I can say that for sure. This practice on what they did here in the United States came from them.
Okay, turn on your camera. Let's see if that's you, man. Are you out and about? All right, cool.
Starkovia just got up. So, big up everybody.
Big up, K, man.
Hey, shalom, K. Shalom.
Shalom, shalom, shalom.
Yeah, well, I think that the main thing is that the Islamic slave trade, is a continuous thing, and some of the transatlantic slave trade would have involved them as well. So, I mean, there were registered manuscripts, or what do you call it, ship's logs in Arabic. You know what I'm saying? With a lot of people with Arabic names. The Moors were Arabic as well, spoke Arabic, and were Muslims as well. But you've got to remember that some people at certain times went their separate ways, and they didn't really indulge in that type of slavery and that. You know what I'm saying? But when the Arabs came, definitely they indulged in slavery and all of this type of servitude. Get me? I think it's just a custom of the time. Still, I think it's safe to say that a lot of people were doing it at different times. You get me? And it meant different things. But the Arab slave trade is continued till today. So that's the only significant thing.
Could it have anything to do, like take it from another perspective, that instead of looking at the person itself, have a look at the kingdoms? And the reason I say look at the kingdoms is because when kingdoms rise, when kingdoms rise and then they fall, those people either succumb to that kingdom or they travel out. So when they were at the height of their power at one stage, and when that kingdom falls, they travel out. They either stay or succumb to the new powers that be, or they move on. So when they do move on, they succumb to other kingdoms, and the slavery could be something in those regards. What do you think about that? Is that a possibility? Or
it's a possibility. I mean, obviously with wars and stuff, you have prisoners of wars who become slaves. Yeah, I mean there were many types of things like that, small little battles and stuff where people accumulated a large amount of slaves, but the system had always been there since Roman times. You know what I'm saying? The Romans definitely traded in slaves, and of all races, you know what I mean? But via the Persians, via the as we're saying, the Arabs, but the Arabs are the Persians and various other people. So it's always been a system. But as someone was saying before, I think King Gold was talking about the Slavs and the slaves. The Europeans were already enslaving themselves way before they came across us, people of color, and thought of us in that way. You know what I'm saying? It was not always a thinking of theirs. At first we were held in the highest regard in Europe. You could see by all their crests and statues and all of that. You know what I mean? That we were definitely not considered slaves. So it's only a later ideology and start to put together these books, canonization, that these things started to be added to it. The colorization of the texts.
anyway, Mick, I just popped in because I heard that. I'll probably be on Friday, but I got to catch my train, man. But I'll hook up the PayPal today. Support the show, man. Like up the show. Big up everybody. Big up.
Come on, man. Big up, Kay. Yeah, like Kay said, man. Support your brother, man, so we can keep doing these shows. You get me? I like to hear different people's opinions, man. on things. But yeah, it's a good point. We had this come up before about the Arab slave trade and that.
Yeah, see, like I don't know, bro. The Spaniards, be it that they were the Romans and the pale skin, those are different people, man. Those are different individuals. And you can look at them and tell that they different individuals, not only through their skin tone, but also through their facial features. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, but did they indulge in slavery though? That's the point.
who the Roman Spaniards?
Yeah, the Romans, full stop.
Yeah, I mean the Romans. See, what we don't understand, well, what they try and hide from us is the fact that they are one and the same. The Spaniards and the Romans are one and the same.
Yeah, but that's only through assimilation.
Oh,
The Romans assimilated the Spaniards.
well, I mean, it's the same thing. Is like what Kay just was saying. One person come into power, and the other one, as they going out, you know what I'm saying? They change up their name to something else, to try and basically hide who they are, basically. And like I said, this is they characteristics. So after becoming so-called Europeans, right? Some of them branched out and became what? Your Spaniards, right? And so all of those people from there, you know what I'm saying? If you look at their characteristics, you're talking about, I'm looking at the pale skin and the Spaniard coming together to make what you would have to be a Jew. You see what I'm saying?
You don't think
and so now you have that particular group of people, that's the so-called Germans, because they don't look like the pale skin, nor do they look like the Spaniard, but they look like both of them if you put them together.
I need to answer your question, man. Do you know what else I studied apart from health? The Moorish conquest and the Ottoman Empire is what were you just speaking about now?
All I'm saying is this. I'm saying that the Spaniard.
That's what we're speaking about.
I'm saying that the Spaniard.
Yeah, migration.
No, I'm not speaking about a migration. I'm speaking about how I believe that these people came to be. So you talk about a Spaniard and a Caucasian. They are not the same individuals. When I say the same individuals, you can put them in the same room right next to each other and you can understand the difference of the two. What I'm saying is when you put those two together, you get and you create what I would believe is what you have to be a German.
No, wrong.
That's what I believe. No, because the German, he don't look like the so-called European Caucasian, nor do he look like the Spaniard.
Okay, let me stop you, Yasha, brother. I studied migration.
You put both of them together, they look. If you put both of them together, I believe that that's what we have in the German, and what we call the Jew. That's what I believe. I believe it's the Spaniard and the Caucasian that came together.
Well, I don't believe that. I'm sure King Gold.
Let me explain to you, homies. This will be very, very short, but very concise, accurate. I'd say about 80 to 90%. Now, he said a very good point there. That what are the Italians and the Spanish? You mix them together, you make a spick. What they call a spick. That is the last line of mixed people of the European race. The Spanish have the most gene markers out of the European race. They're the most mixed group of people. That is the mixing pot of the European race. They're Spain and Italy. Spain being close neighbors to France, France being close neighbors to Italy. They're the same, around the same part of the equator. They're right in the middle. Macedonia took over Greece, so you're right. They do Macedonians, different places take over and take on the name. That's why Macedonia is no longer known as Macedonia, and the people who are Macedonian are now Greek. All right. So, but what I'm trying to say is, them same part of the equator were the Italians and the Spanish. There are different people. Now, when they come together, as I said, they make more of a European Mongol. But the original, just above Spain, Italy, is France. Now, in between France, that's where the Franks went. The Franks came from the big part of the German people, and they went and took over the Franks. And the Franks are just like the little Jew with the, the short, sort of mesomorph type of black hair mixed in between European and African. Yeah, that's that kind of but he's the lighter skin. He's like with an Arab, like the in between an Arab and a European. That's what he is, an in between Arab and European.
Talking about the first mulattoes.
So look, brother, this is where I'm going to try and take it a step back so it's more clear, because we're trying to go halfway through the movie. I'll take it just to the beginning. 1 second. The Europeans left, the Germanic people, when they were known as Germanic, were all amalgamation of the same people, and they had tribes, just like Africa. All right, then you've got the Visigoths, the Goths, the Vandals, and there's other different groups of people. Now they are all Germanic, but the only thing that differentiates them is the beta male. They're called the Slavics. And you've got the Germans, the more rounded faced ones, they're the bigger ones, the Anglo-Saxons, right? So that's just the alphas.
Bro,
of that.
We're not talking about the same people. You're talking about different.
I'm getting to there, brother. So look, just give me a patience. So now that's the cold, the real beast savages of the Europe, the Germans, the ones that they'd smelled a bit. They didn't walk that much. The ones from Germany, the ones that had horns on their head coming in.
The Anglo-Saxons was not nasty and dirty people.
At that stage, they were Germanic people. So now they've migrated. The first place they've come to is taking over Britain. So they took over Britain. So all these people that were the Vikings, aka, and all the amalgamation of Germanic people came and took over in their little tribes. Great Britain. The Goths got the south. And the Saxons got the middle, and the Anglos got, I think, part of the south as well. But they all then mixed in together, and they were Germanic people, the bigger set people, and they were taking over all these sort of mixture of people in the Italians and the Spanish. They conquered all these places. The Germans, after all these Rome, and that's when they were at their big significant. They fell to the Germans. The Germans took. That's why Rome fell, because the Germans took over these people. Okay, so the savagery beat the Greek taking all the Africans' knowledge. That just it overpowered Italy. So it was a savagery from then on. Them man were burning you, raping your kids, and putting them on outside doors, where the Germans, at least they take you as slaves and give you a bit of land when you're done. So now what I'm trying to say, the Germans now, this is the German fucking neo-Nazi blood. They went to Britain, they went to Spain. All right, the people who went to Spain were the Vandals, so they destroyed Spain. The Vandals went to Spain, and then from Spain they went to Africa. And then that's why they're so destructive when they went to Africa. They were known as the Vandals. It's in their nature. So now these Germans, do you think the Spanish went to South America? Do you think it was the Spanish? Them little small people, that was the Germans. The Germans controlled the Spanish. They controlled the Franks. Yeah, they controlled the French. That was the Franks were the Germans who sat down and said, "This is my land." That was when the Vikings went there and said, "This is they took over France. They took over Britain." The Vikings, yes. So now these Vikings are posing as Spanish and taking over America. You see what I'm saying? But they're not. They took the language, but it's the big Anglo-Saxons, bruv. These same Germans, bruv, are part of this bloodline, bruv, and they're the combative. They're the ones that go out and cause war, family. That's the same part of the Gothics and the bloodline of the Vandals. They're the same ones that rule today. You look in their face, they're on the Queen dollar bill. Is the fucking it's that white man with the eyes that are sunk in, big jawline. Yeah, them man, they were taken and
You thought it was a Spanish that went to America. It wasn't these little Spanish modern day little sticks you see now. It was a Germanic people, the bloodline, the war bloodline. But he already took over Spain. And then he went and took over Africa. So you think it's Spanish people going to Africa, and you think it's Spanish people going to Spain because they spoke the language, but it's not. The blood phenotype, the bloodline is German, fully German, usually, actually. That are doing all this nastiness. So really, this is just why the Germanic are revered in every place they've gone to. The Germans, they rule here, but do you think these people fucking want them here? The Germans, blood, and you think it's the United Kingdom going to war? It's not. It's that Germanic fucking war bloodline family. And do you know who's part of that bloodline? The Ashkenazis, the same people. They're Germanic people. Before now, it's just now they've been. Well, God, I'm going to let someone else jump in now. It's now they've branched out, and now they're called Jews, and now they're called this Slav, and this one's called that, and that's called Holland, and he's Danish, and he's. But at one stage, they were all known as Germanic, and they went to all these little different parts of the land, Spain, like I said, France, Italy, and they took it over. And then when they started making war, they would use the Italians or the Spanish people that are already there. But they were, as fodder, but they would be the main body of the army, the German people. So that's what it is, family. It's like a major conquest. You could say just a pillaging fucking, you know what I mean, like expedition, bro, from these Germanic people. That don't forget, all these people are victims.
Real simple and quick, bro.
The Spanish are
real simple and quick. I'm gonna read this down to you real quick. You got North America. You got Canada, right, which is north of all of North America, ran by the Queen, England. Then you have America itself, ran by the Jews, aka Ashkenazi Nazis, German Nazis, however you want to put it.
Still the Queen.
So then you have South America, that's ran by the Spaniards. When the Inquisition took place and the papal bull was presented, and it was decreed throughout the entire planet, these motherfuckers split the land, right? They split the land between each other as far as the Jews and the Germans. The Jews and the Spaniards. Obviously, we see who won what. We see who got what. This is why you didn't really see the so-called Spaniards doing anything up north.
But the Jews were Spaniards at that time, like Columbus. He was a Spanish Jew.
No, bro.
He was.
He was just a Spaniard, bro.
No, he was a Jew, definitely.
All right,
you can look that up, and they'll show you.
I got plenty of books, PDF, and I got a couple of books.
No, even the way he's dressed, even
bro,
the way he's dressed, he's a Jew, man. Come on, man. Stop all that, man. Man know the thing. Why can't Jews be there as well? What's all that? Man?
I didn't say it wasn't Jews there.
Okay.
We ain't talking about. But see, listen. We ain't talking about the pale skin
Spanish Jews. You were talking about Spanish Jews.
We're not talking about no pale skin Jews.
Spanish and Jews are different.
Not talking about a pale skin Jew. Aku.
I'm not talking about pale skin Jew. I'm talking about a Jewish Spaniard.
That's a pale skin Jew, bro.
Or whatever, man. But you said there were none.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. You saying whatever, but I'm trying to explain something to you. It's not the same.
But Columbus is
not a Jew, bro.
Columbus is a fucking Jew, bro. Go and look it up, bro.
He's not no Jew, bro.
How you gonna tell me he's not no Jew when I know?
Bro, I told you Jew. I have books.
Yeah, I don't care what books you got.
And I have PDF information to let you know. Like
standard.
He tell you himself. He tell you himself out of his own mouth that he's not a Jew. So how am I gonna sit here and make him a Jew?
Are you gonna believe Columbus? Man, come on, man. Stop all
what?
You're saying Columbus said
all right, Baku.
Make sense.
It's all good, bro.
It don't even make sense.
You ain't gotta accept what I'm saying. It's cool.
No, I have to, because it's misinformation. Like I know what it
bro.
is.
That's what I
You
don't
know I
do.
know my shit.
That's what I
You
don't
know
do.
I know
Like if
my
you
shit.
want to debate
Well,
me on it, we can debate it for
you
real, for real.
know I
And you
know
know I'm
my
gonna
shit,
present the information, and the only
bruh.
thing you gonna do is say, "Oh, well, I don't care about that."
bruh.
So, like, I mean,
You
like, bro,
know,
like, if you
bruh.
don't care, bro, don't tell me that I'm putting out
No,
misinformation just because you don't have
I know
access
my
to it.
shit. Well, don't tell me Columbus ain't a Jew when I
Bro,
know
what you
he's a
mean?
fucking
Don't
Jew.
tell you, bro. I'm telling you out of his own mouth, where I can go and quote him out of his own mouth that he's not a Jew.
Why are you
So I
quoting
don't.
Columbus?
So
I don't
I'm
understand that.
gonna take what he say about himself over anybody else.
No, I'm gonna take.
And you can
what
get
the
mad at
facts
that
say.
all you want, but that ain't my issue.
I'm gonna take what the facts say, and the facts
Yeah, I'm gonna
say,
take what he say about himself
bruh,
over whatever fact you talking about.
bruh.
His
These
words
Jews,
trump the facts,
these Jews are everywhere, and they were
bro.
in every
That
civilization and
listen, bro.
organization of
He
Europe,
told you he wasn't a
bruh.
Jew.
Yo,
He told you
Yashua, yo,
he
Bruh.
couldn't even speak. He couldn't even speak the language
1 second.
of the so-called Jews. So how
Yo,
was he a Jew?
Bruh,
1 second.
relax,
1
man.
second.
Fuck's sake.
I'm just saying that there a lot of Jewish people and Germanic people change their name. Just look at the House of Windsor. Why did they change it?
Bro, how was he a
There,
Jew and he could not speak the so-called Jewish language?
What do you mean you couldn't speak the Jewish language? How do you
Now,
know
it's
that?
like, what you mean? What you talking about, bro?
How
So
do
now
you
you don't
know
even
that?
know what I'm talking about?
I'm saying, how are you telling me that Jews or Ashkenazim
Because he
or
said it,
Sephardic?
yo.
1 second, 1 second. Or Sephardic Jews, right? Because they're all still Jewish or whatever. Or
There's no such thing as no
Hagar.
Sephardic Jew. That's some new shit.
No, it's not new. It's just that they went in separate directions. So the ones you see that are non-religious, that are still Jews, like your Stephen King, your Frank Lucas, or George Lucas's, and all,
Bro,
these are Sephardic Jews, right?
they're
Sephardic
not
Jews.
Jews,
One second,
bro.
1
Those
second.
are actual.
Bruv, stop talking. Stop talking. Listen to what I'm saying, friend, and let me finish, bruv. Yeah, them Sephardic Jews also went to places like Argentina. So you can look up Argentina and see that there are a bunch of European pale skins over there, but they're Sephardic Jews. Like we're not going to play this game, bruv. You can look up any chart and they'll show you the
All right,
movement
man.
of these Jews.
No,
Full stop. And they'll show you that a
I
lot
don't
of
play
the
games, bro, about information. That's what I do.
1 second, man. 1 second, man. You're telling me about books that I put down. I'm telling you about shit that's up there and out there and the general consensus.
But bro,
You just don't make an ass out of yourself
like,
if
do
you
you
don't
think
think.
how do you think
This is
like
standard
are
information.
you expecting for me to
This ain't
accept
no secret.
general consensus because of what?
This ain't
Who is
no
the general?
secret.
Who is the
This
general consensus to
This
me?
ain't no secret. What's a
Who
book
is the
to you?
general
Then?
consensus to me?
What's a book and a
They don't
PDF to
trump.
you then?
They don't have no authority
Stop all that.
over what I learn and what I understand as true.
Okay, you learned from a book, yeah, and you said you learned from a PDF. Cool, but I'm not knocking that. I'm saying there are many PDFs, there are many writings, there are many information. You get me? That's saying otherwise, and the general consensus is this guy's a Jew. This guy worked for a particular company. This guy was given a map. You know what I'm saying? To go to the Americas. Do you get what I'm saying? They already knew where he was going. Like it weren't a voyage of discovery. Yeah, it was
I'm gonna just
a
simply
voyage
say
of
this, yo,
exploration.
and this should shut down the whole conversation. They
And he
wasn't
was a
even
Mason as
recognized
well.
as Jews until 1949. Christopher Columbus was in the 1500s, some shit like that. We talking about 400 freaking years, yo. 300
Yep.
freaking years
It doesn't
before
even make sense.
these things was even labeled or even was known on the planet as Jews. So when I say that Christopher Columbus himself tell you he wasn't a Jew, I don't have to lie about nothing.
Bro,
The information and the truth itself is lies right there. If you don't want to accept the date that they accepted or that the world accepted them to be even called or considered to be Jews in 1949, and you want to say, well, fuck that, I'm just gonna make it they was Jews because the census say or everybody say that they were Jews back then when the shit don't even line up with the fucking date that they considered themselves.
1940, what? 1946, right?
49, bro.
49. And this is just after the Second World War, right? right?
So Columbus was when? After
Wait,
that?
wait. This was
So
just
now
after
Columbus is in the
World War.
1900s.
One second, man. One to you, man.
All right.
Yeah, this was just after the Second World War. If you're saying 1949, yeah, yeah.
What's the point?
Okay, the point is that the whole Second World War was over who? How did Hitler start this shit? Was he trying to
I don't
eradicate
know.
somebody? He was trying to
I don't know.
eradicate a set of people, wasn't he? Huh?
What
He was
people
trying
was
to
he trying to
eradicate.
eradicate?
What do you think? Who do you think? So that 1949 is some bullshit, isn't it? Who taught you that? You know what I'm saying? Who taught you that? When we know.
So you believe? So hold up. So hold up. So what you telling me? An educated brother like yourself believe that the Holocaust was real?
I'm saying, yeah.
Now I'm asking a simple question. Are you saying that the Holocaust was real, bro?
You're running. And
I'm asking a simple question. How's that running?
This is running because we're talking about Jews.
Yeah, it's not running. We're talking about the same thing.
No,
we're talking about the same thing. If you're talking about who was he trying to exterminate and get rid of, we're talking about the Holocaust.
Okay.
So stop playing. Are you saying that the Holocaust is real?
No,
I'm not running from nothing.
I'm saying that Hitler and system of extermination was real. And it was before the Holocaust. 1 second. Before the Holocaust, because anyone who studied the German history knows that he got into power, under a party for 2 years, and then started his system of extermination under the guise of certain things. You know what I'm saying? Picking up.
Got to do with what I just asked you.
Well, because you're saying there was no Jews before 1949. And there wasn't
no Jews before 1949.
That's a complete lie.
It ain't no lie, bro.
It's a complete lie. Since even the First World War,
hey, listen, bro. You can accept the narrative if you want to. That's fine. I'm not here. I'm not here to change your mind, bro. I'm just here to just converse with you about what I understand.
The Khazars about them. The Ashkenazims, their highest time, was in the 1300s. So they've been around a long time in that capacity.
You said their height in time.
Their height.
You talking about their rule?
When they were big in the area of Khazaria. You know what I'm saying? In Russia. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not gonna kid anyone. We know the history. We know the timeline and all that.
They wasn't Jews then, bro. They wasn't Jews then.
Stop it.
They're the same people, but they didn't have that title. Is all I'm saying. Maku.
And then you said
all we speaking about is the title. When we talking about the people itself. Now, when you talk about Christopher Columbus, he being one of those pale skins from so-called Russia, or if you want to say German, a pale skinned German, I get that. I'm talking about the actual title, yo.
Jews live.
This is where the misconfusion or the misunderstanding of what we're talking about is at.
Jews lived in Germany. Jews lived in Germany, and Jews lived in Russia. Jews lived in Poland, in Austria. They lived in all those countries.
All right, bro. I'm not gonna argue with you about that title. We're talking about the same people. You just using that.
No. Germans are Germans, and they lived alongside Jews.
No, bro.
They do as a different set of people. Yes, bro. This is why man could do genocide. This is why man could do separation and put man in concentration camps and all of that. Yes, bro. Plain and simple.
Interject.
Go on, sis.
Yeah, I just had a quick look online, and the information coming up is that he was Jewish. I've put an article from let me see what it's called, the channel. I mean, the website is called biography.com.
And let me go ahead and grab this book, man, because this is crazy, homie. Like,
sorry, can I speak?
Go on, sis.
Yeah, and it says that he tried well to conceal his Jewish heritage, but something about the linguistics in the language that he used, and some sort of Hebrew blessing that he used to use at the end of his letters to his son, apart from one. So I've put it in the back chat, and I'm gonna go back in the chat and put it on the chat. So I just wanted to add that in. All right, blessing.
Thank you. See what I'm saying? Like,
no, bro. Let me hold up. Let me show you what you saying. Let me show you something. Cause y'all got me twisted. Go to a website. This is what I'm about to go to right here. You see this?
okay.
Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews. If he was a Jew, it wouldn't be reading like that. But you know what? I'm gonna show you something from his own words. Cause see, I ain't got time to be playing games with nobody, yo. Like I'm gonna sit here and lie to y'all, man. It's my family that I'm talking to. Got time to lie.
He's a liar.
It's cool, bro. It's cool.
I told you he's a liar already. But
why is he gonna lie about his heritage, yo? Why is he gonna hide the fact that he a Jew?
Is he writing his own? Is he writing his own?
Man, now y'all about to make. Here we go again, making excuses for these pale skins. Y'all need to stop that shit. Y'all need to stop that shit, my cool.
My friend.
Stop making excuses for these dudes, bro.
You need to bring.
He telling you out of his own mouth, and you telling, and then you tell me that he lying.
He's lying.
You tell me that he lying. That shit coming from you, my cool.
I told you that he's lying. Yes, I told you that. What? I told you he's lying. Plain and simple. What? What are you gonna do? You get me? You can't refute that. You can't say.
What you mean? I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you. You taking up for him. You taking up for him. That's what you're doing. You got your cape on for a pale skin.
I said, did he write it?
What you mean? Did he write it?
Did he write it?
He said it. Came out his mouth. It's quoted.
You know? Hold on, wait. Is the book written?
Then how do you know that he's a Jew? Exactly, bro. Bro, don't play these silly games with me. I know just how you.
Pause. You get me? I had to put you on mute again, car. It's like you're not listening. You get me? Columbus is a motherfucking Jew. You better eat it. You better take it. Galil has been delivered and all sorts. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because you read one book, a book that was not authored or written by Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying? It's authored by someone else and says that Columbus said this. Continue.
Yeah, that's how you shooting your information.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. You telling me how I'm shooting my information because that's how you
question and you didn't want to answer.
What you mean? I answered everything you asked me.
So I asked you.
So when I ask you a question about your information, you tell me, well, we ain't talking about a book.
No,
that's what you tell me. So then when you ask me a question about my information, I show you what I'm about to show you.
Fine. No problem.
And then you ask me, did he write it?
I'm saying,
what books do you have that I was actually written by the information that is spoken about? Show me that, my cool. Show me one source that you have that was written about the person by the person. Show me that shit, because that's what you asking me. You asking me to show you a book written by Christopher Columbus.
I'm asking, is it?
Man, this is crazy, bro. This is crazy, homie. But it's all good, though. I see how you getting down.
Listen, man.
Listening. That's why I'm responding the way I'm responding.
Bro, fix yourself up, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you forgot a new show you're on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't make no sense, bro. It needs to be calm, cool, and collected. We can get through this. You get me? I'm a little bit butthurt. You know what I'm saying? Because your little book. You know what I'm saying? You can't answer the questions on. I asked you a simple question like, who wrote the book? Do you know what I'm saying? So we can be clear. You showed it to us and I didn't see no Columbus, Christopher at the bottom. So I want to know who wrote the book. It's plain and simple. I'm not like judging your book or anything. I'm asking questions, relevant ones.
Right there. That's who wrote the book.
Okay. So that's not Columbus, no?
No. Now show me. Now I have a question. Now I have a question.
Okay.
Can you show me a book about an individual that's written by the individual? Show me that.
I'm on a bad day, you know.
Shut up, Gold. I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to my cool.
There's two types.
So my cool. Can you show me that?
But did you say it was an autobiography?
See what I'm saying, bro?
No, did
Now
you
it's
say that
a
though?
whole nother question. Now you want to answer me a question, but you can't answer mine. It's cool.
No, I'm just asking. Did you say it was an autobiography or a biography, or did you
Did I
say
never
it
said
was
it
the
was a
memoirs?
biography. I never
Did you
said
say?
that.
Did you
I
say it was
never
the
said that.
memoirs? All right, all
I
right.
never said that.
Okay, cool. But I'm saying, did you say it's the memoirs or the
Did I ever
diary
say that?
of
I never said that.
Christopher Columbus?
I never said that.
So what is the relevance of it and Christopher Columbus, please? If none of those things are relevant.
The information comes from his diary.
Okay, okay, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So now we know that the person is taking excerpts from Christopher Columbus's diary. That's all we need, bros. Clear and concise when you're talking and when I'm asking you questions. No, all this.
That's not what you asked me, bro.
Yeah,
That's not
yeah.
what you asked me, bro.
I don't know
You was
about it.
asking me, was it written by Christopher Columbus? That's what you kept
Yeah.
asking. And I
Is that
told you
long?
I don't have nothing that's written by him, say per se, as far as a book go. That's what I
Yeah,
said.
so why get angry about that answer? That's my whole
What you
point.
mean angry about an answer? I'm upset at the fact that you're trying to take up for a person that's not a Jew.
You don't know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to lay facts, actually.
Man, I'm about to show you real quick though. I'm gonna show you.
Bro,
It's cool.
I'm trying to
It's
lay
cool.
facts that I know. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you
It's
go
cool.
and work that out. You get me? Find it in the book. You get me? And come back to me. You get me? Other than that, I don't know about all that excitement. See what I got to deal with, people. You know what I'm saying? It's just a simple fact. You know when you study like and you're just going through things and and you get to the Columbus bit and and masonry and all of this and the West, was it West India Tea Company and all of that? The people who sending these men out to the West Indies and all of these things, you're gonna come across proper information about okay, yeah, Columbus is a Mason and from this order, from that, and obviously because he was a Spanish Jew. I said to a man, you can even fucking Wikipedia it, and it will show you that man was a Jew. But man don't want to do that. Man want to go with his funny book. You know what I'm saying? Man want to go with his funny book and just I don't know, stand firm.
Can I read
on
something
wrongness.
quickly?
Go on, sis.
Okay. So the website that I went to, and like I said, I did look at a few, but this one says, but if he was Spanish all along, why did he go to great lengths to disguise his identity? Because Isari, I'm not sure how it's pronounced properly, and a number of other historians argue Columbus was actually Jewish. Linguistic traits in his writings led them to believe Columbus was raised learning Ladino, a hybrid form of Castilian Spanish, comparable to Yiddish, which is spoken by Spanish Sephardic Jewish community. I'm not sure if I pronounced them words right, but they believe there's ample evidence to support their conclusion, including the existence of a Hebrew blessing, and the quote is "with God's help." Okay, on all. Sorry, screen's gone black. On all of one but Columbus' letters to another son, Diego, which did not appear on letters to anyone outside of his family. So yeah, that's just a short extract that
if he was a Hebrew, he wouldn't need a Hebrew blessing if he was a Jew. Period.
Oh, I don't know about
he would
all that,
already
mate.
receive that blessing because he is one of us already. But go ahead. Y'all want to keep on that. Y'all want to keep with that same thought process. Do y'all thing. I'm not here to change nothing.
So who's claiming Columbus now? One of us. All these words, all these pretty words. You know what I'm saying? One of us. You know that these Ashkenazim Jews took on Judaism. They took it on. Like we're not gonna play this game, bros. You know what I'm saying? This is the cultural appropriation and the idiocy. You know what I'm saying? Of some people when they're saying, "Oh, yeah, them. If they're really Jews, then they're one of us." You know what I'm saying? It don't even make no sense, fam. You know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with these Ashkenazim sliding into different cultures and different thing and being the financial backers of different European governments and kings and monarchs and all of these type of things that are blatantly apparent. Blatantly. You know what I'm saying? They're good with the numbers. They're good with the money. during the Second World War, they cut all the gold in their teeth and all of that. And then when they came to other parts of Europe and the Americas, boom, 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 put our thing together, boom, one block of gold, we start building again. These are all things in the public eye that we've standard information. I hate when people do this. Like they get one book and they just, that's me. I'm clever. I know what happened. Really? And now that we're gonna say that Columbus was a Jew, you know what I'm saying? A Spanish Jew, which goes against his ideology and theory. He just crumbles it and FTKs it. This is the problem. This is why we're here. Get me? Not for no joke thing. I run jokes and but my information is based on facts. 100%.
Now listen to this, family.
You get headaches.
Listen to this. It says Columbus and Lesbon and his relations to the Jews of that city. Now, if he's a Jew, it's not going to read and his relations to the Jews. He's a Jew.
Okay,
he don't have to have no relation. What?
Can I say this says relation to the Jews in that city, yeah?
Of that city, right.
Right. So they're Jews in Spain. This is what I was trying to explain to you from the beginning. They migrated into Spain. They were there. So how could it not be possible? One second.
Listen, bro. I'm not here to argue with you about that, bro, because that's not what I was talking about.
But this is a point I made already. You're just making my point.
I'm not even talking about what you're talking about, Maku.
You're just making my point.
I'm not making your point at all, bro.
Because you are.
Where is he talking about right now?
You're telling me there's Jews in Lisbon.
Yeah. Where is it? In Lesbon is
Portugal. Because that's where the Visigoths and the Vandals resided. And Galicia in northern Spain.
If he was related, this shit
they're not
crazy.
African. They're not Carthaginians.
So every time I talk, so let me know when I can talk, so I don't get over talked. Okay. You don't start talking over me. Let me know.
All right. 1 minute. Because there's also Black Spanish, as in the Carthaginians who resided there and mixed in. That's how they got mixed. You know what I'm saying? So the European Vandals and the Celts, and the Visigoths who lived in the eastern or western part of Spain. You get what I'm saying? Which we're calling Portugal now. You get what I'm saying? And in the north, which they call Galicia. You get me? In some mountainous region. You get me? Some caveman business. Yeah. While the rest of Spain was occupied by us. Jeez, from the south. We came in there, boom, and rebuilt the country and after the Romans left and sacked Spain. You get what I'm saying? We the ones. More Madrid. Do you get what I'm saying? The capital. We built all the bridges, we built all the waterfalls, we built all the libraries and all the beautiful stuff that you got in Spain. So don't ever get it twisted about no European, Spanish, and I don't even care about that. But none of them ain't even really Spanish. Let's get it real. You know what I'm saying? Because under when Isabella comes, she brings her people with them. That's when Europeans fully come in there, Christian, But we already got Europeans there, but they settled. They're called Portuguese now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So it is what it is. So at the end of the day, you know what I mean? All this thing, Columbus wasn't.
I mean, bro, it don't even matter, bro, because it don't even matter about.
I think it does matter still. I think it does. It
don't matter because no matter what information I bring out, you gonna buck against it anyway. So it don't matter.
You can say your piece now. You can say your piece.
It's all good. It's all good, bro.
You can say your piece now. If you feel it's good and it's valuable for the people.
As soon as I start reading, as soon as I start talking, you're gonna cut me off.
Oh, all right. Sorry, my apologies, man. Go through. I'll mute her.
Okay, so right here, let's read. It says, this is about Christopher Columbus. Born in 1446, Columbus was the son of a poor weaver of Genoa. He spent his youth in Savannah, a small maritime town in which, as in Genoa, several Jewish families dwelt in medieval seclusion. He and his brothers helped his father in his work, but soon Columbus followed his natural inclination, and devoted himself to navigation. Concerning his boyhood days and his education, we have little authentic information. There is no historical evidence that he enjoyed the advantage of higher education or that he attended the University of Pavia. Now, when you do the research on the University of Pavia, Maku, you'll find out that that university was ran by our ancestors, the so-called Jews in the land at that time, which if he was a Jew, he would have been accepted in the university. You see what I'm saying? But he wasn't a Jew. Now listen to this. In 1472, we find him in Lisbon. Here, a few years later, he married Felipia Munez, whose grandfather was not, as some assert, of Jewish stock. Now, if he was of the stock of Israel, this wouldn't have took place. He wouldn't have married outside of the stock because that would have took him out of the heritage that would have been left to him. So all of that was going on, from the University of Pavia to the castles that was going on in Spain that was being ran by the so-called Jews, bro. And if I was to go back up top, you would see where he went to where at that school is where he actually learned, you know what I'm saying, from us about how to sail the 7 seas or whatever the case may be. He didn't learn that shit from his ancestors or his people. We taught them that shit. But hold on, bro. Hold on. I got some more information.
Anyway, yeah, let me talk now. What I'm saying to that is that I understand what you're saying. Yeah, if you went to a university or wasn't indoctrinated into our universities, yeah, but the problem is with that is that the ruling class that's coming in, you know what I'm saying, the Europeans that are coming in don't care about that shit, and they came in long time ago. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So things Spain that we knew had changed. Do you know what I'm saying? So they had got they got Jews in there. They got Ashkenazim, Khazars. This is what I said to you in the beginning. I didn't say that man's a real Jew or tribe of Judah. You're the one making that claim. I'm telling you, no. These are Ashkenazim, Europeans. You get what I'm saying? You could say Germans because they dominated Germany. What happened to you? Yeah, they dominated Germany. So. And most of that European part. Oh, where did he go?
No, I'm not saying that at all, bro. What I'm trying to change the confusion of is the title. I said earlier, before we even got this far, I said that we were talking about the same thing, just not the title. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? The Jew title is something that they try and play games with. But look, this is what it's like. If you look right here, if you can see close, this is a quote from him where it says, he himself says, right? Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna read what it says. It says, with many learned men, clergy, laymen, Jews, and Moors, and Bohemia, who was about the same age as Columbus, bro. All I'm saying is, bro, he wasn't what we would consider to be Yehuda, those who ran Spain at that time. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. Like the information that he has from the diaries that this writer had access to be able to create this book of work. I'm quoting from him himself. I'm not making it up. And I'm not just, you know what I'm saying, I didn't just choose this book because it had Columbus' name on there. You see what I'm saying? I chose this book because I went through the PDF first to see what it actually had in there, if the information I could actually use. And when I seen that he was quoted a lot in this book, I had to jump on it. on it.
But it's still not saying that he's not a Jew, though. There's no point. There's still no point where they're saying he's not a Jew. If he's addressing
Okay.
people and he's addressing Jews, certain this one and that one and that one,
He's
that's
not
obvious.
gonna say. He would say, "I'm addressing my family, bro." He's not gonna use Jews like that. He's gonna say, "I'm addressing my relatives, the people." You know what I'm saying, as if I'm a Jew. He's not gonna label them like he's labeling the Jews and the Moors. He labeled them together simultaneously. He said the Jews and Moors. It wasn't Jews, comma, Moors, comma.
Right. Some Moors were Jews, some Moors were Muslim, some Moors were Christian, some Moors were, you get what I'm saying? They were Buddhists or whatever. But that was not our bad. We didn't have an issue with religion like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So um, all I know is that this Columbus guy, you know what I'm saying, a Spanish Jew, yeah, is not what we're calling an Israelite. Yeah, cool, no problem. You know what I'm saying? He's not from the tribe of Judah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can agree to that. But at the end of the day, I'm correcting what I'm saying, bro. The guy is a fucking phony, fam, from top to bottom. You know what I'm saying? How is a man hiding his identity of him being a Jew? He's not going to write in his memoirs that he's a Jew, obviously. Do you get what I'm saying? And he hasn't even written against it to say that he's not a Jew. You know what I mean? So I don't see the problem. All I see is that we should look at the bigger picture of who hired this individual and what was the purpose. Why was you sending him to the Americas? Why did you send him with a map? All right, he's good at was it what they say navigation, but without a map, that's all useless. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying there's a set of people who gave him a map. You know what I'm saying? Under that Spanish and under that British, you know what I'm saying? And then under that royal family of Europe. And that's what they were doing, bro. A mission of discovery to dis and cover. You get me?
See that? They see that there, brother? That's
See,
why I
like-
know you're white. That's why I know
Hey, look,
you're
my
white.
crew. Look, check this out, my crew. Like if you was to read this, right? Hold on, wait till my phone. Okay, right here. I don't know if you can see it or not, right? It says these improvements were in great part due, as most writers admit, to Portuguese Jews. So if you was to read that and you didn't understand who the real Israelites was or real Judah was, you would say that these were pale skinned Portuguese Jews. You would say that those were pale skins. This is what you will also link with the pale skinned Portuguese Jews. For the middle of the 15th century, the Portuguese were considered the foremost navigators of the world, and their discoveries evoked general admirations. King Yao gladly received and patronized foreign navigators, and all who were versed in nautical affairs or in cosmography. I guess that's how you pronounce that word. But what it's saying right here, bro, and what Columbus and what they try and do to us as a people is say that these people that navigated the seas first were pale skinned, which is a bold-faced lie. They would say that they were Portuguese or Spanish pale skinned people. That's complete bullshit. When you look up the navigational instruments that they used during this time, it was created by our people, Maku.
We know this already. But this is how we came into Spain. We didn't walk there. We just floated over there on boats. You know what I'm saying? As Carthaginians and brought more troops in. So I mean, we're quite accustomed to being on the water before any of these guys, you know what I'm saying, even existed. So that's not really the issue. You know what I'm saying? We were the first at all of this. You know what I mean? We were on the water, we was traveling up and down, we was going places, we was populating places. How's Mansa Musa's brother going to the Americas? Before that, on a boat. You get me? On a ship. Like, yo, we was doing this. So, I think that's a big misconception in the history of peoples But I do agree with you that Spanish weren't Spanish. The Spanish we know it at a particular time, and but the Portuguese were definitely always Portuguese or always Europeans. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I don't see the problem with that because the first interactions with Europeans for the Nigerians or the Yorubas is the Portuguese, and that's what if you check the bedding bronzes, they are depictions of the Portuguese, not the British. You know what I'm saying? They wear their bowler hats and blah blah blah, little Jewish shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we know these man, Queen Isabella and all of them man of France or Spain or
Yo,
whatever.
deeper than that, Maku. They had
Mm,
the attire, but they were still German, I think. I don't even think they had Portuguese bloodline. What they
mm.
did, Portuguese are to have got Germanic bloodline, but they're the rape victims. They're like the amalgamated, the
Yeah,
beta.
there's no rape victims. They're just the people who settled in particular areas. As I said,
I
if
reckon
the
they're
Vandals, if
raping.
they're the Vandals and they're the Visigoths, you got me. They're the and they're also the Celts are gonna come and migrate into that land as well and pass through and become Gauls. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Yeah,
one people left out with the Gauls, which are the French. You know what I'm
the
saying?
French.
And then yeah, so
They
they
were
were.
very, very strong force. And you know why they were getting chased by the Italians? Apparently,
Mm.
that was the last stronghold of the thorough. You know, one of the thoroughbred Neanderthals, the people that held a
I don't
high.
even think so. I don't even think so. What happened was is that those people are the Hyksos in Egypt. So when they got kicked out, they ruled there for 200 years. And when they got kicked out into Europe, you hear their travels, and they become Celts. They become what do you call it, Gauls, and then they
French.
become Angles later on. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a migration, a progression into Europe, showing you that they're European looking, but they can tell the difference between
So
them and
what I
the
think
actual.
identified there is that Britain was pincered by the Portuguese and the Gauls and the French. The French pincered the Europe with the Vikings. So the
No,
Vikings came from
there was no Portuguese, no Portuguese, not
no,
in that capacity. Yeah,
The
yeah,
Gauls pressed were pressing Britain at the same time as the Vikings and the Danish were
yeah,
pressing. That's why they didn't have much leg to stand on.
and that's why the amalgamation of all those people.
Yeah, that's why there's so much French blood inside the English DNA makeup. Like 40% or something.
They do say
Up
they're
to 40.
cousins. They do call the French their cousins. You get me? But again, like you said, the Germanic is definitely has a strong influence. The Old English is German. You know what
Large,
I'm saying? Yeah, Old
huge.
English is German.
That's the order. That's the order.
Mm.
That's where the
So
order comes.
yeah, and then obviously Salzburg Gotha is German, Jewish, Jewish German. You get me? Like people are surprised that man can have Jewish Spanish and Jewish French and Jewish German and Jewish Polish and Jewish Austrian and Jewish Russian. It's like they were everywhere, fam. Once they
Yeah.
left their home in Middle Europe, they spread out all across the bloody globe. You get me? And we can find their trail, and we can look up um, A- Khazars or Ashkenazim, and we can look up Sephardic Jews and see what directions and where they went. Some went to the Mediterranean, meaning the Sephardic, and then via the Mediterranean went to South America. The Ashkenazims, well, you see them all over where you see them. They went to North America, they went to all other parts of Europe, and yeah, they were around. That's it. That's their story. And now they're everywhere. Plain and simple. Get me? Always left out of the equation, but I always associated with other sets of people. Some people want to accept them as family. It's a mad thing. Get me? The real sons of Satan. Get me? Satan's gonna have a seed, according to the Bible. You get me? But yet no one's identifying it. Mad thing. Now man want to claim that they're part of the family. You get me?
But Jews and Germans have something in common though. They both killed and took the spoils of war, and they culture appropriated, both of them.
Yeah.
But they're still both Germanic people from one part of the planet.
From one part of the planet, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So it's just like the Igbos, it's like the Yorubas with the Tutsis. You know what I mean? It's just from they're both the same people.
Essentially.
Yeah, but obviously the Jews, they're more picture themselves. You see how they're going on today, isn't it? They I'm sure they're just the same as they were back then. They try to differentiate just so they for that uniqueness. But when it comes to war, they all came together, bro. When it comes to war, you can't differentiate. Yeah, and it's the Germanic blood that's pushing the wars, and he's using all these other little places that he's conquered, European places, as that's why you've got this split in Spain now. They even know that. Even them not know that they were conquered once by the Visigoths, the Vandals conquered Spain. So they know that they were conquered. Yeah, so that's why you got this mad split. You think they ain't got their own politics? These countries know about their own politics, man. That's them trying to break away from the order. They know they're the descendants of the conquered, isn't it? Yeah, it's called subordinate. You make them a vassal state. You call them vassal states, and the people in them states lost their identity. So you took their identity. So now you went under the banner of Spain, but you was German, and you had the tie on and everything, and you could go in there speaking Spanish because obviously you would have been Spanish. The kids, the children would have been Spanish, and they'd just been in. So they went to Spain under pretense that they were Spanish people, but they wanted the Germanic people that took Spanish language and all the clothes. That's why they believe that they like to pollute. That's why when you look at the DNA, a lot of the DNA is Germanic. Like you can see where the DNA comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're not the same people. I mean, again, you got to go by language. Are we not correct? If we go by language,
so now let me get this straight. We on the same page that the so-called
language, the closest language to Spanish is Italian. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The closest language
that's the actually long. Ain't that the wouldn't that be the father or mother language to Spanish? Latin, exactly. Italian.
So exactly. So my point is, yeah, when man saying Jews and blah blah blah, well, man, not in all cases. It might be that some or other types of Mediterraneans, you know what I'm saying, of mixed blood from before. The Jews came and became Greeks and this and that and blended in, and you know what I mean. You can have this because they're all essentially still Europeans, but there's different types, and we're talking about the devil's seed. We're talking about Jews. We're talking about Ashkenazims. We're talking about Khazars. We're talking about people who crawled out of the motherfucking Caucasus Mountains, yeah, and dominated the planet now.
Hey, bro. This book called The Book of Lamech of Cain. It just came out. They just released the translation of it from the Vatican in March of 2019, bro.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, that curse that we've been always, going back and forth about, and we wasn't really quite sure because we didn't have nothing so solid to stamp it and say that curse was to make Cain pale skin. But we always speculated and we always, hinted on it and touched on it here and there.
Yeah.
Now that book confirms it, bro. Now, mind you, this book of Lamech of Cain is the grandson or the son of Cain. And so when you get down, when the information is broke down, it clearly tells us very freaking clear that the curse was that he was made to have white skin and all of his descendants after him.
Who's that? Cain or Canaan?
Cain.
Oh, Cain. Okay.
Yeah.
So reason why I'm bringing that up is because I found it yesterday, going through some information, and I thought, you know what I'm saying, that'll be something that you can check into. But that information right there, bro, it gets even, and what he was breaking down was that it gets even deeper because God damn it. Excuse me. It gets even deeper. You know what I'm saying? And start breaking down the characteristics of Cain and their lifestyle and everything that relates to who they are, even to this day. So it's like what they were then, you'll be able to see who they are today through their characteristics.
Right. So I was saying that Cain's seed survived, huh?
Bro, I've been saying that for about 3-4 years now. And how they survived was through the what you would call the hollow earth, where they have different little cave systems, different little like city systems, where they can cut off anything coming in. So any water or any type of natural disaster that's coming in, they can block it off and still have access to be able to breathe.
Well, I asked man, who's Enoch?
Like, bro, they had those type of systems down within those cave systems. They even still have them to this day.
Who is Enoch?
What?
Who is Enoch? Who's his father?
You breaking up, bro? I didn't hear you.
Who is Enoch? And who is his father?
Might be my connection.
I don't know. Who's he? I don't know. That's interesting. I've heard it saying the Book of Enoch. Go on, tell us. Enlighten us.
Well, this is the problem. Because I've always been talking about the line of Cain or the bloodline of Cain. And it seems that his first son, his name Enoch. And then Enoch had a son, and his name was Baal, or Baal Hadad. And on and on and on and on and on. But anyway, are you there, Yasha?
Man, I'm just looking for something, man. Sorry, mate. I lost some shit, man. Shit. Yeah.
Oh shit, Lil. Big up.
Sniper, guaranteed to get your high par.
Come on. There.
We got the family.
Yo, big up.
Come on, King Gold. I heard you spitting some fire, you know.
We in here, Chief. We
Come
in
on.
here. Man,
Sniper, I haven't forgot about you, bro.
we learned from
You free tomorrow?
Yeah.
You free tomorrow? After 5 o'clock? Because you know I'm in the Edmonton area, yeah. So I'm gonna come check you straight after work, man.
All right, cool. Do that.
As you can see, man, it's getting a bit too much. I was looking in the mirror today and I was analyzing, and I was like, "Raw, this thing is looking mad." Look,
Yeah.
coming along still.
Yeah, man. Let it go, let it go, let it go.
My
let it go.
bro. So what's been happening, man? That was impressive.
1 second.
What's been happening? Talk to me. Talk to me.
Gone over a number of thingies. It's gone from religion to migration, and I think we're back to now. We're to the point where we're talking about the book of Enoch. But I know that's some sort of mythological, religious type of text or myth. Too sure?
No, he said the book of what did he say?
It's a new one. Is that the one Yasha was talking about? Yeah, he said it just come out from the Vatican, if I'm not mistaken.
The book of Lamech, yeah? Or something.
It was L something. L.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's still there. No, I don't think he's there. Book of Elmech. Lamech.
Oh, Lamech. Yeah.
Book of Lamech. Lamech is the person in Cain's genealogy in the 4th chapter of the book of Genesis. He is the 6th generation descendant of Cain. His father was named Methushal.
What?
Methushal. Yeah. And he was responsible for the Song of the Sword.
1 second.
Lamech is a descendant. Wait. The Book of Lamech. Book of Lamech is Dead Sea Scrolls, no?
Mm. No, not that I know.
No.
I'm not sure.
I'm just having a look. Yeah, he's gone. He's done.
You sure? Yeah. He said his mic was working, not working. He'll probably come back. Oh.
You know when you pick a weed somewhere, man?
Oh, shit.
Like that. Like fucking that, man.
Yeah, buddy. So what's been happening, man, apart from that? What's this I'm hearing Born Rich was like you against chemo?
Who?
When did that happen?
When?
On Jedi channel something. I think it was Born Rich saying it. Did that happen?
Yeah. Before. They tried it, but to no avail. Didn't even make sense. We want to talk about another individual. No, they just wanted to talk about Dr. York. Come on, watch the video. But that day I was pretty busy still.
Say that again?
I said that day I was pretty busy. I was doing something. I was trying to do the debate and do whatever I was doing at the same time. It's a matter.
That's what I'm saying. When you're trying to juggle 2 things at once, yeah, you got to be committed when you're doing streams, man. I feel bad. Sometimes I'm like, I should be on more, but then I'm like, bro, there's no point in you coming in for 2 minutes and then just dipping out. You know what I mean? You're not gonna have an input.
Yeah, that was funny though, but I still felt I proved my point that man ain't got no point. You know what I mean? You don't negate the information and how I do my thing.
See, the thing is as well, you know,
I don't do man worship as well. Man on this one man worship thing.
But this is it. Man worshipping, book worshipping. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
You try and base it on real life. Well, you try to anyway. Do you know what I mean? How you can implement it into real life, or how it relates to you in real life.
I reckon that's the only time it's useful, bro.
Say that again?
I reckon that's the only time it's useful.
When's the only time it's useful?
Is when you're relating it to your life.
It's not even that. My point is, with those type of slurs and thing against a man's teacher, yeah, or one of man's teachers, it's made a lot of people go underground. So there's a lot of people walking around here who claim to have knowledge, who got it from the same source as I did, but because of that kind of, bad press in a sense, you get me? No one's actually saying, yeah, I'm just like Sniper. I know what Sniper is about. You get what I'm saying? There's only a few out here who actually confess. I'm saying without this individual name being mentioned every bloody 5 minutes, yeah, it's the most trending name or thing on the internet, and the founder of the conscious community, because way back in the day he was debating all of these scholars and all of their elders or their master teachers, and they were getting their ass whooping even back then. So
they were getting FTK, yeah?
They were getting FT motherfucking K'd properly. You get me? Proper thing. With a little charisma and style and all sorts. So, I mean, that's what people are battling against when they're battling against me. You get me? Someone who's just been released from the Matrix. Morpheus out here, bro. Straight Morpheus. I ain't the one, but boy, I'm gonna find the one. I'm gonna release the one.
Yeah, but they say that Morpheus was the one.
Oh, was it Morpheus though?
When they're saying metaphysically, when they break it down, he was actually the one, and
I thought it was Agent Smith.
No, Morpheus was the one, and
because Agent Smith is the guy who basically broke away from the Matrix. He freed himself from the
He's
Matrix.
not a guy, is he? That's the problem. He's a program.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a very AI.
I know he's a program, but technically, didn't he break away from the program?
No, you can never break away from the program. You can assimilate other programs and become like a bacteria. And that's what he became, innit? Because he was just assimilating other Mr. Doctors.
Yeah, that's all he was doing, is he was making more of himself. That's how he...
But not from nothing. He was just making it from the other ones that were already existing.
Yeah.
So he was a virus in a program.
Overriding their program.
Yeah. Because in the other world, they are like, we call them sentinels. You get me?
Okay.
Yeah, so like, yeah.
In reality.
In reality.
They're a machine.
Yeah. Or the supposed consciousness of the machine. But they're just like drones and little things running around. You get what I'm saying? And imagine one of them one day thinks he's got supreme power. You get me? He's only got supreme power over the program that he's in. You know what I'm saying? He's still restricted by the boundaries of it. Get me? Of the Matrix. And the person who made it. Now, the real thing in the Matrix is the anomaly. It's not anomaly because obviously it's a warrior spirit in it. It's the spirit of what's his name? John Connor. It's a descendant of John Connor, so it's got that rebellious. That's what the computer had worked out. That descendant of John Connor would end up being the one. The Neo. You know what I'm saying? And that's how it works. Remember, the two stories are one story.
Oh, right.
So was the future, was the past. Yeah.
And did you watch Phil Valentine's breakdown of that then?
No, I watched Auntie's breakdown of it. It would make more sense. But she wrote it.
All right.
The woman who wrote it.
Okay. All right.
Who wrote the Terminator?
Well, I know we were talking about fucking pedos earlier in the day, yeah? And then someone finding out straight when we're talking about that, someone was like, have you seen the fucking interview on BBC One of Prince Andrew? No. That guy looks nuts. He looks nuts, bro. If anyone don't agree that he's a pedo or he's crazy, bro, there's something wrong with him. Bro, for 45 minutes, the guy looked booky, bro. Booky ain't the word, like, bare shutting his eyes, talking, itching himself, not answering questions. Bro, there's a picture of you and the girl that's accusing you of having sex with her under the age limit, and you're still denying it. Like,
oh shit. Who's that? Look, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, what is this story that I haven't yet heard about? Because we're hearing about him, it's Andrew, Prince Andrew. What's this guy done? What's he been accused of doing? I haven't heard.
He was going to get exposed by that Epstein youth.
Oh, clap back. He was clapping back.
100%. 100% Roz. But Roz, some people said it wasn't suicide. I mean, some people say it's suicide. It didn't get taken up.
When you meet up at banquets, maybe everybody knows about it. That's what you get, bruv. You want to sit in banquets with all these major rich billionaires all drunk off high off your fucking head. Someone's what you reckon, like, you know what I mean? Someone's going to slip up, bro. All the man needs to get is cancer, and that's it. He's a loose cannon then.
Bro, they done him even more dirty, bro. They put him in prison and duppied him.
Yeah. They're saying that there's choke marks on him or something, isn't there?
So anyone, yeah, exactly. Imagine this, Kingo. So anyone that wants to fucking sell your soul, just know where you're gonna end up. You know the ones there. Yeah, I'm loving it right now. I'm helping out these celebrities. I'm helping out these big men do their dirty work, and you think you're gonna get away with it, bro? You're the first person they're gonna fucking throw underneath the bus.
Ain't it though? Big up K for your contribution. Get me? 10 Australian dollars stretch far out here, bro. That conversion is decent still. You get me? It's not bad. Get a little blue note out of it, but respect, man. Come on.
It's like, what do I do when I get that tired, bro? You know, like when you get that tired and it's that late, and you're just like, you put it somewhere, bro. Fucking idiot. Yeah.
Don't bring yourself down, King.
Everything you touch is gold.
That's it.
Oh shit! Oh, there it is. There you go.
See? Don't stress.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, go.
Yeah, obviously that wasn't a tear down. It wasn't a tear down of my man's Hebrew Israelite belief system at all. I was just merely asking questions, man, because that's the stage I'm at really with that. When honestly though, when I heard black women evil or anything to do with Africa or Africans and dirty stuff in Africa, that's when I just looked off, bro. So he was anti-Dawa. That brother there, whoever that was, I saw him. He was anti-Dawa for that.
Yeah, sure.
Whatever his name was, the ISUPK don up in America talking about Hebrew Israelite. As soon as I heard all that energy coming from that, I never ever watched the thing again.
That's
you know what I mean? Because if that's the energy I'm feeling off it, and I've only been watching it for less than 2 weeks, there's no point in me carrying on. because that's an initial. You need to go off your initial thoughts, blood. So that other person's going to be going through the same motions that you've gone through, and he's going to clock the same thing you've clocked. And not everybody's as smart as you, so they're going to interpret it in a way where you're going to enter into something where people are laymen, even though they think they're knowledgeable, but just because they've interpreted in a wrong way. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I never want to be part of that group, because anything to do with demonizing black people, directly, indirectly, I'm sorry, I can't associate myself with that. So that's why it was such a battle for me to hear people go into slavery inside the Bible. That's why it's been hard for black people to really take in on these things. I mean, I can't believe that we're being tested from God because we need to come back to God and this is his test on us. I don't believe that, bro. That's accepting some other dude telling me I'm going into slavery. Allow it, fam. Like, I'm not gonna warm to that particular ideology. That's for certain. You know what I mean? So when I've got people like saying, "Oh, you people, you conscious people, you disrespected," it's just like, look, I've been smart enough to step back and try and not be a sheep and try and look at the bigger picture. But yeah, you know, or I could say that I haven't looked in enough to be able to distinctively say that that's fact. I'm going to stick by that. But let's not fool ourselves, bro. All these things are based on belief. So it's just how easily indoctrinated you are into belief. And I need to see shit. I'm one of these people that need to see shit, bro. I'm sorry. I mean, but yeah, man. Good luck, man. Big up with his Hebrew Israelite, bro. I hope he has a good life and he stays to his word and he stays righteous.
Come on. Yeah,
That's
man.
it.
Big up the
That's
show,
what it's
man.
about, man. It's not about. This is another thing that I've been realizing more and more. It doesn't matter if you call it Christianity. It doesn't matter if you call it Islam, and it doesn't matter if you call it Judaism. Do you know what I mean? Even Buddhism. Do you know what I mean? It's all about righteousness and consciousness and being aware and being a good person. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can sit there and argue the details. That's cool. That's not a problem. You know what I mean? Be like, you do that, and then you think that, and you think like that. But the main thing is that we just do what the commandments say. And
Well, I think most the thing was it was about Columbus, for one, being a Jew. We know what type of Jews we're talking about. It ain't got nothing to do with no Israelite thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just plain and simple. We know these Khazars, where they came from, what their influence is in different civilizations. You get me? So it's not hard. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh shit. Oh, my chest. You what? It's hard to be put. What is this going on? Yeah, man. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I understand. I mean, from what he's seen, or what King Gold has seen on the screen. Get me? I wouldn't be favorable, but I don't think most of these people nowadays share that they're trying to free themselves from some of them ideologies. You get me? Especially the part about not being African. That was definitely going to be a sticking point. And once you get over that, you get me? Everything is good. You know what I mean? So even if man are saying that, even culturally, man are saying they're African anyway. So whichever way you look at it, whether you're Israelite or you think you're Israelite, you get me, you're still essentially African. You get me, or from some part of Africa. So that's the bottom line. You get me? I
Yeah,
don't
but
blame man. I don't blame man for trying to identify. But if man was trying to identify with only the Middle East and thinking that wasn't Africa too, then that's a logical fallacy as well. You know what I'm saying? Only at later times did it become populated by the people that we see now. You get me? Claiming to be Africans, or claiming to be Arabs, or claiming to be Israelites, or claiming to be Jews, or claiming to be whatever, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wasn't there originally, so don't try it. And man are blatantly saying that they took on these ideologies and that. You get me?
yeah,
You know what I mean? But we're going back before then. We're like, yeah, when you was Khazars running around Europe on horseback, yeah, we knew who you were. Get me? Tried it for a little bit and got your ass whooped and thought of a different tactic. Let's just outbreed and outpopulate everybody else. Get me? All the way through. Second side, they got their home. That's why I said their home is Russia.
yeah.
They are Russians. You know what I mean? Like they act
But
like they ain't got no home.
when you look at their homeland, when you look at the homeland of the Khazarian Jew, you can see that there's a lot of people that have come from Asia to settle there. That's why you can see they've got that off look, right?
Right.
So originally, they were the kind of the beta males of Germany, not the beta males, but just the smaller version of the Europe.
Well, they weren't Europeans like that, were they? Obviously.
Well, I believe they were originally actually like what you would see as a normal Russian, but because the influx of Asians into that particular part of Russia, I think the mixing has rendered them, a lot of them, with that kind of weird sort of shape, sort of, the Asian nose, that Indian, sort of the Ralph, the pigeon nose, that sort of.
Not even that. Man can't form them things up in them regions. They could be formed where they're formed in it. But my point is that they were put up in those Caucasus Mountains. You get me? They were locked away, and that is a natural barrier from where we're calling Northeast Africa and Europe. You know what I'm saying? So
So you're
after,
saying they're thrown out of Africa? Are you saying that Jews were thrown out of Africa and put into Russia, into the
no,
Caucasus?
I'm saying what we're saying is Canaanites were taken out and thrown and put into the Caucasus Mountains. The worst ones of them, especially. You know what I'm saying? Were taken and put into that mountain there, or in that mountain region, where they lived for a little while, and then when they came back down, they came out as Khazars and all of this type of stuff, and then they moved on and became other civilizations and blended in with other civilizations and took over there as well. So, you know what I mean? You can see a distinct pattern of behavior. You know what I mean? And then in the meantime, masking it by taking on ideologies that weren't their own. And even rewriting, making up, bringing up old languages like Hebrew, you know what I'm saying, in their own form. That's why it is Germanic and Yiddish, you know what I'm saying, in the 1300s or 1400s. And then they start writing books, their own Torahs, their own thing. But that's only a ruse, a cover up. You get me? Even this little square box on their forehead has a little parchment of the script in there. So, you know what I mean? That's just a cover up, bro. That's not what they're doing in the synagogue. You get me? Because how are you going to have a book that says is against them? You know what I mean? It's warning against them. It's like, beware the synagogue of Satan. You know what I'm saying? And the Pentateuch and all of this type of stuff. You know what I mean? These are all of their actions. These are people who are there at the time as well as the governing body according to the Romans. Romans put these Jebusites or Canaanites in place. You get me? In Judea and all of these other regions that they control. You know what I mean? So that's what became a problem for Christ, where Christ is.
You know what made not much sense to me, Marco, which you can answer.
What?
What didn't make much sense to me was if the Bible was written so-called by a white man or someone out of, was it Mesopotamia, so Iraqi Jew or something?
Mhm.
Now, why would he say that the synagogue of Satan is not the real Jews? So that must be a black man that was talking to all his people to warn them about these white Khazarian Jews.
Yep.
Now, so does that mean it was a black man who actually read that Bible? Was it a Jewish man who read that Bible, or was it actually a Middle Eastern that was neutral that understood that the Europeans were the devil, or they had that as an ideology, and the black people were kind of, the real Jews? So whose perspective was that from, about black people were going to go into servitude, and and the synagogue of Satan won't be the real Jews? That couldn't have been a Jewish person out and out his whole fucking Jewish empire.
No, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been a Jewish.
Exactly.
It could have been a real tribe of Judah, which would have made him an Israelite. So, you know what I mean? As we're making the clear distinction, there's no Israelites that are Jews. Like there's
So
what's
basically, let me
that
stop you there, bro, because this is where I build, and I just know what the conscious community where we're kind of at. I know where we're fucking at, being a layman. So that's a majority of us are going to be laymen. Now with that, we do know that obviously, if the man's saying these people were the synagogue of Satan, it couldn't have been written by a Jew being part of the order. Clearly not. So it was an Israelite, which makes sense. Brothers, these people are going to be synagogue of Satan, so don't follow them. So was that a Jewish black person that was talking about culture appropriation, and these people that would try and, you know what I mean? That were converts trying to act like us, but if they manage to take up and try and pull the wool over your eyes and try and take everything that we've got, then just know that they're the synagogue of Satan. So they must have been aware of the fact that their culture was in the balance. Do you know what I'm saying?
obviously it's against the authority of the time, isn't it? So you got what I'm saying. Anyone, obviously a black person who's going to rebel against the system. To get me, the system is Rome. The counter system, or the governing body over them, are these fake Jews, or Jewish, should I say, these Jewish Ashkenazims, or should I say Canaanites or Jebusites. Do you get what I'm saying? Because this shows the bloodline anyway. But it all goes back to Canaan. Someone just came in earlier, Yeshua, talking about Cain, and his seed's going to be thing in this new book that he got, whatever. But anyway, one day he's going to come to the understanding that Canaanites are Europeans. You get me? Coming from Canaan. So, and their tribes denote their position. You got Highlanders, Lowlanders, open plainers, Jebusites, Girgasites, Amorites. You get me? Like all of these different names for these Canaanites, but they're all European.
Yeah. So they're more like Hyksos. Yeah, they're Hyksos.
Yeah, the Hyksos is definitely them as well. Do you get what I'm saying? Like they're Canaanites, and this is why they had permission to come into the land and rule for 200 years. It's just that their behavior is very wild and erratic, and they think of plans and schemes to beyond the concept of melanated cousins. You know what I'm
It could
saying?
be very deceiving, because at that age, the technology and the civil culture technology and the powers that be were actually the Mediterraneans, and the white man that you see now today as a Polish was a savage, the guy that didn't have irrigation, the guy that, you know what I'm saying, didn't really know much about healthcare. But the guys in Greece and in Rome were the main players. Yeah, they were like the IMF. They were like the modern day America. And these guys up north, the Germanic people, they weren't so smart, like technologically advanced at that stage, I can imagine. So
I don't know what we talk about technologically advanced when the earliest people to leave out and move out are the Vikings, isn't it? So You know, these Scandinavians seem to be very, very, very inept at moving around the planet and taking over and doing certain stuff. That's why they reached India 5,000 or 4,000 years ago. You get what I'm saying? So it's like raw. You know, like people leave things out. So I'm just saying that the movement of these, as you say, Germanic or these Khazars and all of these type of Canaanites. You get me? Because if you say Canaanites, you understand the more different varieties. You're gonna have some who are blonde hair, blue eyes. You're gonna have some there who are brown haired. All of these different type of variants. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
some of the mothers of them were already kind of European, that look already, and some were Nubian looking. So you're gonna get variants, but a kind of balance enough to live. Otherwise, they're gonna all be albino like the like Canaan. You get me? And that's not really a good look. But yeah, because obviously his partners were melanated, it's gonna bring a balance. So this is what we got when we got what we're calling the modern day European, a balance of albinoism and melanation. Do you get what I'm saying? So you can see that, right? You can see the elements of it, right, straight from the Mediterranean. And you can say, okay, he's olive skinned, he's got dark eyes, got dark hair. Da, da, da. This is only mixing. You know what I'm saying? You have to mix. They have to mix back with us. Otherwise, it's genetic annihilation and extinction. So this is the ultimate truth. Don't worry, K man. I see you. I see you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
There's a major divide between albinoids mixing with mixed race people, and then you've got the whole other thing
mm,
where you've got the albinos and you've got the Indians, the Dravidians. So you got the Dravidians, you got the albinos, you've got the
mm,
Africans, and you've got the Mongoloids, which are just Asians that have interbred and they're now degenerating.
mm.
So so at so at that stage, you understand that it's just been a mad war with these albinos. Yeah, the albino, and especially from the Dravidian side, from the Indian albino, that
Mm.
albino strain is very warlike,
Yeah, I mean,
very
just,
war fucking. They're like they're troglodytes, isn't it? They're called basically troglodytes.
well, no, troglodytes are things like frogs and stuff. You know,
No, okay.
like a frog man. You know what I'm saying? Like you, you
I
would.
thought it was
They're
paper.
very short. They're very short, and they've got webbed hands and fingers and feet. Mm.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I just thought they were another word for a cave dweller. To be honest.
I think a troglodyte more resides in water.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So yeah.
So, um, but when you do look at if you do look at it, different places like the Aboriginals, you can see if you've got a trained eye, you'll see what type of people have mixed with what to create that particular person. So
Well,
to me,
so
yeah.
when you look at Aboriginal, what type of people do you think mixed with
When I look at
Aboriginal?
Aboriginal, let me be honest with you,
Mm.
I see majority African. So I'd say over 50%, maybe 60, 70. But the rest, I would say that they were most likely an amalgamation of Africans that have left still, because obviously they still retain that melanin, and they've bred with other different type of people.
Have you heard about the Tasmanians?
No, but are they known as a race or is that a mixture? Because don't forget, a mixture is not a race. I don't think it is. It's
They,
just
they,
they might try and call themselves a race, but they're not a mixture.
they're a race of
The
people,
yeah,
a tribe of people, tribe.
right, yeah.
Let's not say race. Let's say tribe. A tribe of people who were wiped out. You get me? But the funny thing about that is, if you look at them and you can see where the sub or aboriginals came from. They were the ones who were mixed in or raped or abused by the Europeans. So what we're seeing now is an adverse mix. Why we're seeing them dark skin, blonde hair, broad noses, all of that, like very chubby, very thing. Like that's a mix because the original Australian would have looked like a Tasmanian. Now you have to look up what a Tasmanian looks like, and then you'll see the difference. Like, oh, okay, you know what I'm saying? That can be found in Africa. But even though we also have the people who have that look within the African diaspora all over. So first mixes your cube shit, but yeah, that's another story. You get me?
You see now that head, yeah, the way they look, it just seems to me like it does definitely look sort of mongoloid almost, like a mongoloid mix. You reckon they kind of look like they got a mongoloid mix in them?
Well, I would say primordial. Be the like like the old version. The old, like it's more like I don't know, like you can see like a little bit of monkey in there. Like, is that monkey? No, it's not monkey.
Monkey in these people, bro.
Yeah, like, it's not monkey. It's just old school version. You get me? Primordial. That's what they call it, primordial.
You reckon they're very closely linked to the Twa because they look like they are?
Yeah, obviously.
That's what
I'm trying to say. So yeah, some of the Twa, they were known as the ugly people or the thing people or the because they're little people. And they traveled around the planet first. All the stories of Grimaldis and all of that is about those little people. You know what I'm saying? In the various hues around the planet. So yeah, it's one of those ones. We think, okay?
Yeah, big up everybody.
Big up,
It's good. Can go, Mills.
Yeah, man.
Not much, man. I just popped in, just finished work, so I'm just listening in and
chilling.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some interesting pictures there, though, man. I mean, like, I always ask myself the question. That's what threw me off. I was like, why do these black people look like this then? And it's because there's so many different types of black people on this bloody planet. And there's actually really in fully, there's only like 4 different types phenotypically, from what I can see. And there's probably less than that. It's probably like 2 or 3, but yeah, a lot of the Twa, you can see a lot of the Twa in a lot of these Aborigine people, the South Americans, you can see from their height as well, very small people. But yeah, the English definitely don't like the Twa. That's one thing I've learned from everything I've learned. They from what I can see, have wiped them out everywhere they've gone.
Oh, okay.
Yep. They obviously not wipe them out completely, but they definitely took Cameroon. A lot of these places they took in Africa were from actually Twa people. Congo, a lot of Twa people there. And all these like South America, New Zealand, Australia, and I think Tasmania. I think that's not far from. Even South Africa, you can see that kind of face in them people there. And they're quite small. So just South Africa's are big, but you see a lot of small ones as well. There. They definitely protected the forests. They lived a lot of them in the trees, but when it comes to resources and prime land, that went to them taller ones, brother. Them Bantus. Them Bantus.
Taller ones?
Yeah, the nylon.
Them Watutsis.
Yeah, Tutsis. Sorry, excuse me. The Tutsis, if you really want to get specific.
No. Not just Tutsis. Watutsis.
Watutsis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a phenotype of the Bantus.
That's a phenotype of the Kushites, or anyone who's Nilotic or one of these titles they want to put.
Oh, Nilotic.
Just pull them up, yeah, and you'll see the difference. Yeah.
They're very tall, very tall. But have they got very broad noses though? Are they the ones with the thin noses?
Thin
Or
noses.
very. Oh yeah, it's more thin nose type. I thought so.
Aquiline features there.
I was looking at some old pictures of a European guy the other night, and he was an engineer, physics. This is going back probably 1817, and I think the guy was a Scottish engineer or something or whatever. And he was really, those really old photos when a lot of those Europeans had those big beards and, flash suits and those, smoke shape, that kind of stuff. And he was sitting on a chair and he had his wife next to him. And it was really old, like a black and white. And I was looking at it just to look at heritage, and I noticed something on his hands. So I went down to the hands, and he had two hands like this. He had say his left hand on his left knee and his right hand on his right knee. But these two fingers, I don't know if you can see my hand. So on his right hand, he had two fingers up against his knee like that, and he had the other three fingers on it. I don't know why I noticed this. So I looked at the left hand and I counted 5 fingers. This is a really old photo. And I looked at the right hand. The guy had 6 fingers, man. He had 6 fingers. I said, this can't be right. And I zoomed in, like it was very rough. And then I counted because he had 2 fingers crunched up on his knee. Okay, that's the little finger, that's the middle finger. And then I went to the middle finger, the longest finger, and I said, where's the thumb? The guy had another finger, but the thumb, I said, where's the thumb? I said, this guy's got 6 fingers on one hand and 5 fingers on the other hand. And it sort of got me thinking, I was like, this can't be right. Double checked, zoomed in, triple checked it. I said, man, this guy has 6 fingers on one hand and 5 fingers on the other hand. That got me thinking about some sort of like, genetic and sort of like what it talked about with mixing and stuff. I don't know if it plays into anything, but I know. But hang on. But I know when you go back in the Bible, it talks about that when there were giants, there were also people that had 6 fingers. You heard about that, Matthew? Or was that going a bit?
No, the giants were people who would be identified with 6 fingers and 6 toes and horns and stuff coming from the head. And we found these things, so, and there's people out here with 6 toes and 6 fingers and all of that. Some have them cut off when they're young. You know what I mean? I've got a friend who's got that. He's big guys as well. You know what I mean? But his one's cut off, but I can feel it when I shake his hand or something. So I just give him his fist. Yeah, it's a really weird feeling. You can feel a bone on a man's thing when you're shaking his hand. It's like, oh, you get me? But yeah. I had posters of it. There's one with one European guy, and he's just got like 6 fingers and all of that on both hands and that. So these still
I've seen a brother
exist.
with 2 fingers.
Huh?
Shit, like
I've seen a brother with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Literally, it's his thumb and I think it's his middle finger. So it just looks like this.
There's a whole tribe with people like that. Their feet shaped like claws, and their fingers. It's mad. It's mad. Allow it.
That's crazy. That's not natural.
But yeah.
Or throwback.
What's that?
That could be throwback or gene mutation. Only the scientists will know that.
Well, it would be as I tried to maintain. A lot of things are compatible with each other. It's just that they've ceased from us see those experiments. You know what I'm saying? So if those experiments can go on now, maybe in ancient times those experiments was also going in, where things were coming in and breeding with people, teaching them certain knowledge, and making them even look a certain way. Because if you look at the Dogons, the top chiefs, they got some real bubbles and whales in their face. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, what? Who looks like that? Like, why is your skin like that? Well, they say that they mixed in with the Nomos. So, like, are we going to doubt them? But we know that now because of it, they look a little bit different. Get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of that going on. So yeah. I don't want to go too deep and give people a headache.
Another thing I was thinking about was the Adam and Eve story, the Genesis story again, where knowledge, you know, when it said that when they took that fruit, their eyes were open. It made me think. Now they knew they were naked, but that couldn't have been the only thing that they received. Like I started thinking about how did they know about fire technology? Obviously, we can go into the angel thing, but it couldn't have just been that they knew they were naked. If there was a tree of knowledge of good and evil, they must have received a whole plethora of knowledge, not just the fact that they were naked. It's just a theory. You know what I mean? They went outside the garden, they knew they were naked, but what else did they know? If they were open to knowledge, they must have got a whole opening of knowledge rather than just the fact that, hey, we're naked. I just thought, I don't know.
I would say, look, you've got to understand that in the Bible, some of the words used are analogies or allegories or all of this stuff. Right?
Yeah, it's true.
So when they say the fruit, as I said, the fruit was a form of intoxication. You know what I'm saying? Whether you say pomegranate or you say opium, yeah, and what they learned was Kama Sutra. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the ability to have sex faith in each other was something that had to be taught, not something that was natural in nature at the time, I think. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying like they learned Kama Sutra. Someone taught them Kama Sutra. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that information and that type of thing was actually in existence at that time.
I want to know though, Meku, all in all, like whatever way the story is, no one really knows whatever way, everyone has a different interpretation of Genesis and how it played out. But all in all, was it a good thing or bad thing? Because I'm starting to think if knowledge is so great, knowledge is so a gift, or it's something that we made a mistake on and revealing a kind of nature, how is it helped realistically in the day range? You know, like we talk about all these things about the world advancing into this, and that. But we could say it's due to knowledge. How was it really?
Look. People existed at that time. That was like what we say, a intergalactical social experiment. Yeah, with the beings that are on this planet. That's all. Do you know what I'm saying? Anything more than that, you're starting to go into realms of pseudoisms and fantasy. But if you look at it as a form of an experiment, the garden was created as an environment to put two people who are going to be ignorant and free of the knowledges and the wisdoms of the world. So it's like you're starting again from scratch, but the models you're using definitely can absorb information very, very, very quickly because it was out there and it's probably in their DNA. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I'm saying like these people, these individuals have parents. So, everything is transferred in their DNA. So unless you restrict them from certain knowledge of certain things, yeah, that sounds like a social experiment to me. You know what I mean? Oh, name that animal, name that, do this, that, blah, blah, blah. Don't eat from that tree, eat from that tree, eat from the rest. You get me? But you've got trees in the garden that are can give you eternal life. You get me? Why specify don't eat from the tree of good and evil? You get what I'm saying? Why would you specify that one and then it says not less them eat from the tree of eternal life and you get me, live forever. I assume that they did for the creator to put a curse on them to say like, yeah, you're not going to live more than 120 years and all of that. You get me? You're going to get pain in child labor and all of this. These are things that had to be put on because they were probably going to live forever with the knowledge of good and evil. And they would have been just like the people who put them in the experiment in the first place. That's
so like as a human being, or a lot of people would say, well, what do we do? Do we roll with it? Because, I'm just trying to understand, like, where do we human beings from that perspective, from what you just said, just from your point of view, like a lot of people in Christianity and they're into their own faith and this and that, but from your perspective, where does a human being at this point in time on this planet go from here, kind of thing? In regards to all that.
What you say?
I was saying, like, from all that, like just being said, and a lot of people have different faiths, like Islam, Christianity, and all this. I was just going to say, despite all of that, from your point of view, where does a human being or whatever go from here? What?
Your volume's gone funny, man. I don't know
Like,
what happened. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So as the human race.
No, it's gone low again.
What about now?
No, low.
It's getting worse.
Yeah, there's nothing much I can do, man.
It sounds better now.
Must be low. I must be high. Can you hear me now?
No.
Oh. I don't know what I can do, man. I don't.
That's fine.
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So what I was going to say. So in regards to what, like how you just explained it, and in regards to religion, we you can race go from here in regards to what we just said, like say, like how does one, yeah, like you know what I mean? Like we go from here as human beings on planet Earth, kind of thing.
Well, that story was not necessarily about human beings. You know what I'm saying? There were just beings on this earth. You know what I'm saying? So there's always been beings on this earth in many, many capacities. And that was like a cycle of a cycle of a cycle of a cycle of a process done by a particular set of beings, but not disregarding that other sets of beings are coming here and doing the same type of experiment themselves, creating monkey mans and dinosaur looking man and all of these type of man. Everything is trying to get to the form of how our ancestors created us. Do you get what I'm saying? And there must be a fault in the design for us to be pushing out albinos and all of these type of things. You get what I'm saying?
I want to show you something. I want to show
Mm.
you something on this coin that I found not long ago. It's actually a British coin. It was minted in 19, I think maybe 6, but it's interesting. And not a lot of them have this mark on the outside, but I'll get it for you and I'll show you what's written on it. So you all know this one, eh?
Okay. $1.
I just gotta check it in there, but that's not what I want to show you, man. I just want to show you this coin, eh? There you go. You see this coin?
Oh,
It's yours.
yeah.
It's the pound.
Mm-hmm.
So have you seen what's written on the side of it? Can you see that?
No.
It
I know it's
says
just
what it
something.
says, standing on the back of giants.
Mm-mm.
Standing on the shoulders of giants.
Mm-mm.
Something.
Is that a British coin?
Yeah,
£2. British £2 coin.
yeah.
Wow. Standing on the shoulders of giants, yeah.
Mm.
Well, this was a land of giants still, so we can't deny that. You know what I mean? The Angles was a land of giants, mate. There was giants here back in the day, supposed according to their history. You know what I mean?
And there's a American 10. Basically, it's the American $10 note.
Mm.
So, yeah. I got a few other coins here. I got quite a bit, actually. I could
Try
be
and
here
get
for hours.
try and get
Sorry?
a $2. Try and get a $2.
Yeah, I've got quite a few. I've got
You
quite
ain't
a
got
few.
no. Have you got $2? $2 out of commission, so to get that is quite rare still.
Yeah, I've got thousands, man. I've got to go through it. I'm looking for the 1943 American penny, and I'm looking for the one that the AM, if the A is closer to the M, there was only a certain amount. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I've got this. I've got to go through a lot of them.
No, I want the $2. So that had the first president on there. The first
Okay,
American.
so what year was that minted in? Do you know, or how many did they produce of that one? Because I might have it.
The $2.
Oh, $2. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that pound? £2?
No, $2 American dollar.
Oh, $2 American dollars.
Yeah, they don't do them anymore. But you might have one.
I could be here for fucking hours.
No, it's not a coin.
Oh, it's not a coin.
No,
it's a note. Jeez.
$2.
You're not ready for that. You're not ready for the $2 note.
Mm.
I'm telling you, bro. That was like, I couldn't believe it. I could not.
First president, mate. First black president, mate.
That's what I'm saying.
But I thought their coin was interesting, man. It's not an old coin, if you think that.
Mm. They write all sorts on those coins. I heard one of them is worth a lot of money though. One of them $2 ones, £2 ones. Come on, indigenous indigo. That's what I'm talking about, man.
I'm gonna be here for hours.
Yeah, if you get a $2 boy, if you got $2 there, just bring it out, show it to us on one show.
I got a few notes here. These are a few foreign notes.
Yeah.
You can see all this.
But you ain't got no $2, man. You ain't got no $2.
A lot of currency there. That's all foreign.
You can order it. I think you can order it online or something. Someone might be selling it. My friend got
really going through the coins at the moment. Deficiencies in coins and stuff are worth a lot of money, apparently. Depending on when they were minted, when they come out, originality.
Yeah.
Even if you had a coin that was 2006, if it has an inconsistency, depending on how many are minted, it can be worth a lot, like $3,000, $10,000.
Yeah. I got what have I got? I think I got. Let's see what I got. Yeah. I got I need to take this $5 to the bank, but yeah, I got AK-47, £5, $5, £5. The AK-47.
Where?
What?
You can see it on the side, isn't it?
AK-47.
Jeez.
What is it?
Had it for a while still.
AK-47.
Someone's trying to buy them, but I'll see how much am I selling. I think it's up on eBay still. Get me.
Trying to find it.
Shalom, Maki. Shalom, Mills.
Shalom. Big up, Zilly. Big up.
Come on, Zulu.
Come on. Shalom. Come on.
Shalom.
Well, you got beef with Grussler again. What you say, Zilly?
I'm good, bro.
I said you got beef with Grussler.
Yeah, man. Me and him are cool, fam. Bro. It's just banter.
Oh, okay.
He's like an uncle, you know. I can't, especially from my country, you know. I can't, you know.
Yeah. What are you doing? Playing game? I know you're playing game.
Nah, I just came back from work. I'm eating some jollof.
Jeez. Let me see.
Come on.
I'll send the picture in the group chat or something.
Is that Nigerian jollof or is that?
Of course it is. So I got it from work.
Come on. Well, they make jollof at work, yeah?
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot you're working in a Nigerian restaurant. How's that going, bro?
Fuck's sake.
It's going good, man.
Must be quite busy.
I'm telling you.
You cut out, man. Or is it just me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Zulu. Can't hear you.
Oh, it's a Zulu, yeah?
Eat that rice, man.
Come on.
Eat that rice. Jollof. Oh, he's come back.
Bro.
Yeah, I think we're
trying to get
internet went.
You're back, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yo, Mills, you know that song that you showed the other day? That song is sick, fam.
What song?
The Turkish one.
Shut up.
Bro,
you heard it, yeah?
Bro, I heard it, yeah. I got mesmerized and I downloaded it. I've been listening to it every day now. It's hard, fam.
No way.
It's hard, bro. It's so hard, man.
Bro, I couldn't believe it. Turks are moving sick.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that was mad, fam.
Holding a vibe. You know what? The beat, though. I definitely think someone should take that beat and rap over it in English. You know the ones there?
100%.
Cheese.
I think that guy is rich as well because I just looked at his views on the Twitch Spotify. Man got like 15 million, something.
Bro,
he might be like
20 million. There's 20 million Turks out there, bro.
Oh, that's true. And there might not be many like big artists. So maybe he's like the one. Yeah, that's true. He's probably
fresh.
like, yeah, he's probably like the Drake to the Turks as yeah. He probably is.
He's new, you know. He's only put out a couple tunes. I think he's got. He was from Germany, and then he went back to Turkey. And when he went back to Turkey, he blew.
Mad.
He blew, bro. But you know what I like about that guy? That guy was basically he was homeless. He was basically part of the streets.
Yeah,
so I'm happy for him, man. You know, one of them ones where you're happy for someone to get out of that fucking. Yes, bro.
100%.
And actually rap about real shit.
Exactly.
I'm telling you the real shit. No, man. But big up yourself, bro.
Yeah, I've been away for a bit still. Had to
Yeah, what's work saying, man? Talk to me.
Nah, it's good, man. It's good, man. I think I need
that money, yeah?
Definitely, man. But the food is so good, like I think I need to relax because I keep taking out a lot of food, so I need to chill.
You're not stealing it, are you?
No, they let you take it.
Oh, just shook man up the way you said it. I'm taking the food. Like. Man's like, I'm not asking.
But yeah, I learned a lot about Bantu people because there was so many similarities. Like I'll be listening to them speaking in their language, and I can kind of understand a few words in their language. So it just makes me understand. Like it puts me in perspective. Like we're all kind of like the same. Like there's a root to everybody. Like even like when I was on the till one of the days, one of the people came to me. She was Nigerian. And she was like, she started speaking to me in her language because she looked at me and thought I was a Nigerian. But I had to explain to her, no, I'm from Zimbabwe. And she's like, oh, sorry, you look like a Nigerian. I'm like, oh, okay. So it just shows that we're all the same, really, when you look at the root.
Bible start claiming that we are all different and all of this and all of that, and in reality, we're essentially all just variants of the same mixes in the diaspora. That's what we can do. I mean, within the continent. Sorry, you know what I'm saying. So when we tell you that it's Bantu, or tell you that it's Khoisan, or Thai, or Watutsi, and then you can see that we're all variant mixes, Nubians. All of these are new mixes of those old people. You get me? It makes more sense. So,
all right, big up everyone. I'm out. I'm off, man.
Big up, Kate.
Peace. Bills. Take care. Have a good show. See you soon. Tomorrow, maybe. Bye,
nice
guys.
one. Come on.
Think, bro.
Cheese. Big up, man. Like Kate.
Bro, what was he even doing here after what happened?
Yeah, he knows, man.
What was he even here from?
Yo.
What happened? What happened, man? I still don't get this.
This guy was trying to shit about Jedi, man. Like, that's who? Okay.
Okay.
Where?
Wait, South Africans look the same.
He commented on my video because he didn't want anyone to see, and he's like, "Yo, Zulu, be careful of Jedi. He's a Freemason. This, that." He just showed it on last week, and he played the video and everything. That's why when I saw Kane, I was like, "What the hell? What is Kane doing in there?" I thought he was a snake or something like that. Well, I don't know.
Jeez.
Yeah, so South Africans look like West Africans anyway, but you can't tell the difference.
No, but some of us have got Khoisan eyes because we mix with the Khoisan, innit?
Yeah, Tuesday, some of their eyes look a little bit different.
A bit slanted, like Asian.
Yeah,
because,
like almost like, you know, the proper English. You see the eyes slant down a little bit, innit?
Yeah.
English.
Yeah, the Anglo, like the English, the richer ones, there you see their eyes, they kind of slant down a little bit like Chinese.
I've never seen that.
Well, if you look at the proper English, you see their eyes slant down on the outside. They go a bit thin. That's how you can tell the English.
I wouldn't be surprised because Genghis Khan got a lot of that area, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, maybe.
Jeez.
But you know, I want to try next, Maki. I want to try suya. I want to try that so bad. It smells so good. Like when I see them cooking, it smells so good, bro.
I want to try a goosey soup.
But you know, I have to be careful with some of the food because you know I'm kosher, so you know these men could be. See, I know the secrets. These men eat snails and these men eat like rats and all this weird shit. Like, what the hell?
No, I know about snails. Snails is cool, no?
Oh, nah, snails ain't cool, fam. That's haram, bro.
That's like something.
Serious?
That's a poor man.
100%, bro. The only insects that we're supposed to be eating are like locusts, grasshoppers, things like that. But like all the snails and stuff, they leave all that slime behind. Like all that slime is dangerous for the body. It can cause so many illnesses, and I have no idea.
But ain't you meant to boil it?
Yeah, you can boil it and you can fry it. You can do all sorts of things to it, but you can't really deny that the residue that might be there and like the traces, and it's just risky, man. Yeah, it's just risky.
But I thought as soon as you boil, as soon as water gets to a certain temperature, it kills all bacteria.
Yeah. Well, would you boil pork?
I don't eat pork, man.
I'm saying like because with pork they say that you have to cook it very harshly, like it can't even be mildly raw. So boiling it, you're not supposed to boil pork either. So like with those animals that we're not supposed to eat, ironically, I find it funny how those are the animals that have to be cooked specially. I find that funny. Because when you look at the diet, it does. Because if you think about it, man, God made our bodies. He knows what should come in, what should come out. So if he tells you don't eat pork, don't eat this, don't eat that, for
there's
good
a reason.
Yeah.
Family, go and have a look what happens to you when you eat pork that's not cooked properly.
Nah, don't,
Bruv,
man.
you get all sorts of shit, bruv. You get
Don't, bro.
brain hemorrhages, bruv, from that shit.
Bro, I'm so glad I'm free from that, man.
Imagine getting a brain hemorrhage from eating food, bro.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's fact as well. Brain hemorrhage. You get like little things in your things that live in your body, you know, like in your gut, your digestion tract. Disgusting, bro.
But you know what it is as well. So I have to take my own standards. I have to be consistent. If we're gonna say no pork, no prawns or nothing, you have to look at meat in general then, because meat was only a temporal food for the flood. We're only supposed to eat meat because the flood and those no. So now we've just made that like every day.
100%. Not just every day, bro. Fucking like 3-4 times a day, bro.
I did try and hint. Yeah, it's a freestyle thing.
Cool, I was thinking.
Yeah, before I'm doing my thing, like, yo, Zulu, fall back. Yeah, cause you know I'm on track. Yeah, later we can bring the facts about eating kneecaps and all that. Hey, and raps and all that. Hey, raps and all that. Yeah, you want some egusi soup? That's right, you like, yo, ice cream second scoop, like, how you mean what? A little fruit, like, that's what, when I was a youth, like, yeah, still put man in the boot, like, this is what we do, like, a little FTK and a little playing, little swinging and swaying with my bars every day, and how you mean what? I've been spitting like an AKing in your facing. I'm not waiting, yeah, I'm just waiting for these bars I'm displacing, like, you don't even know what you're facing when I'm FTKing, you don't know what I'm saying, it don't make sense, don't make comment, how you mean what? Yeah, I just got 'em. Yeah, man, that old style is well rotten. How you mean, yeah, old school like slavery, picking cotton. Now I mean what? No, I ain't plotting. Yeah, I'm a rude boy and I'm trotting. Knowledge, told you, didn't go to college. Yeah, some of these boys is really not on it. They want more, now they don't want it. Yeah, they want music and it, hey, they want the sniper play it anyway, like, with the bars that we kick from outer space. Big up man like soil, that's how we do it, how you mean? If they fuck around with burning men oil, yeah, cause they're disagreeable, styles are pliable, how you mean what I just, well, hey, cause you know what I say, I'll be spitting this FTK bars every day. Don't worry about Beefy, he'll calm down. Now I mean he's got his own style and own charm now. The original language, hey, put it in a sandwich. Now I mean it's gonna leave some man in anguish. That's right, but I'm not famished, cause I get knowledge every day. It's not anguish, it's just pure knowledge, and I didn't go to college. I tell you what, might catch me meditating in the forest. You're not on it, how you mean I smoke the chronic? My bars are crazy and supersonic. Yeah, some say fall back, they don't want it. This FDK, yeah, I'm just on it. Just trying to bring knowledge to the people. Yeah, used to call me Bugs and Seagull, cause my style's well regal and my bars is well lethal. And that's right, I don't really ramp with certain people. I'm a, hey, cheese and beans. Yeah, I mean,
that was fire. That was very fire. Fire on.
A little bit. Yeah, man. So yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to come on last Friday, but it was Sabbath. I wanted to spit some bars. You gotta reschedule that thing, bro. Make it earlier before sunset, fam. Because I can jump in.
Yeah, I get
Start it earlier, innit?
Yeah. We got a long way, yeah. But if you listen to it back, man, it was good still. There was lots of some real bars came on, some singers and all sorts. It was nice. Raspek came on as well.
Oh, that, yeah.
People.
That was hard, man. And then there was like girl that was singing as well. I remember I saw that. Yeah.
Chevelle. Sister Chevelle.
Wait, when was that day, bruv? That was banging, bruv. What was that like on the weekend?
That was last Friday.
Yeah, that was sick, bruv. You just definitely come
I
back for
literally
that.
I tuned it all the way through because it was so good. But like, how did you like learn how to freestyle, man? Because I think like YouTube, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
How did you learn to freestyle? Because I think you're the best on YouTube.
Listen, these Nigerians are coming with some fire, blood. They can think so quickly. Listen to what's his name? Skepta freestyling, bro. Back in the day, he's a beast.
And a lot of them.
Like, what would you recommend to like someone to learn how to do? Because I'm trying to recommend that.
What do you want to write music, or do you want to just freestyle?
Just freestyling, because like, you know, with me, I can think of the words in my head, but then to say them and to make like connections to certain words and instantly, like I have to sit down and think it through.
Yeah.
But how do you do that instantly? Like
repetition, brother. You can't do it instantly. It's hard, bro.
Good point. Yeah.
Because I know someone said there's other tricks that you can do. You can read dictionaries, like learn better words, memorize different phrases.
You could do that. Some people do that, but obviously, it's how large your vocabulary is anyway. You know what I'm saying? If you study English and all of them type of things, they could have a quite decent vocabulary. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say that we should do it better than some other nations, especially when you're using the English language. We should have a better grasp and understanding, and you know what I mean? Better with words than other people, just like we do with comedy. You know what I mean? We have jokes.
That's
like,
true.
like the joke is like, what? Oh, you didn't get it? No, that's funny as hell.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like when you're rapping as well, like it's actually kind of dope because you don't only make it rhyme, make words rhyme that I could never even think of, like orange or something. Like I'm just saying, like, what? How did you make that rhyme? But then not only will you connect that with the previous verse or a future verse, or you'd make like a phrase or a joke, or like you make all these things instantly. So I'm thinking, there's no way he does this off the top of his head. He must have wrote this, but then you don't write it. So I'm like, how are you doing this? Like,
yeah, man. I don't know. As I said, it's just something you always practice. You like music, so you learn the words of the tracks that you like. You know the ones, and I'm sure you do it now. People do it. They'll just know all the words of the certain tracks. And when I was growing up, the rappers was just about the lyrics in it. Someone was saying it fast, and you get me. You was just like, yeah, you was doing it as well. So like, to kind of your own style wasn't really going to be that hard. You know what I'm saying? It was just like catching the beat, making it more English. You know, that was the hardest bit. Yeah, because a long time,
definitely.
An American thing, like, yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, blood, and it just went, it just didn't curl. We start to find a little niche of our own. But we have great slang words that would sound wicked in a rap. You got what I'm saying? Like, it make more sense, and, you know. And then funny thing is, it's like across the border, there's using the same words, but maybe earlier now. So like, man will be like,
that's
man
true.
Up over here, and they were like, man up in the song. I was like, okay, so they know about man up as well. That makes sense.
Yeah, I get that, because like even like with the rapping as well, there's fillers that you can add in to buy time to think of the next line. Like you said, like what you mean, what you mean. Like you add like little fillers in, so we're like, okay, shit, what's next? Like I like that as well, because that's smart. Because those fillers actually added the hype. You know what I'm saying? Like,
come on. Yeah, you know, you gotta take breathers. Just like it's football match.
Like, what do you mean? Like I've seen bare people take that now. Like even like when Zebeda was rapping, she was saying, "What you mean?" Like I've seen bare people take up your style now, like on YouTube, literally. I'm like, whoa, like Mac is a trendsetter.
Come on. Okay. Try a little thing, but yeah, as I said, the real wizard on this thing is my brother, my little brother. He's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, he bars from morning till night. Like, I'm like, wow, how does a man do it? Like, and we lived together for a few years. You get me? I was like, I just want to see that. This man barsing in the shower, barsing on the phone, barsing on the bloody email, or you know, the old school. FaceTime
Yeah.
shit. You know what I mean? Like, raw. Man,
Yeah.
everywhere. Mom will go and do shows, and go places, and perform, and be an MC, and like, yeah, it was hard still. He's still about. He went more into the music, as in once you start making music, the other side of it kind of goes away. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
When he has to pull it
Yeah.
out, he'll pull it out. Like when he came down for the cadet thing, he did a little video of Mr. Rax, didn't
Yeah, yeah. Because I noticed that because a lot of rappers try and do freestyle. Like I've seen a lot of Sway's videos. Like I literally used to sit there and watch all of his videos. And bare of like the top artists, like ASAP Rocky, Kanye West, all these man. Like their songs are good. Don't get me wrong. When it came to the freestyling, I was like, this is shit. Like,
I know.
I'm not even. Huh?
One of my friends,
Am I lying? Do you disagree or?
No, I agree. Like some of my
do, you know?
KRS-One, the man could not freestyle for Jack. Get me? Man's cold. It's like the teacher. You're like, yeah, when the tracks come out, it's cold. You get me? But the actual bars in on the mic, man looks scared, like he's about to get hit by a car, like he's a deer or something. You know?
Yeah, but same for Jay-Z though, man. Jay-Z can't freestyle, but he's
bro. King, none of these guys can
freestyle.
freestyle, bro.
Bro, Drake is another one. Drake had his phone. I remember, and he was doing his own thing.
He was looking at his phone. I was like, what?
Blah. And he was like, yeah. Like, no.
But you know what's funny though, Maki? You have people like Shia LaBeouf, who does not a rapper, doesn't do any music. He goes in there and he kills it. And then you got people like Drake looking at his phone. It's like, what? Like, what am I seeing?
It's like
it makes no sense.
All these rappers that have sons, not all of them are good. Like Biggie Small's son, terrible. He came with some his white friend, and my man was bad. Killed it. The guy, even the DJ guy, was like, I knew your dad. Like, he would not be having this. How you gonna make your friend come in here? Your little Jewish come in here and smashed it.
Wait, you said that to him?
Do you know that DMX's son?
What? Is he good?
Yeah, DMX's son's a bit of a he's very nerdy. Like he's not at all gangster.
No.
But obviously that reflects with the money that he's got. So obviously I understand.
Like parents, it's like we try to send our kids to better schools and all of that, so they don't get those experiences. So when you're trying to be a rapper after, it better be based on your lifestyle that you live now or you grew up with. Skateboard, you get me? Because it's not going to be like daddy's. Daddy, they wouldn't even want that. No parent would. You know them.
Yeah, and it's like Soulja Boy was the prime example of that, man. No one really took him seriously after Snoop, which is a bit sad, though, to be honest.
But you know what that makes me think of? It makes me think either maybe they've lost their skill or they just simply just have ghostwriters. All their bangers are ghostwriters.
No, there's a difference between freestyling and writing actual music, because that's a skill in itself. To write bars for a track, or you know what I mean, to put it on an actual thing, instrumental, that is the skill in itself. Trust me. You know what I'm saying? It's just that you don't. I think they have to remember it to kind of, you know, like they have to listen to it and remember it, and then actually go and perform it. That's another stage again. Because some people can even make good tracks and then not be able to perform it.
If you can freestyle though, surely you should be able to write.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, but
maybe not the other way around, but if you can freestyle really good, you definitely can write.
But it doesn't come the same way for me. It just doesn't come out the way. Like,
you're more, right.
Yeah, more structured. Sometimes I can't get it properly. It doesn't sound the same though, definitely. When I rap,
let me be honest with you. Look, this is what it is. Yeah, when you're in a zone, your freestyling can be just as good as your written. Yeah, but no doubt about it, bruv. You it's so harder to freestyle. I say a small percentage of these rappers you see now can freestyle.
And now where I was growing up, all my youngers could freestyle. So we'd all like be out there taking it in turns, got a speaker out. You know what I mean? Playing yeah, all the way through, like. A lot of them can bars and things like that I've worked with. Some are famous artists now. Yeah. Like always the
But
talented ones don't always make it. They don't have the drive.
Do you know what's even more weird? Yeah,
Go on.
sorry. Go on. No, but you know what's even more weird? Do you know like the Trippy Reds and the little this and the little that? Their songs are absolute shit. But then when they freestyle, it's decent. So in my head, I'm thinking, are you purposely giving us garbage? But then like you can kind of really do some good stuff. So like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, what?
I hear what you're saying. Because some of it is like repetitive and bordering on dumbing you down, isn't it? Like if you listen to it, your brain will just be like, what's going on there? I don't even understand.
Like half of it's like, I want to kill myself, drugs, bitches, drink, and it's weird. Like it's some emo shit. Like,
yeah.
You see these guys with like painted fingernails. You see these guys with earrings and nose piercings and just like some emo black niggas. Like you got like devil dread. Like, these men are weird.
Madness,
man.
Madness. And then you look at rappers like Dead Prezi. That's like a completely alien, bruv. You don't make brothers like that no more. Dead President. Come on, man. Like, and that's the natural rapper that comes out of the conscious movement. Now you check these guys, consciousness doesn't even exist in that fucking movement. It's just guys
Bro, do you remember when Young Thug said he compared himself to Tupac?
Yeah. Let me tell you, brother. I swear down, you come from you know, I hear a lot of people from your generation saying they were born in the wrong generation. I tell you what, because of the vibe, the energy in the air when Puck died, you would never have someone like, what's his name? This guy that's just G'd up everybody talking about, he's boring. You would never have said that, this Mexican little kid, because just the pure respect you had for the guy, it was like talking about, and I don't want to compare him to God, but it's like blaspheming almost. You know what I mean? Like, what, you said that? Like, you wouldn't even have questioned if this guy was in the top 2 rappers, you know. Even if he was from that East Coast side where all you like to hear was about Queensbridge and all them dirty rappers there, you still have mad respect for this guy. But to hear youngsters now geeing up on everybody, putting the guy gets what? He gets arrested and he's outing everybody out. The guy don't like Pac. It's like these rappers today, bro, they're completely different. So yeah, man. I mean, boy, from that time that Pac died, the energy that was surrounding that brother, he was a top rapper. Even if he could just come on the mic and say 1 or 2 words, but because of what he did and how he was, the whole vibe, what black people were going through, how much of the history was hidden, you know, how they could put their hands on you, even teachers in schools at that time, you know what I mean? Now they can't do that because you get arrested. Yeah. It's the whole thing's changed up now, family. So that's why when I hear people disrespecting Pac and they're actually rappers now out of America at that, it's just like, yeah, anything can happen now, you know what I mean? Any man can come out wearing dresses and that, and it's like, who cares now? You know what I mean? It's like, that's what it's got to.
No, it literally is like, who cares? Because like, I'll speak to some of the people in my, like, they really like this mainstream shit. Like, I don't like it, obviously. I'm very selective. But like, I question them, like, so, you know, he's like, what was your favorite rapper? Like, A$AP Rocky. So I'm like, okay, I mean this. Then I asked him, so you know A$AP Rocky wears a dress, right? He was like, yeah. Showed him images. And then he was even telling me, oh yeah, A$AP Rocky bought a bag. What's it called? Michael Kors bag, you know, the female bags. He was holding it and walking down the walkway with it. So now I'm saying, so you know about all this? He's like, yeah. So I'm like, how is your favorite rapper? Music. And it's a black dude as well.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
so what's that telling us? So that means these things are way more socially acceptable. Because back then you'd have been like, nah, that guy's not genuine. Next person, where's the realist? Now it's like, okay, what sounds good, what tune sounds the best, and you know who's going out with the hottest chick in the industry. It's not, you know what I mean? It's like
Bro,
it's
he was
kind of
even
gone too EastEnders now, too much
but
EastEnders.
King, he was even defending the addresses like, so what? You can't tell me what I do with my money, fam. If I have millions of pounds and I want to get a Michael Kors bag, I'm gonna get that. If I have millions of pounds, I'm gonna buy that. And as you were saying, I'm thinking in my head, bro, nigga, are you serious? Like what? Like what? And he's not like a nerd or anything. Like he's a normal like black guy, like you know what I'm saying, young man. I'm like, bro, like, are you okay?
You know, you might think I'm gassing. Honestly, Zulu, you might think I'm gassing, bro. But I'm not. I honestly think that if people would have come out like that in that time, they would have either been completely mocked to the point where they would never have ever tried to pick up a mic again, like mocked, like you know how like the Rat Pack and mocked. Like I didn't mean like just mocked, bruv. Like there'd be memes all about this Chichi Man rapper that's come out when Pac and Biggie's living. This is like a joke, bro. Like this, like these guys that now it literally be a laughing stock. And I'd say go as far as you'd probably hear in the news within the year the guy would have had mad attacks on him from real G saying, "Why are you fucking with the culture, nigga?" You know what I mean? Like something like that. That guy would have got beaten up. Because he's moving a bit too fairy. You know, at the same time, we're coming out of a time where it's if you're Jamaican in the Caribbean and you're gay, it's lights, camera, and action. In they're burning man in Africa for them thing. In Middle East, there's no you can't even say you're gay. That's just a madness. You get a hang. So that weren't socially acceptable in it. So it's just like it's a very, very quick change, like paradigm switch. Yeah, but we're all still very, very firmly aware of it. You know what I mean? So that's the divide, but that's the divide they've caused. But like I love, you know, I love for you to have been born. You know, I feel sorry for anybody that's not born in that era. That's what I'm saying. Because they missed a lot of valuable lessons, bro, about the system, especially how they're willing to just.
Have you heard about Kanye West recently?
No, not really. He's always in the news for doing something, bro. What's he done now?
He's a born again Christian now, and he's released a gospel album, and he's trashed his album that he was going to release, which was worldly, and it's now he's released a gospel album, and he's now declared that he's a Christian. And he started his own church, and every day he has a service where he hires a choir, and they sing his album, and it's becoming big now. What do you think about that?
I don't know, man. I think it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a Bun Kanye West thing, man.
Nah, he's saying Bun Kanye West. Kanye West is a goat, bro. That guy.
Shit, man, but bro,
even because he's a Christian, even before he was a Christian, bro. Like his music is, if you read, okay, his music can be a bit spacey, a bit like woo woo, but like when you analyze the ingenious behind the instruments and the sounds and the bro, this guy is a genius. Literally, is a genius. Literally, forget the Trump thing, but just him as an artist, he's a genius, bro.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're very, like I said, they're cutthroat. The mass people are cutthroat. They don't have much. You don't have much rope to hang yourself with when it comes to the mass media. So you got to be coming on your A game, family. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's, as I said, the media have control, and the corporation have control over these people now more than the people do. But before them, the people chose the heroes. Now they're choosing our heroes. They're forcing them in our faces, where they were, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, I think they should just focus more on trying to fucking take over the world and just leave the music industry to the black people.
But like, see, a lot of people are saying like, even the Czech and this and that. I thought that as well. I watched it because obviously I'm in the Bible, it tells us about false prophets saying that they're of Christ but they're not of Christ and all that. So I took that into account when I watched his videos and listened to his music. But I'll be honest with you, as of late, I've not seen any fishy behavior from him. He's just been shouting like Jesus' name and burning out the devil. And I think when you're in Hollywood and you're burning out the devil, as you know, that can get you killed. So, like, why would he put his life at risk by doing all that? So I mean, I'm not putting my life on like, yeah, this guy 100% is a good guy, he's saved, and he's, you know, Christian, but he's definitely different, like from what he was before, like with the mental breakdown, and like where he was, like with the whole naked situation, sex addiction, and all that shit.
Bro,
He's definitely changed.
Sorry, but go on. I say anybody that has a face like that, that has a stiff, same expression with a half grin, half smile, is questionable in my mind. I'm not gonna lie. I do it a lot down to energy and the way you look at it as well. So I don't know if that's bad to having that preconception, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just prefer to see someone who's a bit less camera orientated. It looks like he's always posing for a meme or something. Like he's posing for.
No, but he's campaigning against social media, and also he's running for president in 2024. He said he's going to run for president. But yeah, like he was even arguing with his wife, Kim Kardashian, because she wanted to wear a very revealing dress, nudity, and all that. And because he's a Christian, now he like, it makes me look bad when you're dressing like this and that, and they're having had a massive argument, and he just stormed out the room. So he's actually trying to make sure that his daughter stopped wearing makeup, and his daughter's like 6 years old, and he stopped making her wear like proper dresses and stuff like that, and just made her wear normal things. He's actually changing a lot. I'm not going to be deceived and say, oh, this guy is a real, like he's in whatever, but like some people you don't expect will be the ones that change for the better.
So what is it? A stunt? Is it a publicity stunt?
You know what? I thought it was King. I thought the guy was going through a lot of bankrupt issues, and if you can get to say there's 2.2 billion Christians in the world, so if you can get half of those to listen to your music, to like you, that's more money coming in. Then make a gospel album, that's more money coming in now, because even the white church is gonna listen to you. Oh, Kanye West is a Christian now. You know, I mean, the other day he was Osteen. He was at Joel Osteen's with some big mega church in America. It's probably one of the biggest churches there. And he just did those like millions of people watching and everything. So it could be a publicity stunt, but I don't think it is. I think it's legit. I'll be real with you. I've literally speculated in all the interviews, and I think it's legit. Personally,
fucking hell, dude. Yeah, he
might be taken out. He might get taken out soon, because if you listen to him very carefully, he says a lot of things that he shouldn't be saying. So he might be taken out soon. I hope not, but it's possible. They're gonna take him out.
Anything said prior 9/11, I believe, was a peak time for you to try and do anything on a mass scale. But I think now, because they've finally conquered Middle East, I don't think they're that worried about people trying to play around with the NWO's ideas and plans. So I think you can now say a bit more, and you can diss a bit more, okay? Because I think they're just like, we've conquered the whole world now, so we don't really care what they think. We don't care if they're heretics and they're swaying people to become rebellious. We couldn't care less. We've got what we want now, so that's why I reckon he can come out of his mouth like that. Kanye West, we're talking about. I think they don't really care. I think the NWO have done what they've done. Like they say, the Jews only tell you stuff that they've done after they've done it, not before they've done it. That's all about investment and protecting your investment and your business idea. They're very business savvy. So yeah, but I think this Kanye thing is just another fucking thingy, man. Going back to the Kanye thing, the guy's he's advocating for the whole new world order, and he's just falling in line with every single new plan they've got. He's with it, and if he gets a promotion from Nike, he's probably thinks that's his destiny fulfilled, isn't it? This guy's he's another Diddy, man. That's all it is. And I think they're just way more social media whores now, where they're doing like kind of anything now on social media. You know what I mean? When he saw Pac spitting at that cameras because he really hated the media. These guys are putting their teeth all up on the fucking screen, posing for fucking 20 seconds, this way, that way, this way, that way. Calm, relax. Get me? So, but for you to do that to Pac, you can't do it to Pac. You never caught him. You could only get him if he's like an interview from a private person who wasn't part of that. He didn't like that narrative, bruv. You know what I mean? He hated that shit. That Hollywood thing, bruv. He weren't with that at all.
But you know what it is, yeah.
That's when he went to Bad Boy.
But you know what it is. You know what it is though. But you know what it is though, King. Like I never used to listen to Kanye. I think like when I was a kid, I only had like, you know, that's boom 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 boom. I'm not loving used to do. You know that song.
Yeah.
That's the only one. Like I didn't really listen to Kanye in it. Like it just wasn't my thing when I was younger. So, but like I listened back to his
Jesus.
Yeah, I heard that one definitely.
That's banging, bro.
But that's like songs like Jesus Walks, yeah. Like he's always kind of been in stuff like that, but I think he just lost his way. I think Kim Kardashian like had a big, you know, turn away, and he seriously just went way off after he married her, you know. But now he's like proper going against her, so I'm like, whoa, like I don't know, you know. I think he's really trying to change for real.
Yeah, you're gonna need God. Everybody on your side against them.
Do you think it's legit, Maku? He's a transition.
Could be, but I think he's got mental problems and he's suffering from something.
100%.
Yeah, he can find him solid.
But you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Maku? He hasn't been on medication since he became a Christian now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But I mean, he seems okay. But apparently his wife says he still has epilepsy and she knows how to deal with him now. But you know, I find even more disturbing. His wife, like, still wears shit like that, and she speaks to spirit guides. Apparently, I saw a video not too long ago of her speaking to a spirit guide, trying to speak to her father who's passed. So I'm just sitting there, I'm like, okay, you're Christian, fair enough, but your wife is speaking to spirit guides, to necromancers. Boy. Like I don't know, bro. Like unless you're gonna divorce her or you're gonna like I don't know, bro. Like you gotta do something. Cause she's moving reckless, man.
She's moving reckless. She's still moving reckless. Yeah, that's it. But she's a witch anyway, man. You should know this already.
But can witches change? Can they be given a second chance?
No, the man who's sold his soul to the devil.
You know, that's the thing, Maki. I saw a video of him selling soul to the devil for money and bitches and da da da. But then it's like, do you know what that makes me think now? I think this soul to the devil thing is I don't think it's literal. Because everyone's saying they've done it. It's not. It can't be literal. I think it's symbolic for losing your morals, doing things you shouldn't be doing for money. I think it's not literal. It's symbolic for that.
But listen, Lulu, I believe that when they're there, they get mere peas thrown at them. Can I suck your dick? Can I put it in your bottom? I reckon they get like a wager. £2,000, £1,000, 5,000. Oh, we give you your own car. Tyrese, whatever his name is, Tyrese Banks, Tyrese Jones, whatever the fucking guy's name is. Yeah. And then what's his name? Ray J. And all the next minute they sign him. Yeah, he signed away his morals because he's supporting Hollywood, isn't it? But at the same time, I reckon they definitely get asked, because even Puck came out and said, yeah, man tried to ask me to do something or something for some money. So I reckon it's a lot of these gay men are setting up these music thingies, hoping that they get one of these very poor, very enthusiastic music stars, and that's it. They got their little music star that is what they're fucking thinking about having doing their things with, and he's got complete control of them. And then that's it. You kind of like got them as your little like prostitute, you know what I mean? But she's a singer. She don't go out and sell her pussy. He sells records, and it's a man, and you're gay, so you don't mind fucking men. So that's what it is. So I reckon all these gay, these record man owners, they're all chichi men. So that's why we need to protect our fucking kids, bro. Don't sign them to know these big record Interscope, who the fuck they are. Yeah, because we know that the social service is a bad place for you to go, but it seems like a lot of these kids are getting have mad stories coming out of them places there, bro. Hollywood and all them music industry.
But you know what it is though, King? I do think the top elite do speak to the devil. Literally. All these average, like, so a packet of crystal. All these men are just like, they're just trying to shit, man. They just go, or they either like, they're just like giving up their morals. The ones that really speak to the devil, I think there's like the three Masons and the top people. I don't think the average rapper or whatever speaks to the devil. And if he does, then I don't know, fam. That's what I was saying.
Oh. Yeah. Oh.
You trying to do another freestyle?
I was trying to think. I was trying to hear the beat. You can't really hear it that clean.
That was hard still.
You wanted to, you wanna start on the beat, yeah? I can put the beat on for you.
Boy, I could have.
But so he said that a long time ago, bro. He said that like what 2008. He said a lot of things a long time. He said I'm a god and all that shit. People change, bro. People change. Look at Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Kid took over Israel, sieged it, called himself a god, said I made all this. Look at me, I'm King Nebuchadnezzar. And then God humbled him. He became a beast. He ran around eating grass like a cow. He became an animal almost. He lost his mind, went crazy. And then he came back to his senses. He was so humbled that he ended up writing a chapter in Daniel, and he became
What tribe? Where you get that from?
He became a prophet, or like a follower. He's not Israelite. He's a Babylonian.
All right.
He's King Nebuchadnezzar. There's many people like that. Paul, many people that have changed, turned around, done for the better.
The Nebuchadnezzar. That's what they call the shit inside Star Wars. Is it Star Wars? Yeah. What and yeah, so that's a lot. Yeah, they call that, huh?
In the Matrix.
Oh, that's it. Sorry, the Matrix.
And I don't think you can sell your soul. First of all, I don't think that's true.
Well, your morals. I believe your soul is your conscience and your morals. That's what
the only person that owns your soul is God, because He's the one that gave it to you. So how can you give the soul to a demon? Makes no sense. It says, don't be scared of the one that can destroy the body, but be scared of the one that can destroy the soul and the body. Sorry. So that's what it means, isn't it? All Christians are fake. Okay. I don't know about that one.
Come on, sir.
Oh no, man's going angry at Christianity like damn, like. Okay, that's cool. You have your opinions.
I said ban Christianity, but it's peak for you. Yeah.
No, not peak for me. This is just affirming my beliefs. Does it not say that you behave for my name's sake? Does it not say that, okay?
Yeah, but Christ wasn't a Christian, so.
Yeah, but he's the founder.
Yeah.
And what name do Christians pray in? They pray in His name. So.
Yeah. He said, "Many will what? Will come in my name." Oh shit.
No. Many will say the Christ.
Yeah.
But the false prophets.
But they are not. Yeah. Thank you. So.
But we know those characters. We know those people that have done it in the past and that are still doing it today. You've got someone in South Africa, a white Jesus, that was paid by a pastor to go there, and people would start taking pictures of him, worshiping him. This is like recent, like a few weeks ago. Like it's happening now. Fake Jesus is fake. All this Antichrist. It's all happening now.
Did you see the one where the pastor went to heaven and took pictures?
Nah, I didn't see that one. But you know, Maku, let's be real. Like, I think our churches in Africa are the worst, bro. Like, them pastors be really thieving people, bro. Like, the ones in Africa. Like, we take it too far. For real, man. Like, I saw a video of one of the pastors resurrecting someone from a coffin live. Like, that shit was so fake, bro. Like, we're really taking it too far, man. For real.
Gymnastics. Remember, Dimon, come out of here.
Bro, if you see me doing backflips and shit, I'm like, whoa, what kind of demon is that? Like, what?
Going on for 10, 15 minutes and that. Like, raw, this guy's really putting in work. They must have paid him well. Really.
But you know what's weird though? It's like, is it the people that are, is it the pastor that's bad, or is it the people that are dumb that follow him? Because it's like you can clearly see it's fake. You can see when something's fake. Like if someone's just standing there and then like, oh, the devil, and he's possessed and he's jumping up and down, and then after 2 seconds he's okay. Like you should start to be able to see that maybe this is a bit fake. You know what I mean?
Maybe you're interpreting it wrong. Maybe he's doing one of these dolly things where he's reenacting it to try and bring it into the universe, try and put it out into the universe.
Kanye West is nowhere near the same as Ralph. Ralph said that New Zealand shooting was target practice. Like, if we're gonna make comparisons of people, let's at least be accurate. Just because Kanye took a picture with him wearing a "Make America Great Again" hat, like what else has he done that you would compare him to Ralph? Like, come on, bro. Like, what else has he done?
Compared it to Ralph.
Let's not jump on the bandwagon to hate somebody. Like even Trump. Why do people even hate Trump? No, okay, I'm not defending Trump. Let me clarify. I'm in neutral because number one, he's not my president. I don't live in America. Second of all, much. But why join the bandwagon of this guy's a racist? Let's hate him. Why not understand the reality of it before joining bandwagons of hate? Because this is what people do all the time.
And we're quick to lap it up, bruv. That's just what we're presented with, isn't it? You've got to believe them, because then it's a complete and utter lie. It's not. But I mean, look. At the same time, look. We know. I mean, if you study Dr. Phil Valentine, man, we just know what it is, isn't it? You know what it is. Even your parents tell you. I mean, you know what it is. It's the same. They know. They even know. When you get to above 30, 40, it's all plain and clear. And it's just like, go with it or go against it. And going against it, you're never going to fucking prevail. So a wise man usually will say something like, don't go against it, go with it. Or just try and live your life in it. You know what I mean? Stop looking in the past. Like, it's all, yeah. I don't know, man. It's fucking strange. I don't know. I think I'm waffling now anyway.
It's very Christianity hating this time of year. You need to regulate it, bro. You gotta regulate it. Because really said, I don't believe you can sell your soul. That's just bullshit, bro. You can't sell your soul. God owns your soul. You can give it to salvation. You can.
say I lost the plot. I try and give them everything I got. I'm like top of the pops and top shots, shooting shots. How you mean we're losing the plot? I got that tighten the grip, rubber lip. How you mean, yo? When I spit, I flip. It's like I keep it sick. Yeah, I'm a son of a mick. When I'm on the microphone, I won't switch. Please, son of the Most High. Yo, just a flyby. Yo, they just an arse ride. SGK comes in many guises, many brains and many sizes. Like, yo, why you committing suiciding on me? Sliding and gliding with the information. How you mean what? That next allegation. I don't understand what. The sensation, the inspiration, the translation. It's not even making no sense to me. How you mean what affecting your memory? Yo, from here to Gethsemane, my style's like I'm bringing that energy. What I bring
Yo, turn the music down slightly, a little bit, just a tiny.
I bring the energy. What's he talking about? What's he straight like talking about? Yo, the sniper's bout. When I'm, I keep spitting, it's never written. You're just a cat, I'm just kidding. How you mean bars are just flipping? You just politicking, some man are bullshitting while I'm spitting. How you mean? I told you before. This allegations got these niggas suspicions. Glisten, yeah, my melanin glistens. I told you before I changed the transmission. Yeah, now you've changed your position.
Yo.
You better stop and listen. I told you before, yo, yeah, it's King Gold at the door. How you mean I'm spitting what? It's down by law. Wanna impress me? So look, don't even test me. How you mean, Mo? My style is coming like Tetley, yo. Jeez. I do it at ease. They begging me, please. They sniper, let him off his knees. I sit here with glee. Yeah, you really wanna be me? It's like, yeah, cooling out when I'm smoking on trees. It's like, yeah, I'll be hitting, spitting 7 degrees. It's like the levels is ease. It's like I'll be making the G's. It's like sometimes making no P's, but I do it for the family anyway. How you mean? Jeez, I never play. If you got bars, do it a better way, my better way, a better way. Yeah, you better get away. I'm saying your face, man, you turn the sweat away. Yeah.
Straight away.
Come on.
Shit, I'll be thinking that I'm in another island when I'm levitating. You know, like you can really.
Bars. You see, you should have put some King Goes bars there.
Yo, listen, bruv, you only really know. You know, that's when you're at your peak of spitting and you're in the zone is when you can make it sound pleasing to the ear. You can come with content, but when you can really, you know what I mean, like string, like, you know what I mean, like that's tongue twisters. They call them tongue twisters.
Yeah, those tongue twisters.
But like riddles and rhymes, and you can connect it and line, and it's almost like you're gliding. Shit. It's like there's no timing.
My light is so blinding.
Yeah.
This rhyme is so exciting.
Right, so exciting.
Give it to them, Zulu. Come on.
Nah, yeah, bro. Nah, man.
Yo, turn down a little bit, Matthew. Just so.
My flow is so hypnotic. Yeah. It's hypnotic. I don't know. Let me change the flow. Let me get back in the zone. Yeah, they call me the real. Oh, shit. Yeah, let me stop. Nah.
Yo. Yeah.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
You was doing all right.
Wait, what Rams in Hypnotic?
Yeah.
Hypnotic. You could talk about Kemet, Nilotic. Hey.
Nilotic. Oh, that would have been hard. Oh, man.
Want to bring it back? You want the gold back? And I'm talking them stacks. Nothing small like M stacks. Just something real big. All right. I want that money coming in fast. Yeah, I want it like it's a currency running. Yeah, I want that best food in my tummy. So I want to get it. I'm not a slave with these modern day heroes with the traders. Yeah, and yeah, we made it. Probably going back. We're not minor. You brothers are minors. Literally, we sit up in the mine, cuz whilst we're getting money on the streets, making them fucking lyrics and putting them onto beats.
Jeez, is that you going on, King Gold, yeah?
I don't know. You know what? It takes me a while to get in the zone, but I'll come eventually.
Yeah. Jeez. What? Come on. What? Yeah, I spit the Bari, superstar-y, I tell ya. Yeah, summer, praise Moari. That's right, some say Tendai Mari. Yeah, some say Olodumari. How you mean what? Hey.
Tendai Mari. Yeah, these brothers' eyes are real starry, trying to hate on me, so they call Illuminati.
What? But who's the real Rastafari? Hey, I said Tendai. Yeah, they can't even try bar me. That's right, what? I'm too balmy. Too crazy. How you mean? They can't play me, can't fillet me. How you mean what? I AK me, yeah, what? You wanna get a gun and try spray me? Rock up, baby. What sniper turn crazy? How you mean what? I spit these bars, they can't phase me. I told you what? Yeah, it's third eye lazy. Freddy what? How you mean? What you cop? Yeah, what? I got you shot. Yeah, cause sniper got the drop. How you mean what? Anything you cop? What you flop? How you mean? I'm the gangster at this hip hop. I flip flop, I rip rock, I let it rip, I stop, I skip, what? Man get dip. Well, I dip, flip. How you mean what? I skip shit. The crisp biscuit, I told you, man, don't risk your life or risk it. How you mean what? I'm kicking this shit. Yes, that's right. I'm that natural mystic. With the melanin, I'm not thinking him. How you mean a boy from the sediment? I told you before, what, you're not gonna be president. Yeah, that's a truth and that is self-evident. This is what I do while I'm cooling my residence. I FTK till I motherfucking end again. Now I mean what? You wanna sin again. Now I mean what? It's not in a him again, they're in a you. That's what? It's a dinner truth. When I'm on the microphone, what? I might be spinning you and giving you a little truth. That's what my words are just bulletproof. If you ain't ready for Mr. Uncouth, this is what I do when I double do. I double drew, I double you, I bubble you. This is what I trouble you. This is what trouble do. How you mean what? I just crumble you and humble you. That's right, mess you up and stumble you. Yeah, that's right, you start fumbling and humbling and crumbling. Told you keep you mumbling. That's right, when I'm on the microphone, I'm functioning. This is what I do when I'm running. Hey. It's the
Mike, I'm functioning.
Again. That's how I do when I'm running through the sun again. Son of the sun, that's how it run. How you mean? Now I'm son of the slum. How you mean? Slapping up your auntie and your mom. How you mean? Yeah, taking the cake and all the fucking crumbs. That's how I do, because I'm not that dumb. I'm quite smart. Got a high IQ, so what you gonna do? Yeah, it's your point of view. You can stay there and screw, but I'll slap you too. It's like, yeah, what's your point of view? It's like, the sniper, what he's going to do, his brain's ticking, rhymes kicking, his rhymes is flipping, he's switching. How you mean? I'm never dipping, wallahi, I dip him. Told you what? I'm not no fucking kitten, I'm a cat. I told you, I'm a lion, why are you trying? Hey, jokes. Big up.
That was fire.
Big up everywhere. Take time, Mr. JV. Take time. Mr. Jizzle. Yes. Anyway, back to the team. Back to the team. So you saying Zulu King Gold? Talk to me.
If he's scared, fam, he doesn't want to. He thinks so. Never mind. He knows I'm gonna FTK him anyway.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice.
I don't know why.
That I don't know, man. I like that beat, but I just felt like it's usually a beat that kind of just turns me on, man. Puts me into the game, puts me into the zone. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like them Drake type beats now these days, though, man. That Young Money sound. It's just all them drum rolls I like, man. Them hi-hat roll. Like that came from Michael Jackson. When you look at the origin of them drum rolls, that comes from Michael Jackson, isn't it? When he made that song Thriller. But yeah, man, them Drake, I like them Drake beats, man.
Do you remember your Drake days, yeah?
Little Drake beats, mate.
Do you remember your Drake days, yeah?
I can remember my Drake days, mate. Cutting shapes. I think my era was in the nightclub. I think that was the last type of music I kind of heard before I got a little bit too old to go to a nightclub. Well, I felt too old, but yeah. So Drake was the last one on the.
The last one on the.
Yo, have you seen that new PS5 coming out next year? Yeah, looks good still.
Don't want to think about it yet.
For that 400, 500, it's useless, man.
Yeah. See how long it's gonna last, though. So before they tell me I have to buy another one. And that was good, but the new updated version, you're like, fuck's sake. Not playing with me.
It's like a phone, isn't it?
Well, upgrade. What's beefy going on? Oh shit. Low blows.
There must be someone in this chat, man, that can rap. There must be someone in the chat that can rap. Wait, who's in the chat? Chemo. I reckon Chemo might have some bars. Seeing as he's writing down bare facts actually just now on all sorts of different subjects, history about the name of Oni Amekapon is the god of the Akan people, the Shanti land of Ghana. His name is He Who Knows and Sees Everything, the Omniscient. So God of the Akan language. So yeah, Ashanti people. There's a lot of Ashanti culture up in Ivory Coast as well. I think that's the same people. That's like the second hometown of the Ashanti.
Ashanti's everywhere in Africa, isn't it?
Yeah.
But aren't they Zulus though, originally?
They look quite similar. But don't forget, when you look at them people, bruv, come on, let's be honest now, yeah? You look at these Ghanaians, bruv, they look West African, like proper. There's not much different.
Maybe that the Zulus are Ashanti first and then became Zulus. Maybe. Who knows?
But you know what it is though, Maki? You know, like I've been looking at the Bantu expansion. They say that we came from West Africa, the Zulu people, and then we went down into South Africa. But then
so what?
I don't know if it's one tribe from, or maybe a multitude of people went down looking for more.
So you
know what I'm saying? Because it could be a mix of Yoruba, Igbo, Asha. It could be a mix of everything.
So you saying you're Nigerian?
You're the real Nigerian. That's what they're saying. Well, I'm basically Nigerian or Ghanaian or West African because the Khoisan look at us and say, "You guys ain't been here for that." Like they will tell you, like, "You man don't come from here." Like, so yeah, we know that we're West African, but I don't know.
Well, look at the Edo Kingdom. The Edo Kingdom.
But I think out of us, the closest people to West Africans, I would say the Shona people. I think they're the closest because like the language is very similar. Even now, I think they're closest though in terms of being not mixing because we've mixed with the Khoisans, we've mixed with the Xhosa, we've mixed with we've done a lot of mixing down south. So, but yeah, Shona people are definitely the closest. I'm actually part Shona. I didn't want to admit this because obviously me and Beef have got banter about that. I'm majority Shona. I found this out like a few weeks ago. Like I'm basically a Shona. But I'm still in the belly. I'm still Zulu, but like it's complicated.
Wait.
There. You know, like
no, I don't know the ones there. Yeah. So hold on, wait. You're Shona, majority.
I'm Zulu.
Yeah, but you and Kay share the same blood as well.
No.
Yeah, that's
I'm
the
not accepting that. I'm not accepting.
Kay's got some some Shona blood there still.
But do you know what it is though? Do you know like when
is
a
it
father gives their daughter over? But do you know like when a father gives their daughter over and then they change the name, and I think that's what's been going on because some people are calling themselves Ndebele, calling themselves Zulu or whatever, but really it's just the name. But the genetics is they're mostly like native to Zimbabwe. They're mostly Shona. Like a lot of them are just Shona. Like the real Zulus are in South Africa, but we'll spread out.
So you're not tribe of God then?
No, I'm still tribe of God. I'm still tribe of God. But the Shonas are Israelites too.
Oh no, wait, 15% then. What are you saying? 15% and
but Maku, that might make me Judah because if I'm from West Africa originally, and Judah and them are the main tribes in West Africa, I could be like your people, like I could be Judah or some shit. You know what I mean?
So won't it be bad that you have to like tribe switch? Like tribe switch.
Tribe switch.
Tribe switching is that allowed? I don't know.
I'm just hoping I'm a popular one because I know Judah's like a popular one. I was hoping I would be a popular one, you know.
So imagine if you wasn't.
I know. Can you imagine if I was a Hamite? Oh my gosh, I'll be so.
Listen, Zulu people have got a diverse gene group, man. You can see they got a very diverse gene pool. There's definite admix there. There's definitely mix there. For outside the continent, yes, I'd probably say a little bit tiny.
Yeah, that's though.
But
Africa,
there's only tiny.
West.
Not main in the main. Yeah, there's no outside people. You weren't quiet there, Zulu.
Yeah, you weren't quiet, but I tell you what, it seems to me from what the pictures they're giving out. There's not. Do you reckon there's more light skinned people in?
I'm saying, in order to tell the difference. Yeah, in order to tell the difference, I was saying you have to be extremely cultured. Like to be extremely cultured, just by looking at someone, you know, to tell if they're from this, they're from that. Because Central, South, West, pretty much the same. Like I said, the only benefit you have in telling the difference is the eyes. Because like I said, a lot of South Africans have more Asian-looking eyes because of the Khoisan mix. But we're still pretty much Bantu, so it's very indistinguishable. I'll be honest.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying. If you look at our,
there's a little bit of a mix of Asian. Like
when you look at our type, West, East, and North. East and North is nothing like West, Central, South. So it's either they were there first or we were there first.
Well, you're not even sure what tribe you are now. You're saying a little bit of Gad and mostly what? Mostly Shona, who are what?
They're like Judah, Levi, like the main ones, because they're from West Africa. If you're from West Africa, you're like the main ones.
You can't prove that. When did they change their name?
No, the Judah went to West Africa. If you go look at the West African map.
Yeah, but when did they change their name? Are they still Judah there? They should be still Judah.
Bro, on the map it says Judah in West Africa.
Yeah,
on the coast of West Africa, it says in Benin. In Benin, it says Judah.
Why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us before that the the Lemba were in Zimbabwe. Why didn't you tell us that?
I've always said that. The Lemba, I've got people, I know people, I've got family that I'm Lemba.
Well, exactly.
I could
So
be Lemba myself.
those are the Israelites in that area, but the only ones. You get what I'm saying? They're not.
No, those are the Israelites that the mainstream have paid attention to, and the
No,
Ashkenazi Jews have used for publicity.
they've
But the
claimed.
real ones, no, the real ones are not on TV.
No, they live it. So, like, if they live in it,
he knows, bro. How you know that? Oh, this he's
you get me?
smart,
If they're
bro.
not,
This
if they're not
smart.
talking,
Yeah. But Michael, you can say they live it, but
yeah, they live
do you
it.
really think?
I
Do
know that.
do you really think before the Ashkenazi and then man came? Because don't forget when they came, they taught them some extra things, some Talmud things. Because before the white Jews came with their TV cameras, like, oh, these guys are Jews in Zimbabwe. Oh my gosh! Before they came, they were doing an African version of that. But when the white Jews came, you start seeing them wearing the blue and the white head coverings, and you start seeing them doing the Talmud traditions, and that's when they start incorporating this rabbinic Judaism. But
No, not
prior to this
necessarily.
rabbinic Judaism, the Lemba people had a different practice of Judaism.
No, well, it's
That's a
still
fact.
Judaism. Well, it doesn't mean that anyway. If someone acknowledges them, what they acknowledge is their bloodline and the practices. You know what I'm saying? That they did anyway before they came and bucked up on any Europeans. They were doing that. So they've always kept their tradition. So what I'm saying to you is like in the region where you are, yeah, there are Israelite tribes surrounded one Israelite tribe that we can identify. That's fair, I
That's
think,
not true.
because
But
there's
hear
so
this out,
many.
Michael.
1 second. No, but there's so many millions of people in Africa. So you got to say millions of
Okay.
tribes, and so, you get what I'm saying. So I would understand that if the Dembele came from one place, if the Zulu came from another place, if the Tongans came from another place, but all not to do with none of this Israelite stuff, because their thing
Yeah,
is
but
before.
Michael, that's the mistake you made there. The Ndebele,
Mm.
the Zulu, all those ones that you named, they all came from one tribe, the Ngani tribe. Like if you look up Ngani people, they originated the southern Bantu speaking people, the Xhosa, the Ndebele, the Zulu, the this, the that. So it all has a root, and when you study that root has an even further root up north, east. And then obviously there's the Shona that's from West Africa that came down. So you see, there's different routes to the migrations. There's some
Yeah,
that came through Yemen
it doesn't
and
mean
crossed
it
into
doesn't mean
Ethiopia.
it doesn't mean they're Israelites though. Still, does
No,
it?
they are
If they don't
100% the
claim it.
Israelites.
No, if they
When you
don't
look at
claim it.
the Christian yes, they do claim it. I've spoken to many people when I went to Zimbabwe in the villages. I've watched videos. I've even studied the Christian ministries, like the ones that came then 18th, 19th century, 17th century. And when they commented on the tribal acts of the Zulus and the Shona people, they commented and stated that these practices are very similar to the Israelites' practices. And they said that they didn't even have to convert them much because a lot of what they were doing was Torah based in terms of draining of the blood, abstaining from certain animals, having a weekly form of a Sabbath, having feast days, festivals. All of their traditions seemed Hebraic. And then when you study the Great Zimbabwe market in Zimbabwe during the Rosby Empire in the
Zulu,
16th, in the
the
15th
Zulu.
century, they found Hebrew inscriptions in the market. It's still there now when you
Where
go to
is
the
the
ruins.
Hebrew? Where is the Hebrew in the Zulu customs? Like, are you claiming that the Zulus have Hebrew customs that they don't have no more? Because
No,
right now
they've always had
they don't.
Hebrew
I
customs.
don't
Even
see
our
where that.
customs of polygamy are Hebrew.
What?
Yes, 100%. What the king is doing now with the polygamy, like a lot of our customs are Hebrew. A lot of
Did
our customs.
did Shaka know about the Bible, or was the Bible brought to Shaka?
They didn't have a Bible in those
Right.
times. They weren't.
So
They weren't. Yeah.
someone brought a Bible to Shaka, innit?
But hear this, Michael. They brought it to him in what language?
In English.
Uh-huh. Did you English?
In
No.
English. Yeah. They
You
brought it
see?
to him in English. It was an English missionary, so why not, would it not be in English? What do you mean?
But if you watch that TV show and if you read the books, he actually had a translator to come and speak the Zulu for him.
Yeah,
Literally, they
from
weren't
English.
reading.
They were reading from English though, no matter what you say. Whether they were translating it so he could understand it, Yeah, but it was still from English because the man who's bringing it is English or Irish or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? And they're using a King James version of the Bible. That's all. But obviously, Shaka never knew. Some of the stories seem familiar to him, but he's the first one getting it. So prior to that, they didn't know no Israelite stuffs like that. They didn't have no Israelite practices other than the people who said they did. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to push things on
Pamaku,
people
what about
who
the
don't
oral
have no.
traditions?
No, I'm saying like the actual physical customs and all of those things. I mean, you're demeaning the lemma in that they were taught by Jews. No, I don't. I don't agree. I agree that.
100%, bro.
Well,
I can
I
prove it.
don't agree that if they are Jews, it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And theirs is mainly by DNA as well. So it's not only
No,
the
I'm
fact.
no. I'm not saying that they're not Jews. I'm saying they are Jews, the Israelites like us, but what's happened to them is the same thing that happened to the Falasha Jews in Ethiopia. They've ignored the mass group of Israelites that went into Africa, and they've only highlighted maybe 2 or 3. They've given us at least 2 or 3 to make it look like they're not all white, trying to throw some, try and make it look like, okay, we're inclusive. But realistically, you can't tell me that the only Jews in Africa are the Lemba and the Falasha. Let's be real. When we study the Israelites' history, they always go into Africa whenever there's trouble. They always go into Kemet when there's trouble. And when you read Josephus' writings, apparently millions Kemet. So let's not say that, oh, it's just the Falashi and the Lemba. More than that. Come on.
Sorry, can you just update the people in the
There's
chat?
more than 1 second. I didn't even say that there wasn't more than one. We was just being specific to Zimbabwe, innit? And there are a set of people there who say they're Israelites. Now, like I never learned this information from you. You get me? It's other people bringing it to my attention, not about the Lemba themselves, but about their location, because I didn't actually know that. I just thought they were somewhere in Africa, but I wasn't really paying attention to exactly where they were. But I knew their history. I've seen a video on them, and I know why they're called Jews, the original Jews, because they have more of the gene or the marker that makes you a Jew than any European who
And
claims
what's
to
that
be.
marker?
It's the Kohen gene.
Right, it's the Cohen gene, which they have over 60 to 70% of. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
But look how they look, Maku. Do they not look like
no,
us?
I'm agree. I'm asking, but what I'm wondering is how if the same people did experiments on the other tribes to see if they had the same, Cohen gene, or did they just specify with them, boom, take DNA from others on other things, but no, only just because they wanted to prove a point, or maybe that's what just came up in the results. I
But
don't know.
I thought that as well. But I would say honestly, I think if they were to test everyone fairly and equally, and it showed the same result, it would literally ruin all of their their whole ideology. The fact that the 60% is all in Africa, it would ruin them. This is why they only focused on a localized small group of people. They didn't test the whole area. If they tested the whole area, you do know Lemba people are Bantu. You know that, right? They come from the same branch as the people that are from West Africa, South Africa, and Central Africa. They're classed as Bantu Negro people. So how are these Bantu Negro people the only people to have 70%, 60% Hebrew DNA, and the rest of them around them that they've mixed with for hundreds of years are completely alienated? That makes no sense. What these guys, these Ashkenazis, have done, they've given us a few people in Africa to make it look like, yeah, there are a few there, to try and make it look like they're not racist, or listen, we've only got the Falashi, Igbo, and the Lemba. Are you serious? 3 tribes in the whole of Africa. Come on,
No,
man.
we haven't got
That's
just got
bullshit,
that
bro.
though. We haven't. Hold on one
That's
second. We
bullshit.
haven't just got that though. We haven't got that. We haven't just got that. There's been other tribes identified as Israelite tribes all over the continent, but that's not the issue. Do you get what I'm saying? My issue is that obviously there will be, but not in mass number. Like what man is saying that every other tribe has to be that. No. Do you know what I'm saying? Yes, there will be mixing and there will be things. So by now, yeah, we can't tell who from who because everybody's mixed up within the continent. You know what I'm saying? That's just a natural thing that we do anyway. We don't try and keep marrying the same tribe forever. No, that doesn't even make sense. You get me?
No, we are mixed. But if you were to say who's the living descendant or the closest, it would have to be from out of our people group. It would have to be out of us. It can't be out of them. It can't be out of the Turkish man or the the Polish man up there who's claiming to be is the Khazars. Can't be none of them. It has to be from the Kemetan people, from the Nubian people, from us. It has to be from us.
Let me stop.
Because that's the only people that were really.
So is that cohesion? What you're talking about?
Hold on. Do you have to be an Israelite though? Can't you just be Hebrew?
I mean, no, not really, because I don't believe you have to be Israelite to be saved. But I only study it for historical reasons. And
no, I'm just saying. There's Hebrews and there's Hebrew Israelites. So all of them are Hebrews, no matter what. Yeah, but only a section of them are Israelites. So my point is,
yeah, but you're talking about 12 tribes, Marku.
Yeah, I'm saying like 12 tribes of Israelites and millions of tribes of everybody else. So you get me? Because you're going to still have, you're still going to have the descendants of Shem and the descendants of Ham and the descendants of Japheth and the descendants of this one and that one and that one all around you, right? While you're talking about this one specific tribe
that's true. No, I agree.
Yeah, that came very late. So my point is, but the lineage of it is still Hebrew. That's what I'm trying to say. So from Abraham, everything, or his descendants are Hebrews, all of them. You know what I'm saying? So a section of them.
So, Mikey, do you not think 12 tribes could? Do you not think 12 tribes could populate sub-Saharan Africa?
No, but 12 tribes out of one son. You know what I'm saying? And he had multiple sons, so there's multiple tribes. So whether this one had 12, the other one might have had 10. The other one might have had 13. Do you know what I'm saying? So
that's true. That is true. I agree with you on that.
Someone has to populate this large landmass or expansion, and they're all going to be distant family to each other, no matter what. But there are going to some who are going to be Hebrews and not Israelites, because in Moses' time they were trying to find out if he was a Hebrew, not an Israelite. You understand? So he found out
he was confused for an Egyptian. He was confused for an Egyptian. They called him an Egyptian.
He was an Egyptian, but in the end, he found out he was Hebrew. He didn't find out he was an Israelite. Do you understand?
No, he's from the tribe of Levi. If you read his lineage, it's from the tribe of Levi. So he is an Israelite.
No, he's a. How can it be an Israelite? Because Jacob don't exist yet.
Jacob is before Moses.
Is Jacob before Moses?
Yeah. It's before Moses. Because remember, Jacob went to Joseph, but the Joseph thing, and then the famine, and then the brother. Yeah, remember, it's way before Moses, bro.
Are you talking about Jacob or Joseph? Which one?
Joseph is Jacob's son. Jacob brought the Israelites into Egypt after the famine because Joseph became second in command after he became a slave. Remember the whole Joseph story?
Right.
Yeah, so Jacob brought the Israelites in, which started Exodus.
Right. So when is Jacob? Ain't Jacob way down still after that?
No, wait, Jacob is way before Moses, bro. He's like near like Isaac, Abraham. Jacob's the son of Isaac.
Yeah, he's the son of Isaac, yeah.
So that's way before Moses.
Right. So that's Joseph's story, yeah? Not Jacob.
So hear this, Maku. You've got 12 tribes from that long ago. And then not only are there 12 and they got wives and kids, then they're going to Kemet for 400 years. So that they're mixing with Kemet people, having Kemet wives. So these guys are going to grow. From 12 tribes, you might have like 100 tribes or something. Like these guys they could populate like sub-Saharan Africa.
So hold on. You're saying that Jacob went into thing, and out of his lineage, obviously the 12 tribes come, yeah. Then after that is Moses. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's the if you read it, that's in order, yeah.
Okay. Right. All right. Yeah. Okay. And then after Moses, who's after Moses?
Joshua. Mm-hmm. And then after Joshua, it's the judges, Samson, Odinman, Delilah,
and David, and all sorts. Right.
And David, yeah.
Solomon, all sorts.
Right. But hear this though. When you read the book of Genesis, when Jacob first went to Kemet, he went with 70 people. So from 70 people, I don't know the number of when they left Egypt because I think it's like 100,000 or something. So it went from 70 people to thousands. So they were definitely
wait. But in the land that they left, to say that they to only have 70 people coming in, right? How many people were still left in the place that they were running from? There's going to be millions of people.
Everyone wanted to go to Kemet, but it was famine in Canaan. Everyone came to Kemet.
Yeah, but there's only 70 people, as we know, in Jacob's time. You get me? Only 70
Of course,
people.
it's a small thing, in it. It's not like a massive kingdom. It's just a guy with 12 sons, literally.
No, but I'm saying they're traveling through places to get there, right? But I'm saying those places occupied as well? They are, aren't they? So there are places in Canaan that are not got famine. It's just the bit where they were staying had no resources. It hadn't rained or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They're part of the desert. You know what I'm saying? But not all parts of the Middle East are still dry, and like Jordan and all of them places where the river.
Oh, like Arabia and all them things. Yeah.
No. Where Jerusalem. Where Jerusalem
and those
places. Yeah. They got rivers. The River Jordan runs through that region and that place. So that's what keeps that place kind of more fruitful and more able to grow stuff. You know what I mean?
I think maybe because the Nile really gives more. Like, I think you can't beat the Nile if you deep it.
Yeah.
So.
But if there is a decent river in the Middle East, apart from the Tigris and Euphrates up the top, you've got the River Jordan. You know what I'm saying? So there's another freshwater supply. So not every part of that's what I'm saying. Like, there'll be other family members and great family members, great family members still living in that region, because they know how to live and survive in that region, or living in the parts that are more plush and more fruitful. You get what I'm saying? So only for the Israelites was it a circumstance like that, is what we're trying to say. And only in a number of 70. Wasn't like thousands of Israelites were starving and dying off, and then only 70 reached. No, it was just a small batch or a small caravan of people. You get what I'm saying? Who came.
That is possible, but you know what else as well? This is another possibility, because it just came to my mind. If you deep it in terms of population and numbers, Abraham himself, when he left the land of Ur, him and his wife, like, how many people? Like, because he was rich, so he had servants, so there may be 20 servants. Then him and his wife, then his cousin Lot. That's not a lot of people. And then you go up to Canaan, you stay there, you have a kid Isaac, you have a kid Ishmael, and then maybe you have servants that given to you from Pharaoh, which is the Hagar. Like, there wasn't many. It's like a small camp of people. It only became a kingdom with bare people after Kemet, after Exodus, because they were in Egypt for 400 years, getting healthy, eating all the nice food, growing. Mixing with the Egyptians, so that means you're getting more Hamite looking mixed with Shemite looking people. That probably contributes to the massive number. Really, most of them are probably just mixed with the Egyptians. Probably that's why after that Exodus, Israelites are being confused with Egyptians throughout the whole Bible. Even Paul himself was confused for an Egyptian. And then you've also got when Jacob died, when they buried him in Canaan, they took the body back to Canaan, and when the Canaanites saw Jacob and the Israelites, they said to them, "What are these Egyptians doing here?" So the Canaanites in the Bible, the Canaanites are saying that the Israelites look like Egyptians. So it's like we were there for 400 years. Of course, we look like them now. We've mixed with them, really. And this is why Egypt weren't really hated on, because they're pretty much like God's second child or whatever. Because when you look at Isaiah, there's a whole chapter. I forgot to show you this. There's a whole chapter that talks about
number one. Uncle Ty, remember the Uncle Ty verse?
Egypt, my people.
And then Assyria, my
the work of my hands.
And then Israel, my
inheritance.
So we know the order.
So this is what I'm saying, Michael. All them man that say, "Oh, Hamai bun, they're trying shit, bro.
I don't know what Hamai got to do with Kemet.
But if they read the Bible properly, God doesn't hate Cushite or Egyptian people. These, like, they actually are refuge for many times in the Bible whenever we got taken over. Like Ethiopia, especially, and Kemet, were probably our two main refuge places whenever there was trouble. So I don't know what they're talking about how, or like that other guy that was saying the flies. Remember, what's that guy's name? Flash or whatever, saying flies in their eyes and all that shit. Like, as an African, I'm kind of ended. Like, what the fuck? Like why are you hating on Kushite people, bro? Like, makes no sense, fam.
Well,
but then there's all our fuckery though that they did to the Israelites, though, and they can't deny that. I mean, that 400 years wasn't a nice 400 years.
I'm saying,
because whoever this new king that came along that didn't know the Israelites, whoever he was, he did some fuckery to the Israelites, bro.
Apart from
chattel slavery.
Apart from Canaan and his seed, yeah, everybody else was blessed. Everybody else had a covenant. Everybody else was part of the same covenant. So I don't see there's no problem. And you are going to go to war with some of your family members and be asked to go to war against some of your family members. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be distant. So as you're saying, I understand what you're saying with the Israelites being way back with the other members of the family. You know what I'm saying? We still can't discount the Shemites, the Finger, the Amorites, the Disites, the Daites. You know what I'm saying? And then the other sons 100%. Of Abraham as well. You know what I'm saying? Or descendants of Abraham. So
I have a theory that the Shemites and the Amorites stuck close together, and the Japhethites went up to Europe and islands, and like they didn't stay have much because like when you look at the Middle East and Africa, like you go to the history. Obviously, it starts off with the African people, but like we're really closely connected in trade, in communication, and everything from all the way from Mesopotamia to all the way to the Ottoman Empire. It's simply just Africa, Middle East. Obviously, you get Asia. I think when it comes to Asia, it becomes more prominent during the Hinduism period, during the Sumerian times and the Akkadian and the. But pre that, it's just Kemet, Middle East, like you know what I mean, like. So I think the Shemites and Hamites stuck very close. Stuck very close. Like when you look at Abyssinia and Yemen, the Yemenese Arab people, they look very similar to the Ethiopians, the Kushites. They're basically the same people, really. When you look at Abyssinia.
And
you're talking. Can I ask a question? Can I chime in quickly? Is this post Tarseti before Kemet became kind of Kemet, established as Kemet? You know when
I've not studied pre-Kemet, so I can't comment on that.
Is it? Do you know about Tarseti?
I don't know too much about
it. But anyway, look, where am I going to get all your information, Zulu? Was that via scripture? A lot of that based on the Abrahamic.
It's a mix between scripture and studying other things as well.
Of course.
Putting other things together. And Maku said some of the things I've said as well, so I've heard him say it. So.
And using your own mind, of course. That's the main thing I encourage. The fact that you can analyze and use your own mind. That's what God gave you. He gave you that ability to work things out. That is free will. I understand.
Definitely.
That is free will.
If you're going just off the scripture, I don't think you're going to get he won't overstand it as much as what
you're not going to get far.
Yeah, thorough. Yeah, you're not going to get thorough. You
won't get the scripture is simply instructions. In order to achieve righteousness, instructions to be more like God. These are just instructions. We have an inbuilt morality and inbuilt ability to connect with the Creator, but because we've become we're not like the ancestors. Let's just say that we're not as close to God as they were. So we've had to be reminded by maybe having a book or hearing a story, like really. Just for memory.
Hey, family, book, really. You know that thing where you're talking about connected, yeah? Blood, just the mere fact their feet were connected to the soil allows them to be able to connect with the earth a lot more and the data that's coming from it. You know what I mean? If you want to look at it like that. You know what I mean? And as they say, it heals you just putting your bare foot on the soil. Has healing properties that go up in your body and all them things there. So
there's a problem with that when you live in the inner city because there's glass on the floor. There's you know what I'm saying? When I even step on my shoes, I'm moving over the glass like I'm not trying to step on the glass even with shoes. So it's like
but
I don't know about that barefoot thing still.
You do need to get overall look on it, and you should be able to connect to. You said we should be able to. We could connect to create a lot easier back in the day.
From the only place I'd walk barefoot is in Africa, in Zimbabwe, in like you know, the villages or whatever. But over here, I ain't walking barefoot. You step on dog shit or something like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know how the grass see what's in there. Like, you might be stepping on some dog shit or something. Like, I'm definitely not walking barefoot in this
That's
country.
not even. That's not soil. That you can't grow nothing in that. That's dirt. That give you a fucking infection or something like that. That goes into a cut. But that soil will heal you if it's out in Africa.
You step on a stone or something and cut your toe and shit. Like, it's not. Like, I watched a video the other day. This guy was on the news. He ran a marathon barefoot in the streets and everything. I'm like, is this kind of idiot? How is his foot not burn up? Like, you mad?
Yeah, but we've lost the connection now. Like you were touching, I like that point you just brought up there about we lost to be able to create to our higher consciousness. You know what I mean, or God, whatever you want to call it. But that's that. I do believe that's and just the mere fact that we were running around, our feet connected to the floor, and we had less all of this extra fucking madness going on in our subconscious mind. You know what I mean? It was just more clear. We had more clear thoughts. That's what I believe. You know what I mean? The clearness of our mind. But yeah, the Tarseti period, man, I've just started studying it, Zulu, but it's very interesting. A lot of battles, scorpion gods and all of these things, and scorpion kings, and you know what I mean? That's and then
fallen. Yeah, you know, Out of the Dead, but I was told not to read it because there's curses in it and it's very dangerous. So I'm refraining from reading that book at the moment. But what do you think about that, though, Mike? Is it safe to read, or?
Of course.
Because you know how some of these archaeologists, they go into tombs and just take things and take scrolls when they shouldn't be taking certain scrolls, maybe the secrets.
Basically, the laws of Moses, but you're going to work that out when you read it. I'm being real.
Maybe Moses, when he was in the library, he might have read it, you know, and he might have looked at a few things. And
yeah, so it's not really, it's not really called the Book of the Dead, but it's really called the Book of Coming Forth by Day. You know what I mean? That they call the book, the Dead Sea Scrolls. So they call.
So it's safe to read, though, like for real, because I was told there's curses on it and you shouldn't read it and shit like that.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead, are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know about that one. I don't know about if you should.
Seriously.
But I think most of that is really to do with the embalming process and all of that, and the concepts that go with it about the afterlife and that. So
yeah. Yeah, so it was one of the original thoughts, isn't it? I reckon of man, in that book.
Well,
because some of these things, like you said, you know, there's different schools in Kemet, and so some of these scrolls might have been sacred and hidden. So for some European archaeologists to go in there and dig it and take it out and translate it and sell it, it's like, what if we're not supposed to be what if we're not supposed to read that?
And what if
there's curses on it? You know what I mean?
Well, again, if he interpreted it wrong, which they tend to do. And then
that's true.
On sperm lettuce talk on there. Get me? That's where the sperm lettuce comes in.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Bro, okay, let's be real, fam. If we were the original people, some of us were Batman, fam. Some of them were Batman. Let's be real.
I don't think we was putting it on the walls, though, bro. I don't know about all that. I think that would be something frowned upon. It's even frowned upon now in our culture. So, get me? Yeah, they could.
But do you think it was maybe the Ptolemy period? Maybe Ptolemy times. You know, Greeks coming in and mixing.
Well, in Ptolemy's in Alexandria, all sorts of depravity could have been going on. I don't doubt that. But I don't think they should attach it to us. I don't think they should attach it to us because it's definitely their culture that they're bringing. That Hellenistic and all of that they're bringing over is definitely, you know, pagan. They do orgies and all of that type of stuff in their culture originally. So it would make sense that when they get to Kemet, they'll be doing the same fuckery. And they always make out Cleopatra to be some loose woman. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why.
Cleopatra looks like a trans. Cleopatra looks like a trans, bro.
That's why. Yeah, man, it's look weird, isn't it? But that's why that the Kemets, the Nubians or the Kushites went to war with Egypt because they said they've been corrupted in it by foreigners.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing, though. When it comes to the Ptolemy period, like when you look at Greek architecture, like Greek sculptures of humans, why are they mostly men and naked? I've always wondered that. Like when you go to the British Museum, things or bare sculptures of just naked people with small sticks.
That's not the depiction of the people of the original time. That was a 16th century rendition of what they thought of those people of that time. You know what I'm saying? So those statues are not old. Like, yeah, when you look into the history of it, them Greek statues.
Who made the Greek shit.
They started in that Renaissance era. Yes, of course, yeah. Because men are trying
that makes sense. Do you know how that makes sense? Because like with the Egyptian ones, they say the corrosion. That's why the noses have been taken off. So why is there no corrosion on the Greek ones? Why are they pristine?
Yeah, they're pretty new. Only like some arms have dropped off because they got the tech that next.
Yeah, man, them Greek historians didn't know what they were doing. They've been slapped on the wrist, fam.
But images shape your reality, so they needed images of Hercules, Zeus, and all of these type of things to, make them feel better in a sense. Like if you're talking about
I've noticed about the Greek people, they're very visual. They can't be. They're not like internal. Like how in the Hebrew traditions, they're not supposed to make any images of God. You're not supposed to make any like internal, like understanding. Like we don't have to visually be stimulated.
It was a cultural appropriation again. Remember, Carl, we did do that. We were doing that in Kemet. You see many kings doing large statues of themselves and busks and all of
ego.
That. No, not really. I mean,
a
lot of it because of their achievements, and a lot of it had spiritual and metaphysical significance, rather than say it was like an idea of worshiping man. You know what I'm saying? Like you worship man because of his achievements, in a sense. Like you give him admiration, and he can build great statues of himself because he attained that level of supremacy as a pharaoh, or you know what I mean? Top. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He did his job well.
King Nama was the gangster, though. King Nama, he was the one who was the African Bantu king. He was King Nama, or he
but
was
there's a huge danger though in the statues. In the statues, though, I understand the meaning of the initial building, but you can't guarantee that the descendants, exception, because the descendants 5 generations down the line might look, wow, this guy must have been a god, and then the traditions of that start building on and building, and the next thing you know, he's Cherus. This person that was a human is now one of the next Cherus.
I can hear that, and that could happen in Alexandria. That's the type of thing that was happening in Alexandria. But as for the rest of it, remember that there were schools. It was a university where they studied the universe and emulated as above, so below. Do you know what I'm saying? So it was like, it was always a school. It was always a place where you went to learn, and the ruling class of the continent lived there too. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not get it all twisted like it was some major city. The major reason there was a major city there was for the construction of some of these, or the reconstruction of some of these ancient monuments.
Yeah, I hear that, but like, for example, when you look at Ra and Set and all these gods, if you study the etymology and the history of it, these were actual people, were they not?
Yeah, but what they were comprised of is what they represent. So aspects of they all represent the same thing, but aspects of the different parts of it is what they represent. So Ra represents the sun, because we all we have hydrogen atoms in our body. I don't know how they knew that already. See what I'm saying? So we are definitely connected to the sun, as in the material that the sun's made of is in our body. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, it was a principle like that. So everybody comes from the source, you know what I'm saying? But we are different aspects or attributes, you know what I'm saying? So that's what they were trying to explain when they were talking about Ra, Shu, Set. We're talking about wind and blah, blah, blah. Wind can't be a person, but people can have attributes of that, because wind is what makes things pollinate, innit? You know what I mean? Carrying the pollen from one place to another. So we need wind We need change. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what that represents. So everybody represents that because we all move, we all do, you know, we all do these things. But if we're trying to teach in a basic way, we have to teach it like that. That these basic elements, earth, wind, and fire, you know what I mean, do certain things.
But you know what's weird, Michael? You see the same thing in the Hebrew traditions with for example, Holy Spirit. If you look at the Hebrew word for ruha, they say wind, the movement. You know, it says he hovered over the waters. So like we, even in Hebrew culture, we use nature to symbolize things like Lion of Judah, Lamb of God. They'll say be smart as a serpent, and be peaceful as a dove. So we do have animal symbolism, but the way it gets a bit sticky now for both sides is when that animal symbolism, through someone's weird interpretation later on the line, becomes worship. Because why does Ra, if it's a symbolic thing, why does Ra need a temple, and why does Ra need sacrifices?
No, the sun needs respect, definitely. You know what I'm saying? So the symbol.
But why not give respect to the creator of the sun?
Yeah, they always give respect to the creator of the sun. That's why the person has Ra in their name. So and under what school you learn under, would you have these essential elements in your name? Because that's what you studied. These are alchemists, alchemist. You know what I'm saying? These men study chemistry. This is where it's all was taught and always learned. You get me? From the original atom, the circle and the dot. You get me? That they were teaching about.
Well, that's 666.
Circle and the dot. No, that's an atom.
Gesture is the 6.
No, I tried to do a circle with a dot, mate. I don't care about no.
No, I know what it's doing, but the whole 6. Never mind.
That's not my thing. Yeah. Anyway, so the whole circle of the dot is the atom, innit? So you know, we were teaching these things for our ancestors were teaching these things for thousands of years, and it had to be explained in very simple ways. Like the father of these 9 needs that you're calling Ra, Shu, Tefnut, you get me, and all of those, they came out of Bes, who is the primordial pygmy. So the reality is, do you get what I'm saying? What comes before what you're calling gods, is somebody who's actually human. Do you get what I'm saying? So it can't be a thing of worship.
So
wait, Matthew.
He's seen the light.
So wait, hold on, Maku. I agree with you saying the source. There's many sources, right? So sun is a source, water is a source. We're 70% water. There's many sources in nature, but the supreme source has to be outside of it, or at least the progenitor of everything. It can't just be ancestor. So when I say worship the god or the creator, I'm talking about the source of all.
We invented that concept, the unseen one. You got me? Amun-Ra.
So why is the unseen not venerated the most in Kemet?
No, but we're not saying it wasn't. We're not saying it wasn't. No one wasn't saying it. There were cities built in honor. You get me? Of the unseen. You get me? Seeing of the Rayo, yeah. You get me? No, Horus is just.
Set. What about Set?
Set.
Yeah, he was one of them.
I'm not even talking about. I'm talking about again. You get what I'm saying? Before you even get the 9 needs again, you have to go to the Ogdogs, which are the beings that came before what we're talking, all of those. But the primordial man, original man of that time was Beth.
Beth, yeah. The
right,
pygmy,
so
yeah.
Beth is
Nuke and Beth.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah. So I just typed in Marco, I just typed in the unseen god, and it says here, Amun is an ancient Egyptian god of the sun and air. His name means the hidden one, invisible, mysterious of form, and unlike most of other Egyptian gods, he was considered lord of all, who encompassed every aspect of creation.
That's right.
Wait, listen, what
sounds
you
very
can
similar. Sounds very similar, doesn't it, Maku?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying to you. I mean, like there was a singular concept always. You know what I'm saying? When people saying, "Oh yeah, they worship many gods," and it's like, that's not true. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we have aspects, and we know sight beyond sight, and we had knowledge beyond knowledge. So we had thousands of years before some of these people even existed to sit down and contemplate these things. Do you know what I'm saying? So we did it in quite an advanced way when we was trying to break it down simply. That's why I said it was very simple, but people now have made it complicated. You know what I mean? Oh, it's
But
all
Michael, how
this.
could you say that? How could you say that it's always been a singular thing? I agree with you from the source, from the beginning when it was first
There's always
Ham
been
had
a
his
source.
son.
Yeah,
When Ham first had his son, Mizraim or Kemet or whatever, I agree that it would have been just a singular thing because it would have learned it from Noah. It would have just been the one God concept.
I don't know what that
But
means. Because Mizraim is not the root and the source of Kemet. So, you know, it doesn't say it in the history, it doesn't even think, you know what I mean? So like
Michael, Mizraim is a meaning. It's not the name of the actual descendants. It's a meaning. It means bondage.
No, but I'm saying Mizraim is a name given to the place called, you get
to
me?
the place of bondage for the Israelites. It's a name. It's an Israelite name of another country, not the actual name of what it was.
You're saying that man have to make the place, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? You're acting like
hear me out, Michael. Michael, hear me out. For example, America wasn't always called America. Someone else is called America for whatever reason. Egypt was never called Mizraim. There's a meaning behind why they called it Mizraim, because it's the place of bondage to them. Not that it was called Mizraim or
it wasn't.
You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't called Mizraim. Yeah, exactly.
Of course,
so it wasn't called
wasn't.
Mizraim. Yeah, exactly. So in a time, of a biblical timeline, this I'm saying one is that if Mizraim is not the root, the first pharaoh, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, Houston, we have a problem. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that he's not he could be in the lineage. He could have been you know what I mean? But I'm not saying he's at the beginning.
No, he wasn't a pharaoh. Mizraim just means place of bondage. It's not a person.
Okay, so he never ever had no entitlement. So in a sense, that land, as you said, was never really named after him. Do you know what I'm saying? But remember, this is son of Ham. This is not son of Abraham or nothing. This is son of Ham and son of Noah. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, but the Israelites have called him. But was that his actual name? Of course not. Because Mizraim means place of bondage. And who wrote the book of Genesis? Moses. Ironically, right after they left the place of bondage. So they were in Egypt, they want to leave, they leave about the genealogy, and instead of calling it Kemet or whatever, place of bondage, where we just came from.
So it must
Makes sense.
It must be the genealogy. Yeah, but it's not matching up with the Kemetan story, is it? So that's our point. It wouldn't. You know. Yeah, so the Kemetan story is thousands of years older. You know what I'm saying, Carl? When we're talking about these,
come on.
When we're talking about these Ra, Shoes, and Tefnut, as you said, they were real people, so they were venerated through their statues. You know what I'm saying? Through their images or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? So these people actually existed, actually interacted, and actually lived and ruled over the same people. Do you get what I'm saying? So that is a thing that they're trying to prove or disprove. But unfortunately, they found the tomb of Osiris. Do you get what I'm saying? About 10 years ago, whatever. You know what I'm saying? To prove that we don't check it. You know, like this ain't myth. Yeah, man's got a full.
But Maki, do you know what I would say? I would say that the son of Ham would have been the earliest, maybe Egyptian pharaoh or Egyptian whatever. But the Israelites have called them Mizraim because they just left it. The time it was written, they literally just left, so they were still a bit salty about it. So they called them, instead of calling them what it was, they called them the place of bondage, which is what Mizraim means in Hebrew.
It seems
that makes sense.
It seems if they're saying that that Moses was in the time of Ramses, is so far down.
No, that's not true.
Okay, so far down the line in dynasties, yeah, that again, it's still gonna even bring the first person, the original Mizraim, somewhere in the middle of a Egyptian dynasty, and it doesn't even make no sense. Because
the pharaoh of Exodus is Ahmose the first. That's the
cool.
That's the pharaoh of Exodus.
Cool, and that's not the first. You know what I'm saying? That's just the one before Ramses, or when
No,
the
that's before Ramesses. Ahmose is Middle
yeah,
Kingdom.
I did say that.
Ramesses is New Kingdom.
I did say that. The reason there's New Kingdom and Old Kingdom is because there's an intermediary period. Do you get what I'm saying? Between
Yes.
I'm saying the last of the Old Kingdom, like you're saying, is Athmos, right? But even then, look, you're within the dynasties. Like there's so much of Kemetic pre-dynastic thing. We haven't even gone to the beginning where we're talking about the Scorpion King or Menes or you know what I'm saying? Who set
I
up the
agree.
whole,
I agree.
who joined Upper and Lower Egypt. He didn't create it. He just joined them. You know what I'm saying? So joined the two philosophies or ideologies of North and South. Do you know what I'm saying?
I've got a
So in the
question.
North, go on.
This Scorpion King. I've not read much, but I have a suspicion that it's Nimrod. Am I wrong?
Nimrod
the Scorpion King. That the Scorpion King is actually Nimrod. Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong.
Okay. I'm okay. Am I way off or like?
Kinda, yeah. No, you got the region right, but you didn't get the individual correct. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it is
Because Nimrod is therefore mentioned in Kemet Farm somewhere. He has to be because he was the king of.
It is Sumerian, and the image and the thing is of Baal. Do you know what I'm saying? And if you type in Baal or Baal Hadad, yeah, you'll see that he has the same stance, image, the same crest on his or helmet on his head. They're just depicting an Egyptian pharaoh of the one who conquered all the lands and unified everything, which is Menes, aka the Scorpion King, aka Nama. Is it Nama?
Yeah, King Nama.
Mm.
But he goes back to
I think
Scorpion. He goes back to the Scorpion King bloodline, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's why.
Well, I just typed in the sons of Mizraim, and it says here Ludum, Lehabim, Naphtali. Does any of these sound?
Nope.
Interesting. It's got a whole list of the sons of Mizraim here.
But we can always
this
give
is what
you
I'm saying. I think
that sound Kemetic in of the Israelite bloodline, definitely.
That's true. Like the like Joshua, the son of what's it called? Nod? No, Nod.
Even
the son of Noon. Yeah, Noon.
Even Benjamin. Even Benjamin, who was
Ephraim, Manasseh,
which was Ben Oni. It was Ben Oni before, and Ben Oni or the son of On. You get me? And On is what we're calling the city of which is Heliopolis, which is Egypt. You get me? But we've also got Manasseh and Ephraim, which are Egyptian names. You've got Seth, all the way back in the beginning, or Set. You get me? That's going to be the oldest version of the term or the word. Do you get what I'm saying? Before any Hebrew or anything like that. So you've got all these Egyptian names and Sumerian names like Adam. You get me? Or Akkadian word, which is Adam. Hebrew, which is to cross over, which is Akkadian word as well. Do you get what I'm saying? So you can see by the language who's saying what and where the words came from, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah.
But I've just clicked on the individual descendants of Mizraim, and some of these names are actually locations. So for example, one of the sons is Pathrusium, and that's supposed to be, as it says here, Pathros, which is Upper Egypt. So some of these sons may have had different names than what we see in Genesis, but what Moses has probably done is maybe when he was in Kemet, he was looking at a map or something, or he was looking at libraries and reading all these things, and when he was
he's not gonna go all the way back. He's just gonna specify in it. You know what I'm saying?
Possibly, probably narrowed it down. Probably didn't go through the whole thing. And
that's why I say the Bible is a specific bloodline, the bloodline of prophets, and kings, and you get what I'm saying. So this is being specific. It doesn't account for the rest of the people on the planet. Do you know what I'm saying? It's being specific for a reason. You know what I'm saying? And then when Europeans grab it and take it, they're being specific for a reason with the genealogy or begot becomes really important because they're trying to squeeze themselves inside the story. So now you've got Ashkenazims pretending to be the ones that got taken by Nebuchadnezzar when it wasn't, when it was actually real Israelites, the same ones that we're talking about, real ones, just the real ones. Anyway, yeah, no euros yet. You know what I'm saying? Like they're just gone too far, and they didn't say they were taking no
I have a
Canaanite.
question. Do you think there were Israelites? Do you think there were white Ashkenazi fake Israelites during the time of Jesus, or do you think it came way after, during the Khazars?
No, I think I explained it on a couple shows before, but yeah, definitely in the time of Christ, they were the ruling faction placed there by the Romans. So you had the Romans.
You've said that before.
Yeah, and then you've got the Sephardic, the Rabbis, and then the secret police force that worked underneath them, which were them
Sanhedrin. Yes.
Yeah. So these are all systems under Rome, though. Do you know what I'm saying? Rome's doing their funny games. They're placing people in positions of power in Judea, in all of these places. You know what I'm saying? Because they really control all of that area at that time. When we start looking into what Rome controlled, you're like Antioch and all of that is just Turkey, but Turkey's part of the Roman Empire. So even when Paul's born, he's born within Turkey, but in the Roman Empire. So they have control over that fucking province at that time. You know them ones, mad thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So many people.
So then, do you think the caste system was implemented then in that time? Maybe
the caste system. Did you say?
Yeah, like a form of it, I guess.
I mean, that would have come from the Romans already. You understand, because that's in their thinking, and then with these Jebusites, these Canaanites, they would have known that as well. They would have had the knowledge of certain schools of thought as well. So yeah, I do believe that. And then you've got Ionians, and you've got all sorts of, like members of the family, like from Japheth and thing, who've mixed in with them and given them their knowledge, and then it's all turned into some mad type of Hellenistic type thing for some people.
100%. Yeah.
So,
do you know, like how in Kemet you have Ptolemy and you have Hellenism basically infiltrating the royal bloodline? Is it not possible that the high priests were infiltrated, by Edomite, Jebusite people? So like even when Jesus was arguing with these Pharisees, he was probably talking to Ashkenazi people today.
The wrong one.
And he was like a black guy talking.
Yeah.
It's possible, isn't it?
I say exactly that. Imagine that scenario I think is exactly how it was. Do you get what I'm saying? Because
and no wonder they easily just done.
Remember, man's in Egypt until he's 15 or you know what I mean, or 13.
Yeah.
He's come, or 14, I think it is. He's come back and he's talking big talk. He's talking about the Torah to these Rabbonis. You know what I'm saying? So as we said before, we know what he was studying in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? He was studying the Torah. He was studying all sorts of texts and all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? So when he's come back now, he's sitting there with the Rabbonis, but these men ain't the same guys. You know what I'm saying? That he's used to, because he's a different type. I'm an Israelite. You get me? From the tribe of Judah. You're a Jew. No. We've gone from Israelites now to Jews. You understand? So it's like, you're meant to be the same as us. You know what I'm saying? But you're claiming that your lineage thing is to do with going to Babylon and getting enslaved by Nebuchadnezzar. Then after Nebuchadnezzar frees you lot, that's how you lot come back down.
Come back. And think about it, Michael. How many of them who were actually Babylonians came with them? Exactly. Or how many of them who were foreigners came with them? Exactly.
Yeah, a few. Yeah, exactly. This is why we say that none of the areas you could actually define and say it was a whole area of a whole people. Once you got to places like populated areas like Jerusalem and all of that, it would have been a mixed bag, definitely. So man could disguise themselves as whatever and just make it true. You get what I'm saying? So imagine,
exactly.
Yeah, imagine you're going, I need to go and pray in an Israelite temple. You know what I'm saying? Thinking it's thing, and then you get there and you see these other man with long beards and trying to look like your ancestors, but nah, no, this. You're changing your neck like nah.
You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of the cultural appropriation going on today. You know, like how there's bare Asian man trying to get nappy hair, like trying to look like black people. Like, have you seen that?
Yeah, I've seen it, man, with Afro. Like,
Mad, fam.
I paid 1,000 yen.
I went to Turkey.
Hey, what's cracking me up? You know how many of my Somali brethren have been like, yeah, I'm going to Turkey? Like, with straight face as well. No, that's crazy.
Seriously?
Yeah. I'm like, well, I know my neighbor upstairs, he's done it. He came back. It's way ever.
Did you ask him how much you paid?
Yeah, I think about 2,000-3,000 or something like that. Yeah. I remember, yeah. I was like, it was like mad. I just saw it was like healing up. And
is it worth it though? Like 3,000, bro.
Take it from the back here. They take it from the back of the neck and put it at the front.
Is that shit permanent?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think. Yeah. I was like, this is mad. The world's mad. If my shit goes on boarding, you get me? That's it. I just board it all off, bro. I'm not going to play no game. No foolishness.
Yeah, just let it happen. Let nature take its course in it. Like,
if it is what it is, bro. Straight barley. Just shave
but
it.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, if I saw like a 90-year-old with like a proper shape up, I would be kind of confused. Like, it's not natural. You know what I'm saying? Like, the hair naturally just goes back in it. Like, let nature take its course from. Like, why you have to be 100 and have a skin fade, a shape up, and everything? Like, bro, like.
I had an uncle, my uncle passed away, but my uncle, my mom's brother, yeah, his hairline was so small because he never cut it for years. He always just patted it down, and then he got to big man age, then he started fading and that. You get me? So he's fading, but he's just got this small hairline. You get me? The small round hairline that we got in our family. You get me? The rest of us have been chopping, changing. Some of my uncles got receding way back because they used to get lines, bare lines cutting hair and that. Yeah, trying to do the Shabba Ranks thing or something. You get me? Back in the 80s or 90s.
Maybe the fact that we're shaping off and cutting is what's making it recede.
Yeah, definitely. And then also these flat caps and these caps with no breathing space. Yeah, also is causing a lot of man to bald and hair recede and all of that. I was like, raw. So bear man, I used to say, now, yeah, you're not going bald, but if you stop wearing this cap, yeah, your thing will be all right. You got to let the hair breathe sometimes. Speaking of which,
definitely.
Get me? It's true. This is your antenna to the universe still. You said it's an extension of your immune system, or not your immune system, your your nervous system. That's right. So really, it's like antennae. Get me?
But like,
and your hair's defined.
We're doing all sorts of shit to the hair. Like, you got some commands like going bald and wearing wigs. You got some man tying it, having dreads. Like, we've always been styling our hair. From, you know what I mean? I don't think there's one hair type that's the best, or we've always been doing that.
I was I think a question was put a couple of days ago about having locks and being Muslim, and I found that even in Africa, some countries like what's that place? Liberia, Gambia. A lot of them are Muslims and they got locks. So I think that the locks thing is just a hairstyle and a fashion. You know what I'm saying? There's even it's the same for Nubians. You got Nubians who got locks, man. Just got locks in their hair, they thing, they rasta, they thing as well. You know, they're doing other things. It's just the title. You get what I'm saying? Of schools of knowledge.
You know locks though. But do you think it's Hinduism, because I've tried to find like the origins of it, and it looks like either Hindus were doing that shit, and it might have some actual spiritual meanings. Maybe
What's that?
harnessing energy, recycling energy, antennas, all these different things. There's all these different spiritual meanings, but it is some pagan shit. Because our hair doesn't
What?
naturally lock up like that.
What, our hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, this it's a yeah. You're kind of hitting something there, Carl. In reality, like there are certain beings supposedly out here who have dreadlocks. So I think it'd be incumbent on you to 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 find out or look into who Jah is. You get what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Look into who Jah is. Look
It's
into
about
the beings.
racism.
Look into the beings they're trying to show us and give us that have dreadlocks. Is it not the predator? Huh?
Whoa! Are you trying to say that the angelic beings or the heavenly beings have dreads?
I'm saying, are they not giving us the image of the predator? And does the predator not have locks?
That's true. That's true.
Mm.
It could be something that the Nephilim thought humans or aliens or human.
Listen, out here, we know there's nothing by chance. Yeah, and we know that people are always trying to give us information through films. So my point is, they're saying these predators are from Andromeda. Andromeda is a real place. Andromeda is in the Pleiades star constellation. You get me? There's beings that say they come from this Pleiades star constellation. You know what I'm saying? The Seven Sisters or whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, you just got to see the connections of the information and how they're playing this game, bros. A lot of it is all the same thing, as you said. A lot of it is what we're calling pagan, but pagan is nothing less than Hindu, Zoroaster, Sumerian, mixed with a little Kemetan, and everything just rolled into one. You know what I'm saying? In certain parts of the Middle East and or Northeast Africa, it's a massa. You got me. Some men have taken up the ideology and then come up with Kabbalism. You know what I mean? And within Kabbalah, there's like 4 or 5 different things that is based off, which are stolen from other ancient ideologies as well. You know what I mean? Might be Phoenicians in there. Might be, and you be like, what? What's Phoenician got to do with it? Okay. Oh yeah, they were before. Okay, that makes sense. You get me? And like, look at the region, look at the place where it's all coming back to. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, sometimes it's always like back to the Middle East, and then from the Middle East you can go track it back to East Africa. I mean, Asia, or back towards Africa. You know what I mean? And within Africa, you can see it, the trace of it, in what we're calling Upper Egypt, and then the source of everything else or the old shit in what they're calling Lower Egypt, but it's really the other way around. You understand? So Upper Egypt is the all the way from Uganda down Ethiopia, Sudan. Do you get what I'm saying? And then when you get to the end of Sudan, I suppose, that's Lower Egypt, all the way down to the coast of the Mediterranean. You got what I'm saying? One, because
Bro,
the Nile.
I've just typed in the predator. Sorry to interrupt you. I've just typed in the predator the dreadlocks thing because of that. And listen to what the explanation is. It's on a question website. It says here, predators, being larger creatures than the tallest human, need some mechanism to maintain balance, and the dreadlocks may help in maintaining so. Moreover, when the predator done the mask, which helps in rendering configuring capabilities, those dreadlocks maintain maintain electrically induced high refractory. So basically, they're supposed to be conductors, and they're supposed to be there for balance when you're tall.
So what's your hair? What's your hair then? Is that an explanation of what you have? Is that an explanation for what you have in your head already? That's what I'm saying.
That's true still.
You get me? Like, they're trying to play games with us. But as I said, yeah, you caught onto something, and you're talking about the Hindus the Hindus and the gurus who have dreadlocks, who
They
worship.
don't cut their hair, or they don't. Yeah, even the Sikhs, they don't cut their hair.
They worship a
You
thing
see?
called a yogi. And if you see what yogi looks like Yoda, some little creature with some big. Yeah, I swear to you, I ain't lying. I swear to you, I ain't
Oh,
lying.
let me tell you this
You know what I'm
thing.
saying?
Are you serious?
Mad thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yogi.
Like these, I don't know what they call them, gurus or whatever, but then butt naked, paint themselves white, and they got dreadlocks. Mad thing. Get me? Man will bend these balls around a bloody piece of bamboo and all of these type of stuff. Stretch them. Yeah. Get me? No pain. Meditate. Yeah. Levitate. Do stuff. That's what they
Yeah,
meant
these
they
man
do.
are doing some proper deal.
They're working with some different forces, that's all. And they don't claim them to be
But
earthly.
you know the blue guy. What's his name? I don't know. The one with the blue skin. I don't know his name. Sorry.
Which one? Krishna? Which one?
His name Krishna.
Yeah. Or Vishnu or Shiva. Probably Shiva.
Yeah, it's Krishna. It's Krishna. Yeah, he's got blue skin and he's like a little kid. Sometimes the whole what's that festival that the Sikhs do or the Hindus do? You know, the fireworks and the story of the guy fighting the demon with the 10 heads, or you know the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah. The festival of light, which is Diwali.
Diwali, yeah, and the blue guy. Yeah, that guy. I'm starting to think this guy might be
Diwali.
Nephilim, bro.
Diwali. Hey, listen.
Aha!
Right. So my
There's
point.
there's bare secrets in that, man.
It's gonna scare the shit out of you when you're. Oh, sorry, I've already done spoiler alert. That is basically demonology. So it's just demonology in a nice way. That's what it is. It's like
So wait,
Ross.
why are
You know,
these Indian man dealing with demons? Like, so we're over in Kemet and Israel dealing with the God, and these men are dealing with demons. Like, what's going on? What happened to them?
I think all of us have the capacity of the Cohen gene, and that Cohen gene is like a priestly gene, is like a worshiping gene. So the ability to worship is a human frailty, it seems. So we'll worship anything if we're not knowledgeable, anything that comes to us and tells us it's God. You know what I'm saying? If it's got six arms
Yes.
and it's physical and it's human and it's fingers like, right, oh my God, stop praying, stop praying. Yeah, this is how this idea of worship and this is how this idea of religion comes from the Hindu, because these beings and these stories are thousands and millions, let's say millions of years old. Do you get what I'm saying? The story being
It can't
told
be older than the Kemet stuff, is it?
is older, definitely.
Are you serious?
I'm telling you, straight.
Shit.
As in
So
terms of
wait. That means the Hindus started Kemet then, really? If that's what you're saying.
no, the
Wait,
Hindu.
say that again. The Hindus came before the African spirituality. Hindus, we're saying now, where you're saying the Dravidians.
No, we're not saying Dravidians. We're talking about the actual beings that came down and people were writing texts about, or they
Oh,
were writing.
you're right, Michael. You're right. He's right, King.
Mm.
Because that's like Enoch. That's like early, like that's the beginning. So these are like the angelic beings coming down, the demons coming down, and yeah. That's like yeah.
That's that story.
You're right.
But that story is an ancient story of billions of billions or millions and millions and millions of years ago, where the Hindus had war in the skies of the malevolent versus the demonic, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So malevolent Hindus are basically good ones, yeah, good on who lean towards the good side. So like your Krishna, your Vishnus, and those were good ones. You know what I'm saying? In the demon sense. You know what I'm saying? And then there were bad ones that came to attack them, probably looking like predator. I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah. So these other ones came to the moon where they lived. They didn't live on the planet before, remember? They lived on the moon. They are what you call Luciferians, because lunar, Lucer, don't worry about it. It's a long story, right? So those Luciferians, which you're calling now Hindus or whatever, came down here, yeah, being pursued by another set of beings, you get me, which we could call Hindu demons or whatever, blah, 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 who came down to fight them. You get what I'm saying? So they fought on this plane. And that's why when you read the Hindu pantheon or the Upanishads, that's what it's talking about. A war in the skies. You get me? All types of spaceships or birds. Birds, you know what I mean? Metal birds and Vimanas and intergalactical craft and, interdimensional. And they were talking about multi dimensions in those texts. So the level of technology, even in those ancient texts, is so tremendous. You get me? It's like, okay, Kemet is high science too, but that might be a different type of science to this other type of science. And at some point, the two shall meet and combined and give you some Kundalini kind of thing in Kemet. So you are right in a sense that, yes, the southern part of Kemet, because it's part of Arabia, do you get what I'm saying? Or what do they call it? This Fertile Crescent, yeah, would have had that information coming from the east already. Do you get what I'm saying? And it would have influences the religious cultures and thing of that land. Because when you look into the
because I thought that the Indians were just Kushites that left Africa and started their own thing in the east. Therefore, Hinduism must have been younger than Kemet if they came from Africa. That's what I assumed.
No, they went there. They went there and found them. So if you go somewhere and you find some scripts, usually people don't name themselves after it, but that's what they did. They were called Hindu Kush before. Do you know what I'm saying? And then there was from the Indus Valley became India. From the India, you know what I'm saying? Because there were different.
Oh, wait, they went there and found them.
They went there and found those texts, yeah.
So no one Indians came from us.
No, I mean the Texas.
Yeah, the text. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
The movement is correct in what you're saying, but when they got there, they found the Texas and in clay.
Oh, like when the people from us left, they found the text there.
They found the text there, yeah, and then called themselves after the text. Mad. Do you know what I'm saying? Because Hindus.
So they purposely went out of the way to learn the demonology. They taught them. So they must have forgotten what they were supposed to learn in Kemet, and they've now learned this demonology from this book that they found.
But listen to this.
That's what you're saying.
Hindu or Voodoo or Voodoo or Okay. So when I say to people, this was something brought to Africans, yeah. They it's like they don't listen to me. You know what I'm saying? We did ancestral worship. We did.
Wait, say that again. I know you're on. I know you're freestyle and you're in the zone, but voodoo and Hindu.
When he starts spitting facts like this.
He said voodoo and Hindu is synonymous with where they was.
But Michael, you do know you would offend a lot of people by saying that, like African spiritualists. Like if you say voodoo's not African, they'll get pissed, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's not. Well, the facts are the facts, innit? But my point is that obviously there is also a lot of Hindus in Africa, and they just appeared there at a certain point. I don't think some of them was accepted with some of the other tribes, but they were there nonetheless. So yes, we have practices and things that we took from some set of people who must have been Hindus, because it's funny how the Yoruba's diet and the food style is exactly the same as Hindus, and we ain't nowhere near India. You understand? Why are we eating hot food in Africa? Do you know what I'm saying? Like the same way. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, even the food styles are same. It's obvious we took some things from them. You know what I'm saying? Whoever came to us and brought us this Wadu, they brought us other things as well. And I think even
when you look at chilies and spices, like I know we had this debate the other day, like spices in Africa. We don't really deal with none of this tikka, this stuff. That's Indian shit.
No,
like they brought that shit over. Like.
I'm saying the spices are different, definitely. Yeah, what we think, but the cooking style and all of that is the same. It's exactly the same. It's just obviously you've got different ingredients over there. We've got different ingredients over here. So I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but I can see the process. You get me? With the chicken madras, it's just like a chicken and and normal soup or stew. You get me, in Nigeria. So it's like, yeah, okay.
But then, Michael, when you look at like Nigerian food, like when you look at our food, it's not mainly spicy. It's more about the mixing of the vegetables and the meat and it's more about the natural taste. But there's not a lot we add to it for it to be nice. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but
then when you look at
they add things that are like we would consider like flowers and shit, like jasmine and stuff. Like we would never put jasmine in food. They would, you know what I'm saying? So but it's what grows there. So we can't knock it because there's a spice route going all the way to India from Africa anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? So we know that we could get those ingredients if we really wanted them, and we've been trading with them for thousands of years before any Europeans even existed. So, but the story, the funny thing about sorry, what King Gold was asking about the Hindu voodoo and voodoo. Do you know what I'm saying? Or the obia or whatever you want to call it. Yes, it is definitely a system that was brought into Africa, but it's only a practice. It is not a religious system.
Oh,
if some people,
guru's another.
Yes, a guru. That's what I said.
Guru, it's another word that's synonymous with that culture. Yeah, it's
the gurus that dress themselves up with dreadlocks and butt naked and paint themselves and mad thing.
And they stick their tongue out, innit? They stick their tongue out. You know
that's Shiva. That's the goddess of destruction. That's sticking the tongue. I think that's Shiva.
But that's
Kali.
The Asians.
I thought that was Shiva. Doesn't she stick her tongue out?
No, it's Kali. Kali is the goddess of destruction. Extra black for some reason. You know what I'm saying? She ain't even purple. She's blick, super blick. You know what I'm saying? The most scary.
Shit, you're right. I've just typed her in. And she's got dreadlocks as well. What the hell?
Auntie. You know what I'm saying? They just disrespected us anyway, but it's caste system.
It's the caste system, innit? It's the caste. Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying. What the hell?
They weren't like that before until the Vikings came. This is the myth that they miss out. The Vedas or the invaders or the Vikings came and invaded India 5,000 years ago during the Harappan Empire and blah blah blah, where they came in and they changed the idea of their gods, to be gods that were killing. They didn't kill before, like one god didn't kill another. You know what I'm saying? So you can see the same thing happen in Kemet. All of a sudden, now man's killing his brother, and all of that type of stuff is brought in because this is a European concept coming from their Nordic and their Greek and their Roman ideologies of sons snaking their fathers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, sons snaking, or fathers snaking their sons, or eating their sons, or doing some mad type of stuff. So they always try.
Yeah, them man are into all sorts of weird cannibalism and shit on them, man.
Yeah, but there's a pattern. There's a pattern to their ideologies, and what they do, they try and attach those type of theories to our ideologies when they come across them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this is what the people in Alexandria was doing, definitely, because they didn't have access to the schools. They was not given access, but obviously they got access to the land and the temples and go and look and read on the side of the walls, but you ain't getting in those schools. So you can interpret that text any which way you want to, and they did. They added their own spice to it, and then this is how you got Catholicism, as I mentioned before, with Cleopatra, Mark Antony, and their idea of worshipping the Sphinx. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't understand the concepts, and no one was there to teach them and say, no. That's Kepera, Setepin Ra, and this is about Saturn, and this is telling the story, and this matches up with the star constellation of Leo. But you wouldn't know about Leo yet, car. You don't do that shit. We do that shit. You know what I'm saying? We line shit up to star constellations. That's how gangster we are. We don't just line up pyramids, but we line up things like sphinxes to the star constellation, which is supposed to be. You get me? We see it as a lion. Yeah, we did it as a lion or a sphinx. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
But you know, I've just realized, though, to bank off what you said about Kali being super black. I'm looking at images of her. The first time I'm thinking of most of their gods, the good ones, are like blue pale. and then most of the evil ones are black. And then when you look at the Japanese god demons, they're black as well, and they have like nappy hair. And then when you look at the gods, they're like white, almost pale. That has to be caste system shit right there, because you see all over.
Because the Japanese were mixed in by more European type people. That's why they're a lot taller, they're a lot paler. Do you know what I'm saying? Than Chinese, and
Yeah,
they're slightly different. So they would have that in their ideology and bad. Even though,
let me just please, I need to get this out my system, bro. So you're saying that their caste system has made these people racist. Now, could it be that because these dead Caucasians, which are Asians, are actually people that have been woken up by people that have shared the same RH positive? So in effect, they're actually, all they're really doing would just turn it back to where it should be, because Asia.
What I was trying to say is that you see with Vikings, yeah, they went and raided places, they they plundered, they did whatever, yeah, but they never ever brought an ideology to people. Do you get what I'm saying? So what they did when they went to India, they saw that they already had an ideology and they just changed it. You know what I'm saying? So where now the idea of the Brahma, the highest god, do you know what I'm saying, of the statue of the caste system, yeah, has a white look, blonde hair, blue eyes. There's no one in India with this who fits this description. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's an impossible, unattainable height. Do you get what I'm saying? So this must have been brought in by someone of the same description, so that forevermore you will always remember that the highest order of being a Hindu is a Brahmin, and a Brahmin has blonde hair, blue eyes, which we're calling Aryans.
Can I ask you a question?
Aliens, or
can I can I ask a question now based upon that? Yeah. If you are a foreigner, like the albino or the European, as you like to say, okay, if he's come in and he's taken that and switched it up from India, from these Hindus, the Hindus were there before him, clearly. They're 10,000 years old, right? Now, the fact that the white man's only 6,000 years old, does that mean that he's then, basically, he's come from the Asian anyway? Let's just be honest. Let's just put it how it is. If you believe in any of that doctrine where, the SETI doctrine, you kind of know what I'm talking about. So
but I wouldn't even say there's 6,000.
Yo, what's it? They were revering black people because they had the black dragon in China. They had the Buddha, which is a return, or the black dragon, and the Buddha, which is only representation of the black, I think, black people, or some sort of just reverence of black people, or the ideology of the black people being the supreme dragon, the dragon people. I know that they were I think they were more pro-black than they were before the Vikings came. Am I right to believe that?
Yeah, just as I said, the man came in and changed the system. If a man come in and change the system, he came in the system. As I said, he doesn't come in and give you something. There's no Islam yet. There's no, you get what I'm saying? There's no ideology unless they're going to give them the Norse one, and they don't give them that. You get what I'm saying? They don't give them Odin and Woden. That's saved for us over here. You get what I'm saying?
Did the Chinese and the English and the Europeans they liked black people more than they did, in terms of like they had festivals where they kind of worshipped, as I said, the dragon, and you know what the dragon represents.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but so you've got to understand, it's not about revering or whatever. It's like, remember, these people traveled to these places first, isn't it? So when the Grimaldis or the Pygmies walked to China with the symbol of the dragon, you get me, it is what it is, and started the first dynasties of China and all of that, Ming and all of those other type of dynasties or whatever. But anyway, yeah. So our traces everywhere, in every part of Europe, You have to look up Rakono Rushdie and African presence in Europe, African presence in Asia, African presence in the Americas, all of it. You get me?
Oh,
All
you
of
know
them.
about the Ming and Liang dynasties, yeah?
Sorry?
So you know about the South China Ling and Yang dynasties?
No, I'm talking. I said Ming.
Ming, yeah, Ming and Liang, LANXLANG.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, they were the two ones that created apparently the South Americans when the Moors or the Pan Africans mixed to make the Taino. Yeah, that's where the presence of Africa mixing with China is very prevalent.
Of course, but anyway, they're gonna come back into the Americas and mix into with the Olmecs, with the Africans again. So,
but now it's just bare hate, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not saying bare, but it's not like you wouldn't have thought that was their history. That like they had a very big impact, like the Jew and obviously the powers that be, innit?
Well, I'm just saying that nothing is new under the sun. One, and secondly, that everything is connected, innit? So depending on when people are leaving out from different places, is the kind of ideologies and technologies they take with them, innit? So when man went over to Australia, somewhere where they came from before, man was dealing with boomerang and running around half naked. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, isn't it? Like, yeah, you left at that time in history, or at that time when that technology of hunter gatherer, and you know what I'm saying? And you come to this new land with your technology, and it's like you're frozen in time unless you come and get an update, or someone come and update you with the latest inventions or all of that.
Yeah,
we did, but I don't think in the case of Australia, I don't think people was wandering over there at that time. We had holiday homes in Americas. You know what I'm saying? A place that we used to go and frequent more. I think. You know what I mean? But that little Australia there, I don't think anyone remembered that too many of the family went down there. You know what I mean? And got forgotten. You know what I mean? So yeah, when we go back to Asia though, yeah, man, it's crazy. Car they say the first people to wander into Asia was like 20,000 years ago.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of these small kind of temple-like pyramids were built. You see them in Asia, innit?
Yeah.
And that was probably considering 3,500 years ago, or 3,500 BCE was when Kemet was at its peak. I think was it then? Yeah, and yeah.
Well, I don't know about all that. Because when we start getting into the realms of Kemet, there's a big question mark on question mark.
10,000 years, apparently.
Yo, Mikey.
Yeah, go on.
How reliable is Herodotus?
Huh?
How reliable is Herodotus?
Was reliable as Herodotus was in Alexandria writing his memoirs. So yeah. All right, let's hear him.
I was gonna say, because I just read something that's quite disturbing.
Go on. What do you say?
From what he saw in Kemet. Basically, I was typing in Baphomet because I wanted to try and link Baphomet or Satanism to Hinduism.
Yeah.
I haven't really found much yet, but I saw something here about the origins of the goat imagery on the Baphomet image, and it's mentioning the goat of Mendes, and it says here, the god of Mendes, the Greek name for the jet, or did I say the jet? It was depicted with a goat's face. It was depicted with a goat's face and legs. Herodotus relates how all male goats were held in great reverence by the Mendesians, and how in time a woman publicly copulated with a goat. Basically, women would have intercourse with a male goat in Egypt, and they would be worshipped.
Did they say Egypt? I didn't hear Egypt. Yeah.
Okay. Let me read the quote from the actual source. It says here, it says at several places in Delta, e.g., Hemeropolis, Lycopolis, and Mendes, the god Pan, and a god and a goat were worshipped. Strabo this is the person, says here that in these places goats had intercourse with women, and Herodotus in book page 46, it says instances a case which was said to have been taken place in the open day. The Mendesians, according to the last writer, paid reverence to all goats, and more to the males than to the females, and particularly to one he goat, on the death of which public mourning is observed throughout the whole Mendesian district. They called both Pan and the god of Mendes, and both were worshipped as gods of generation and fecundity. I think that's supposed to be fertility. And it says here,
these are the Hellenistic gods. These we're talking about Greece when we're talking about Pan and Mendes and all of those type of things, which is going to link back to, as I said, back to the Hindu. But I'll explain that after. Go on, finish.
Okay, and then it says Diodorus compares, I don't know who that is, probably another historian, compares the cult of the goat of Mendes with that of Priapus, and groups the god with the Pans and the Satries. The god referred to by all these writers is the famous Mendian Ram or Ram of Mendes, the cult of which was, according to Manetho, established by Kaku, a king of the second dynasty. So it says here, all of these writers are referencing the famous Ram of Mendes, which was a cult in the second dynasty, established by a king in the second dynasty.
Second dynasty of what, though?
I think Kemet.
Second dynasty of Kemet.
It says Kaku. Is that pharaoh that you recognize?
No, I don't know about that. I think.
Kakao.
Oh, Cow.
Yes, K-A, and then U.
Kaku. I don't even know
yes,
about
that. Nebra or Kaku. Yeah.
So that's what they were doing. They were worshipping the goat from the ram of this second dynasty individual. But they were Alexandrians though doing that though, and they were Greco-Romans. So yeah, all them gods and all them names are Greco-Roman. It makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So as we were trying to explain,
how can it be Greco-Roman if it's 2850 BC?
They were there for they were there for 3,000 years. As I keep trying to explain to people, it's a long time still. You know what I'm saying? That would bring them before Christ. 1,000 years before.
Years.
Yeah, 1,000 years before Christ. So they've been there.
Let me see when the Hellenistic period was in Kemet. Wait, that's a long time though. On the real, 3,000 years. That's a very long time. It says here the Hellenistic period covers the period of Mediterranean history between the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC and the emergence of the Roman Empire, as signified by the Battle of Actium in 31 BC and the conquest of the Ptolemaic Egypt the following year. So it says here, between the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC to the Roman Empire, the emergence of the Roman Empire in
there was only one dynasty in power in Kemet at that time after Alexandria, which was Ptolemy. You got me? Which I was talking these Greco-Romans again. Do you get what I'm saying? So they were in Alexandria while all of these guys at a certain time, it was quiet enough for them to be writing their memoirs, where we were talking about Herodotus, Josephus, or, you know what I mean? Plato, any of these guys were writing in Alexandria. So they were Greeks, they were Romans, they were doing their thing. Sometimes it was toga, other times it was war. You get what I'm saying? But they were there for a long time, you know what I mean? And then when everything went awry, they went to Rome, as me and Beefy been saying for time. You get me? They run back to Rome. All of a sudden, we've got Roman Catholic Church. Catholicism. You know what I'm saying? As I said, Cleopatra, Mark Antony, Sphinx worship, holistic, Catholic, holistic. Hey, let's just leave it. You know what I'm saying? All of these things have been explained. But yeah, I told you from a long time that they only concentrate on the times when they're in places. So obviously, because you're trying to squeeze yourself into other people's history, it's really convenient that always refers to the last dynasty of Kemet, which is them. You know what I'm saying? Not explaining that there's big gaps beforehand where people ain't there no more. We left. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we went further downstream, went to other places, blah blah blah, over 2,000-3,000 years ago. So like, yeah, it's just changed over time. But other people have occupied the area and said, yeah, this is our home now. But it's funny how Napoleon gets there and it's all covered in sand. You get me? What you're actually calling Kemet. Alexandria is just a coastal resort. You get me? They can fly home quick if shit gets sticky. You know what I mean? While you're on the beach there. But everything that they're talking about is Kemet, Egypt. Perhaps is far away. The cities are miles away. You know what I'm saying? They've already been established, already been abandoned, already been all sorts. You know what I mean? Big ass monuments just deep in sand. Not until Howard
That's
Carter.
so true. There's probably pyramids in sand and shit.
Mm-hmm. They're deep in sand, and then until they're like Champollion and Howard Carter and all of these type of guys start going there and start getting paid to go and find stuff. You know what I mean? Then we start hearing about Egypt again. But then meanwhile, on the other side, man are ripping some of the monuments apart to build Cairo, Arabs and all sorts. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Man are building completely new city on the other side of where they're calling Kemet. You know what I mean? To make us know, like, yeah. Look, this is what's going on. But look at the foundation bricks um, of what we're calling Cairo, and you'll see that even the bricks there, and even the bricks for Jerusalem, some parts of Jerusalem came from Egypt. Was taken from the pyramid itself. So the outer shell, the outer thing that you can't see now, that would probably be white limestone, are the foundations for some towns and cities. Yeah, that we hear biblically and all sorts. So there's a lot going on that they don't necessarily tell us about, but they discover this and cover and make sure that they put that information out there quickly, and then no one pays attention to it, and then they keep it rolling. So it's mad.
No wonder when they say the people today in Egypt are the people back then, because when they're doing the excavations and the DNA research, they're using DNA of the Hellenistic or the Roman Greek, the Greek Egyptians, and they're tying those with that's why when they say there's only a small percentage of sub-Saharan DNA, it's because the real Egyptians went down.
They were there, yeah.
They went there. Oh, that makes so much sense.
Yes, probably. That's why Kush empires came. That's where they came from, an accent. That was
so much sense.
Break off Tarsetians when Nama came to power, and he unified Tarseti, which is a land of the bow, they say. And when he unified, there was break-offs of these Nubians in it. You know what I mean? And they were all their West African phenotypes, a lot of East African phenotypes. And they went down south, and they always and it was at the stage, I think, later on in the dynasties where they start like a kind of the lighter skin coming into power. That's when they started having beefs, from what I can see.
Mm-hmm. You know what? It makes sense though, because I don't know if you've seen Assassin's Creed, like the games. You know, I have the Egypt version of that, the Assassin's Creed Origins, when you play as a Magi, and he's from Siwa. He looks black. He looks like us, right? And all of his people in Siwa. As soon as you go upper Egypt, like you run up there in your camel or whatever it is, you go to Alexandria, all I see is big Greeks. Like all of upper Egypt, like when I would walk around, I would see some Egyptians like cleaning or being servants, or the houses, even the houses look Greco. the towns of Greco music was playing. You had like Colosseums, and like it was like I was in Rome. Then when I went down south past the desert into like Nubia, it was like a jungle, kind of like African looking place. So I definitely see, like, even in the games they're showing you that like you man like weren't here, like we just played Greeks. Like like literally that man was everywhere. Literally.
Nothing.
And then even in Nubia and in Siwa, there were still some Greeks, but not as many, because obviously that's where most of the Egyptians were. But it just shows how far the Greeks went, man. They just went and put. They're like just. It's funny how the modern day people talk about immigration, but they were the biggest illegal immigrants. These white people are the biggest illegal immigrants. If you look at ancient history, how they occupied all these lands, it's ridiculous, bro. They want to talk about all these people coming.
Mixed-race bloods, they were, man. The only Greeks fought amongst themselves, but they didn't really invade too many other places, man. They got destroyed by the Macedonians. Weren't the Macedonians lighter or more white people? They were more like Germanic, the Macedonians.
No, they're Greeks, man. Again, it's just different tribes. There's different tribes of them, and then we deal in tribes, and even Europeans, as I explained, deal in tribes as well.
They do.
You know what I'm saying? They have to, because otherwise they can't be.
Even Italian.
Yeah, but I'm saying you can't be us if you don't deal in tribes, and they deal in tribes, and I'm explaining their tribes from the biblical, can break down some of the tribes that they are. So, you know what I mean? Like, if they're not from a tribe, which they are, you know what I mean? Everyone knows their tribe and their kin and their people. That's what makes it easy. Oh, I'm Scottish and thing, but you was this before, you was Celts, and then you was this what, and you spoke Gaelic, and you know, because you were Gauls and all of this type of stuff. Like, yeah, people try and learn their history, definitely, always. So it makes it easy. But when it comes
So
to
with the
go on.
With the Greeks, yeah. Do you think they were black?
Original, yeah. Definitely.
So who came in and made them white? Do you think it's the Canaanites, or who came in and made them white then? Or were they ever white? Because if all those stands, then boy.
Migration.
Of course. But as I said, we could see that there's some of them were definitely European looking, as in Alexandria, because crossing over there and studying and giving us beautiful renditions of things that went before, Atlantis stories and all of this type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It had to be done in a place that was considered the same thing, I think, in their mind. Because yeah, even across there, the mixing had already begun. You know what I'm saying? Interracial, interthing. Everybody was all colors and all of that. I don't think color was really that significant until we started to see groups of men misbehaving with blonde hair and blue eyes, and man are saying, nah, we're gonna stop. Yeah, that's how it went. Man started to have to cage up man, and it's like, yeah, like, no, you man are too troublesome. You're just making trouble up in the
too
earth.
homoerotic.
You know, it's to and fro. Why are you lot to and fro up on the planet? No. Fall back. Yeah. We'll walk you across the Arabian desert right up into the Caucasus Mountains. Not having it. Yeah. And there were other times in history where known sages and thing went to try and teach them and got killed. So it's not no joke, like what was going on with up there. And then they lost their memory. So it shows that at one stage they had all their memory intact. They were one of us. They were found part of the family. But true misbehaving and thing, man had to segregate. A man had to quarantine certain man. You know what I'm saying? Not all, but just some. You know what I'm saying? Because as I said, the Greeks came from Japheth. You know what I'm saying? And even though they were mixed or whatever, they were still essentially from the same family or same root. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, those people, original peoples, got mixed into again or invaded or whatever you could say
By the
these
Caucasus
other
people.
tribes. by different tribes of them. Yeah,
That
not always.
makes perfect sense, Marku, because when you look at the Etruscans, they
Mm.
look pretty black. I mean, they may not be like us black, but the lips and they could have been like king, like you know what I mean, like a light skinned Negro looking thing. Like they were definitely not white. You know what I'm saying? So like it's possible that maybe like the Saxons and the Etruscans were invaded by the Caucasus people.
Yeah, and
It's possible.
Germanic, which are also the Caucasus people. But it's just yeah, just a lot of different people that were yeah, the same interactions that I was saying before that makes an Arab was already happening in different parts of Europe with different people interacting all over. Do you get what I'm saying? So all over the
Hmm.
Mediterranean and thing would have been a totally mixed bag with just straight Nubians, straight Kushites. Then you got some European looking kind of Africans and like all types of looks. So, but we could always specify in a sense because you just ask man his tribe, and man will let you know. You know what I'm saying? Oh, a mixture of this tribe and that tribe.
Yeah.
All right, cool, no problem. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this is how some man could mask up and pretend to be Israelites and pretend to be all of this in the time of Christ, for example. You know what I mean? It's going to be a very
Yeah,
busy
because they can
place.
just say, "Oh no, don't worry." One of my
Yeah,
dad is a Greek, so
yeah,
I'm still
right.
an Israelite, guys. Yeah,
Yeah,
look at my
yeah,
hair. Look
yeah.
at my hair. It's like whoa, like yo, my hair's
Yeah,
like come on, guys. Like Kane,
you got it.
like
You got
shave
it.
his
You got
hair,
it.
like
Yeah, 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 yeah. Like really, really, I'm telling you, I'm Tonga. Like whoa, whoa. Yeah, but big up K anyway. But yeah, no, it's true. So you can see how I try and apply that information to some of the stories that are being told in the Bible, and I'm like, hey, certain individuals, this is how they're allowed to get away with certain things. But are you appropriating it to the right set of people? Are you saying it's the Israelite people? Yeah, like what my brother Yashar was doing earlier. He was claiming Jews, and I'm like, don't claim Jews. They're not us. They're not you. They're
they
not.
never called us Jews.
No, no, yeah, that's exactly. And I'm like, bro, don't claim them guys. They got nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? They're Ashkenazim, they're Khazars, their history is there for them. They've got it. You get me? Don't be upset that Columbus was a Jew. You know what I mean? He was like, oh no, come let's say ain't a Jew. And I'm like, all right, cool. A Jewish Spanish Jew. You said there could be none, and then we found out there were lots. Even from your own Delil.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
like like when I'm in church, like when I hear anyone speaking on the ancient Israelites, when I hear them say Jewish, it makes me cringe so hard because it's like in my head I'm thinking, bro, Jewish. Like, are you serious? But then obviously, like they lack of knowledge. Come on, man.
So Jewish, it's just like the letter J is on how many years old? 600 years old, letter J. So already just
I've been reading up on the Khazar history. Apparently, there's a letter from King Joseph, not the biblical Joseph, but it's a Khazarian, studies the genealogy of the Khazarian, the Jews, the Khazarian Jews, and he states that there can be no trace of Israelite found in these people at all. And I've got this letter, and I read this shit, and I was like, what? And furthermore, when you look at 2005, like I mean, before the whole anti-Semite whole thing, when you look at DNA studies of Ashkenazis and European Jews, I mean, 2001, 2005 university papers, and they will tell you that there's literally like 2% Middle Eastern DNA. They're mostly European. So I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, like, damn, like these people are really, they're the masters at identity theft. You know, when you see these movies like Body Snatchers, it's symbolic. You know, with what's it called, Freaky Friday? I'm becoming someone else, taking someone else's identity. It's very weird how these guys are literally the best at doing that. I mean, it's not even just them. Look at the Native Americans. These so-called Asiatic-looking Native Americans. They're not the Olmecs. Olmecs don't look like that. They don't have long hair, long fluscious hair. Olmecs look like a pure African, bro.
Proper
So there's
Sudanese.
theft going on. You got a man like Waleed saying he's Egyptian. Like, so you got a man like Lily saying he's Egyptian, then you got man like Nassan saying he's a Jew. And you see, there's just too much identity theft. What's going on, man?
Marshall.
It's mad, fam.
Marshall claiming is Egyptian. I mean,
you know what I'm saying? He's saying he's a Moor.
Yeah, he's saying he's a Berber. You know me, Amazia.
Bro, have you seen this nigga's face? Bro? This guy looks like the whitest out.
Tell you. But you know, as I said, some of their parents tell us the truth, innit? So I don't really have to listen to some of these youngins when they're spouting off at the mouth. When your mum and your dad and your uncle and thing have already told me, like, yeah, we came from Europe. I'm done. You get me? Like, what do you know? You get me? You just born 5 minutes ago. You took his smack because you saw it on Google. Google lies, you know. Your parents tell the truth. I think they were going to know their own heritage and origin and that. Man say Russia, we came from thing. You're like, raw. France, raw. You get me? Rome, raw. You're like, okay. Shit. So when I say it now, I'm racist. When I repeat what the adult, you know, that's true. When I repeat what the adults say, I had to talk to one of them the other day. I was like, listen, you're the one who told me that you lot came from thing. When I'm repeating it to your little nephew and that, he's saying I'm racist. I don't understand what's going on. Is it because I was black?
Man, it's because they're ashamed of where they come from.
I'm like, nah, don't be ashamed. Your parents ain't ashamed. You get me? They acknowledge it. You get me? We know that when we go to Egypt, they'll be like, welcome home, family. Welcome home, family. Welcome home, family. You get me? Bear man like Hannibal and that. You get me? Just waiting at the airport.
They've got a good culture. I don't
But
see
I thought
why
Egypt was racist, though.
Egypt is fucking racist, bro. But they love tourism. They know that our shit is the greatest seller on earth. You get me? Shit you could never ever conceive of making or building or whatever. Yeah, it's there. Seven wonders of the world and all of that. You get me? They've got to keep that tourism and that money coming in because they don't sell nothing. What you go sell? You got to sell in that desert there. Water. Nah, I don't think so. You get what I'm saying? There's a lot of third world countries out here, and now Egypt is one of them. Because there was nothing there. We left there because there's nothing there. The only thing we could do is follow the Nile and irrigate the Nile and keep it moving. Either we do coastal or we stay by the river. We follow the river down to the source. Like, yeah, that's what we do, man. Or off branch of the river, like the Niger, that came off the Nile. You know what I mean? Like, what? Can't you see what's going on here? People ain't dumb. They ain't just traveling with bags on their back. Man got boats and that. Man just traveling upstream. You know what I mean?
But you know what's weird though, Maki? They will steal our identity and then they'll tell us where we're from. And then we believe them. Like you see the reversal there, like they'll steal who you really are, then they'll tell you where you came from, and then because we're not educated, we believe them.
Right.
And then we as if I'm definitely like I'm just from slavery, or I'm just just a African, that's it, I'm nothing, I'm not just sub-Saharan African, that had no contribution to the pyramids, no contribution to Israel, no contribution to the Middle East. We're just sub-Saharan Africans, before colonization, before the white man came in, and gave us. This is the narrative.
But did you hear what the white man said the other day? Bob. Did you hear what Bob said?
Yeah.
Bob said that the European church and the African church started off simultaneously. I was like,
he's a liar. He is a liar.
FTK. Yeah, because one definitely came after the other.
100%. And one was definitely going the wrong way. 100.
You know what I mean? So I'm like, bro, you're talking about Constantine and all that.
You know what I'm saying? When you got a man like Constantine, it's peak for you,
Because man, this is mentioned in the early church in Turkey. First couple churches, 5 churches. He's also mentioning the first 5 popes and thing in Africa and Coptic church and all of this and all of that. You get me? So it was around the same time. Nah, bros. Nah, stop that.
Nah, not buying that.
That was good enough snitching, though. It was good enough snitching. Like, at least you're admitting they're on par. They came along the same time, which, yeah, everybody's kind of
It's not
doubting.
even true.
Yeah, it's not even true, but it still highlights something that is kind of truthful. You get me? Like, you're not saying
Mhm.
your one is before the other one. Do you get what I'm saying? The original.
But someone like Bob would
Yeah.
never admit the Israelites are black. Many Christians would never admit it. And I've spoken to many people that could recite you bare verses, they know all the meanings of everything, like proper Baptist, Sunday. You tell them that Jesus was white, black, or whatever. They'll look at you like you're some. The first thing they'll question is he a racist Hebrew Israelite? And then the second thing they'll question is, it doesn't matter. Why does it matter? No. I'm not saying it's the most important thing, but do you recognize that he's black? No, why does it matter? Who cares? It doesn't matter if he's black or white.
A lot of people say that.
I always say that shit. And I'm like, bro, I'm not telling you it's the most important thing, but do you acknowledge it? Yes or no? It's like, nah, he was probably olive skin.
Listen, a lot of black people say that. That's the scary part. I know a lot of black Christians, and I'll be like, yeah, but is he black though? They say, does it matter? It doesn't even matter. What does that matter? Why are you saying that? I'm like, well, it's just kind of relevant still. If I know what color he is, then I can, maybe put me at ease. You get me? I don't know. You get me? I'm just like, yeah. Maybe I can see myself in this thing if you're explaining it correctly, like the book says. You know what I mean? Hair like lamb's wool,
But that's
skin
why I
like
don't. When you look at
eyes
dead
as red
kings
as
or
fire.
any, or you look at King Henry VIII. Let's use King Henry VIII for example. I'm sure no one here is gonna say he was black. We can all at least we don't know him, never seen him in person. We can all
Maybe,
assume he was a white person.
maybe Ezra might say he's black because he says King James. He's just going scratching up doors now. Man's abusing the thing now. Race card. You know when man's abusing the race
Yeah.
card. Willy nilly.
What they're saying.
Yeah.
When the white troll said you're calling everything black, I do feel like there's a danger in doing that because when you say King Henry VIII is black, like, come on, bro.
Like, come on.
There's dangers in
that nigga fully ginger, bro. Fully. Man had paintings commissioned and that's what they did.
Bro.
They commissioned paintings and that. You get me? So
you know the kind of white guy, the pot belly white guy. All right, mate. Like the proper. Yeah, he was that fam.
Proper. And remember, like, what do you call it? Thing is his grandson, King James Stewart.
How
did he just turn white in 5 minutes? That's the 2 generations, yeah. Man turned white, yeah. Fuck. A man's having bare ginger. Elizabeth jar. Yeah, go on.
Is that before or after the Moors invading Europe?
No, there's no invading. They were always around still. You get me? And yeah, they were marrying certain princesses. Yeah, but by the time they were marrying the princesses, they were already in those countries as well. So now they were Spanish. So when they're marrying off a Spanish princess to English king or something, yeah, don't think it was the same ones like in the old days. You get me? When they were Carthaginians or when they were, you get me, Visigoths or whatever from Portugal and all of that. Nah. Don't get it twisted. It was once they controlled it and they had that European control in there, Queen Isabella and her descendants. Yeah, they were marrying back into their own European families and that, and even getting into beef. It's a mad thing. You get me? But don't think
because if you do,
it's generally.
If let's say King Queen Elizabeth the first, and she has a daughter or whatever, a daughter, that she may not have bear any sons as a queen. She may bear a daughter. That daughter may marry a prince of Spain or whatever, like what you said, and that prince might be Otto from Spain. He might be Moorish. So that means if his father's lineage, that means that guy could be a Moor or could be an Israelite who then marries this European princess who gives birth to King James, who's called the mulatto in historical writings. It's called Swarty. It's very possible. It's possible. It's like mixed race. It was black like me, obviously. It was at least
Nah,
mixed.
not for King James or Henry. You get me? That's the only difference.
Nah, not for
You get
Henry.
me?
But maybe for
Oh, not for James,
maybe.
not for James Stewart of Scotland. You get me? Who combined? He did a menace. He's like the English version of the Scorpion King because he combined Scotland and Lower England and made it one. You know what I'm saying? So he's the prodigal son in that. Get me? But yeah, he's the House of Stuart after the House of Tudor, which is family, fam. You get me? That was the
But
opposing
doesn't
family, and they all married into each other.
anyway.
Hmm?
But on the Stuarts black anyway because I bet the Scottish like accepted black people apparently like in those times.
No, there were Scottish
I'm assuming.
clans. Black. There were black Scottish clans like the Douglases and other clans, but nah, not Stuarts. No, sorry. They're just again they assimilated Scotland too, and became the ruling class of Scotland. The same Saxons and Normans and all of that. Like, don't let them fool you. Like, they were never gonna let those people just be normal in some of these lands. They were kicking them out quick. Moorlands and all of that. Yeah, any trace and any history of us was getting eradicated. They weren't trying to blend and mix with us. You get me? So they had their own people there, and now you're bringing in Robert the Bruce and the seven Earl of Bruces and the Earls and all of that. They're all from England. You get me? Just transferred up to Scotland, rule over these people, these peasants. You get me? These black folks, these mixed, these Moors.
Like even if King James wasn't black, man, if he was even like, let's say if it was Colombian looking or like what's it called, like Arab, like mixed, like just like mixed, like you know how there's mixed race, but then there's like quarter, like I don't want to be offensive to anyone who's quarter. Do you know like how there's like borderline almost white, but like black. You know what I'm trying to say, like that whole, you know what I'm trying to say.
Do you want me to pull up a picture of King James? It's scary, bros. You get me? You can
can
never.
pull up a picture that they tell us he look like, but when you pull up the original, just like how you can pull up him, you can type of Jesus Christ now. You know what's gonna come up.
No,
see,
I don't think. Yeah, as I said, the kings of England made sure they commissioned portraits of them at different stages of their life. So, you know what I mean? We can kind of easily verify his young pictures, his middle-aged pictures, till his old-age pictures. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way they're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, do just one painting that just changes his whole identity. Doesn't even make sense.
how can you guarantee the painting is intact in the same way that they did it? When you know that they reconstruct things and edit things and change things,
Yeah,
do you really think modern day
they
mentality would accept a black king? They would
No,
never
but
accept that.
I'm saying the king and the monarchy, remember, held supreme power at these stages that we're talking about. So they were able to, request these type of things. Henry requested pictures of himself looking as he is, because they could have lied and made him look thinner and da. But they were never gonna like just no. It had to look like the person. You got what I'm saying, God? The king's gonna look at it and say, "Nah, I don't even like that picture of me. I don't think it looks like me." They had to be on point. There's no, you know what I mean? In any other, like maybe someone else depicting them, they can depict them any way they want to. But the kings themselves commission people, the best painters, to paint them. Do you know what I'm saying? So that was the photography or whatever of the time. You know what I'm saying? We haven't got no other proof other than that. I agree. You know what I mean? It's not like we had photos of these kings to say, yeah. That's what he looked like. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree on that.
Bro,
But
I'm looking at of King James, Mary Stuart. She looks black, bro. Like her nose, her lips, everything. I'm looking at on coins and shit. Like she doesn't look. Like,
and whose daughter is that? If it's not Henry VIII's daughter.
Queen. Oh, yeah. You're right.
She married a Stuart. She married a Stuart. So it's all, as I said, it's his grandson.
Son, yeah, shit. That means I'd have to say King Henry VIII was black as well. Or I can't say that.
Yeah, we gotta say that. It's like it's too close. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was trying to say. Close.
shit, man.
Yeah, I was like, what? You know, when man I start drawing for that one, I was like, nah, you're going too far now. You're going too far.
Yeah.
You're going too far. Like if you
Wait,
said
hold on.
William, hold on,
Another
if you said
possibility,
William the second, yeah, I could agree because they called him the Black Prince and all of this stuff, and his mother was Queen Charlotte, who was
Do you
a
mean
more.
Charles II?
You know what I'm saying? Huh? Is it Charles? Yeah, Charles
Charles
the second. Charles the second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that after?
Yeah, that's after. Yeah, still. You know what I'm saying? So,
So
like,
maybe
if you could say there are some people who are mixed with Moors and I agree, 100, but not in the House of Stuart and not in the House of Tudor. You get me? Or the House of Plantagenet that came before that. Like, don't play with these English people and their history. You know, they know their stuffs. You get me? Like, they'll tell you who from who. This is why we can say the Queen is from Germany and she's got some Jewish ancestry. You got me? Salzburg, Gotha, and all of this type of stuff. So they know exactly where they come from, bro. You know what I mean? No playing around.
okay, but how about this one, Like another alternative, right? Let's suppose that I'm wrong. I think I'm wrong on King James being black because his mom was black. How about this? What if his mom had an affair with a Moor? Or because we do know in the royal there was so many things, there was affairs going on all the time. Man weren't being loyal with their wives, they weren't keeping the marriage thing like how I am or Christians are supposed to be. We know man was fucking in it. We know that.
Yeah?
It's possible that there was a little affair. Maybe a Moor came in, slept with one of the princesses, put some black DNA in there somewhere. Because when you besides that one that you know that you see like the main one that you see, if you look at old images, I see some mix in that, and even his mom, I see some mix in that. So it's possible that there's an affair going on or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, can I safely say this guy was black? Probably not, but I wouldn't be surprised, man. I wouldn't be surprised if he was.
Yeah, I just can't agree with King James thing, but yeah, as you said, Charles II, I can understand that, because Charles I obviously married a Moorish woman, but as I said, they're scattered all over their thing, but they know who their bloodline is still them in other parts of the world. You get me? Coming back on each other, so that's the thing. It's a mad thing.
Like you've got images of bear like Black Knights, like Saint Maurice and Black Knight, and so black people were definitely here. I think my mission is to try and prove that they managed to get their way into the road line. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. Because I'm personally not like, even if he was white and he orchestrated the translation, I'm not really fixated on the whole white thing. I know the Israelites would be angry, the Hebrew Israelites would be angry that it's like we don't want a white guy to translate the Bible either. It's like, to be honest, man, if it's as long as I can understand what it is and it makes sense to me, and I could go back to the manuscripts, I can figure that out myself. But it would be different way if you just translated the original. I couldn't look at the manuscripts. It would be much more different in that situation. But at least now I can still look at the manuscripts, compare things, and look at the meanings of the original Hebrew words and this and that. So it's not out there or lost. I'm looking at some images of his mom. She looks black, man. She don't look white. And you said something about King Charles. I'm looking at images of his. It gets even more sticky now. Their kids look more black than him. So there must have been an affair. Someone was sleeping with some more. Someone was sleeping with some black guy or something. That's definitely what happened, bro. Because these men don't look white. it stops looking white once you get to Queen Elizabeth and King Henry.
Yeah,
All the
but
people after that,
some of them are dressed up as well. You know, like some of them have got wigs on, black wigs. You know what I mean, to make them look different. I don't know why they're doing that, but yeah, definitely, yeah. You get me? But I found with these royals here, when I was going through their lineage and thing, they all maintained a certain look. Some of them, you get me? Like some family members just definitely always looked alike, and then others of them had this other look. Some had this puffy eye kind of, chubbiness, like Queen Victoria had, but bare of her ancestors had the same look, like mad. Because I'm into like phenotypes and that. You get me? So for these rows, you could see they look the same. Like a lot of them from when they were growing up and things. It's mad. Big up Sarah N for your contribution. Thank you, sis. Get me? Appreciated. Get me? And yeah, hit the
Rocky,
PayPal.
even besides the Moors,
Sorry.
Black blood, even before the Moors, sorry, Black blood goes even to the Roman period because those Roman emperors. So we've always been in Europe anyway.
I
Whether
know.
we were the Egyptians that went into Rome or the Ethiopians that went into Rome, we've always been there anyway. You have to have some mulatto-looking kings of Europe somewhere, bro. Like
Yeah,
it's just.
yeah, but when you get to England, we're talking like last of the strain, bros. Men are coming from cold, cold, cold places to come and reside and start this kingship here. You know what I'm saying? Like, or coming from the Mediterranean, as you said. You get me? Early, but there's not much trace. When we go back to it, it's all Eric the Red and all of this type of stuff. You get me? Men are fully coming from Scandinavia. You get me? Come on. So yeah, it's one of them ones.
Like I ain't seen full black, sub-Saharan black, but at least mulatto, at least. That's what I'm saying.
For what? For what? The royal family in the royal family.
For at least a few generations from King James to Charles II, at least from that period when the Moors, and ironically, that was during the time of the Moors coming in and doing their thing. I think just that small period of time, those mixed kings.
Well,
That's what I'm thinking at the moment.
I don't know. I don't know about all that still, as I said, but they were definitely held in high regard and set some standards and probably did some mixing in. You get what I'm saying, for alliances and so and so and so. Obviously, as you see in North Africa with the um with the what do you call it? Alexandrians, they yeah, they would have had to marry in to the native peoples for some alliance, but not on every level, only on maybe on a royal level where they marry, yeah, a native Egyptian or something of that time, and then yeah, keep it popping. Just marry back into their European bloodline and they've been doing that for a long time. Crazy.
This
Get
is
me?
what
I wouldn't be surprised at the images that they've hidden of these kings or just black Europe in that time in general.
got.
Would not be surprised.
What's that? I mean,
So
our time in Europe definitely is like 700 AD. You get me?
Bro.
Yeah, 700 AD, coming into Europe in the Dark Ages, and yeah, you know what that was about. They were having problems. They lost their memory again. You know what I'm saying? And obviously the plague and all of that was going on for them was causing these type of things. This is where a lot of the fairy tales come from. The King Arthur stories, all of these kumbaya mad fairy tales come from that period where they lost their memory and then they had to start making up new history. Like they'd forgotten the history that went before that. You know what I mean? Even in Europe. So it's mad. But yeah, we came and healed them, gave them certain sciences and all of that. And yeah, the rest is history. Backfired. Bam. There you go. Enslavement. Have that.
Yeah, I just typed in African presence in in the medieval period, and there's shitload of images of
Of course,
not just
of course.
like people with dark skin, but like big lip, big nose, banty looking people, like actual paintings.
Warriors in armor and that, you know, Saint Maurice and them man there. You get me? So
But that's
yeah,
what I'm saying. If you can have man like this, why can't you have man like at least a mixed race or mixed King James?
no, because it's not that. You get me? If it's that, it's that, but it's not. Like they're not doing that. They're not depicting man wrongly or hiding man's identity. For what reason? If they mixed in it, but they didn't in that particular time. Yeah, we just about got a Megan for God's sake. we just
My
about
Bible, it
got a
would make sense
Megan. Yeah.
to make the guy that orchestrated the translation of the Bible Israelite or Hebrew or black or whatever, so that it looks like a white man came up with it. There's a conspiracy behind this, probably.
Well, he's not going to be that. He's going to be Church of England because the person who set the standard is Henry VIII. He laid the format. The grandson gave you a book. That's it. It's not complicated. You know what I'm saying? It's only going to be like less than 100 years that all of this is going to take place in. Do you get what I'm saying? The granddad is saying, "Listen, I'm splitting from the church. Kalas, I'm free from this. I want to be able to marry whoever I want." So you make the split from the Roman Catholic Church. Before that, are you Roman Catholic? Yes, you are. So we know what the system was. You got what I'm saying? From that, you got what's my man's name? Thing to do your Church of England. What's his name? Bloody Cromwell. Yeah, Oliver Cromwell to do your Church of England shit. Start setting up bishops and all of this type of stuff and blah blah blah. And now we got Anglican. Now we got this Baptist and all of these type of uh, Church of England churches. Do you get what I'm saying? So he doesn't need Rome or anything like that. He's not bound by those rules by the time he comes to making the book. So it's not a thing of like we need a front man who is black to get a book for us. No, it's a progress from family. My granddad, my great granddad, established the system, and me, the great grandson, capped it off because I'm uniting Upper and Lower England, and I need a book. So I need to write a book or have a book commissioned for me so I can go and spread my version of the Roman Catholic thing. Because now it's Church of England. That's all. Same thing, same book, same everything, but it's just their way now. So that man can marry and divorce and do all them type of stuff. That's all it was for, basically. You get me? To soothe the king's loins, or you know what I mean, finding a new wife instead of having the old crusty one to the grave. Man,
So now this is where it gets sticky now, because when they say you're not British to like people that have been here, because this is another thing now. It's gonna get juicy now, because you know when they say the Windrush, the Caribbeans here, they're not from here, they came from Jamaica. What about the ones that were here from the medieval? Like, where's that group of blacks that were here before us Africans came here from Nigeria, from Zimbabwe, and before the Caribbeans came from Windrush, before slavery? Where are those that were
I mean,
here from?
yeah, there were a lot. They were here. We were here in various numbers and back and forth and going different places. I mean, look at that story of Equiano. You know the story of Equiano?
Mm-hmm.
This Nigerian guy who came to England and was a poet and all of this. But everyone likes to ignore the fact that he was a poet before he left. Get me? So what was the level of education system in Africa going on, even in them times when Equiano was coming out?
Even today, like we're the most going to uni to educated and.
No, it's true. That's what I was saying the other day when Jupiter was talking. I was like, but we're the ones who's passing the most and graduating university the most. Are you mad? Because white boys are failing out here, bro. With all the privilege, they're not filling up the uni. Get me? They're not filling up the uni. They're doing other sports or other work or other type of thing. that is not on the academic level that they want. You know what I mean? They want more than
And they want us to leave this country. They would not survive a day without us. Literally.
We have our young man becoming doctors, lawyers, all of that. And it's banning them hard. That's why they're joining the EDL and all of them type of stuff, because they're bored and they're pissed off, uneducated. You know what I mean? That's how you can end up like Black Van Man researching them type of man there. Innit? It's not even worth it. Research some intelligent people, intelligent white people who got brains and successful.
I find it funny how they do the IQ test shit, but then it's like, what about measuring IQ as a whole? As a whole, like when a black person is average in terms of intelligence, okay. When a white person is average, okay. But when a black person is like a person educated, white uneducated is proper dumb, bro. I don't know if you've ever seen white uneducated, but them man are proper like, all right, mate, like, you know what I mean? But then, like, when you look at a really smart black compared to a really smart white, bruh, like, you got a man from Nigeria that created the internet. No one knows about this, yeah? But I forgot his name.
I do.
There was a guy from Nigeria. He actually created the internet.
I said this before.
And no one even...
People laughed at me.
They you know what? I laughed when someone told me that. I laughed. I actually thought there's no freaking way this black dude created the internet. The shit in, and the internet is saying that he created the internet. So I'm like, what?
Put respect on his name.
So why am I seeing image? Why am I seeing Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, all these other man, when you got a real guy that created the internet? Like, where's his recognition?
He gave you the mathematical equation. Imagine that. That's what I always say. It's the Nigerian man who gave you the mathematical equation for your internet. You don't stay there. Got me. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Do your research, because I do mine. Get me home. But we're not boastful about it. I'm just saying. And now you're just saying. You get me, Zulu?
Yeah.
Bro, a lot of Nigerians are sort of saying that, man. The same thing as you, bro. It was mad that Bill Gates is just a person who marketed the internet, and people like Bill Gates anyway. There's no doubt.
This thing is different. This thing is silicone, which is sand, and microchips. Yeah? An operating system. Windows. That's it. Like, let's not get gassed. You get me? Like his invention is not that great. It's a great invention. Whoever created the IBM system, the dot matrix system that the whole thing runs off. Whoever runs the supercomputer, the beast, which is in where is it? Geneva? Or in Austria or somewhere, or Belgium. Yeah. Where they got the beast, 666 IBM master computer.
Are you serious?
So you can type it in, IBM 666.
I'm typing it in right now.
Got supercomputers out here, bruv.
See, this is what I don't understand. All this CERN, IBM in Scandinavia, away from everyone else, in some mountain somewhere. Like,
you know why? You know why Switzerland?
Because that's what the Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Vikings, and the
Geneva Convention, all of these places, or where the Hague and all of that, in a neutral zone.
Geneva.
So Switzerland is like a neutral zone for them. I don't know why, but yeah, everything goes on there, like you're saying. You get me? If it's not there, around there. Belgium borders there. All of these places border there. You know what I'm saying? Mad. Strategically,
they say that's a white haven. It's a haven for white people. There's no crime, and Every time I hear white racists talk about it, like, oh, I wish we were like Scandinavians, you pure white, brilliant. I'm saying that, I'm like, bruh, that must be the most boring place in the world. Imagine having no black people, bro. Can you imagine? This world would be so boring.
But I think the crime thing is a lie as well. There's still crime there. We was talking about it yesterday.
There's bare pedos up there, 100%.
Stabbings and all sorts, knife crime, and no blacks. Interesting.
There was knife crimes in Scotland with no blacks, with very little blacks up there. In Liverpool and all them places. Hey, this black guy invented the internet. His name is Philip Emeagwali, and it says here that Philip Emeagwali is a Nigerian American computer scientist. Was born in 1954. He achieved distributed computing breakthroughs that helped lead to the development of the internet. And it says here in 1989, emulating the bee's honeycomb construction, Wally used 6 processors to invent the world's fastest computer, which performs computations at 3.1 billion calculations per second. 3.1 billion calculations per second with 65.
That's
Shit.
mad, eh?
And look what he's using, the honeycomb. Interesting.
Come on. But put that
And he's
IBM
still alive
666.
today.
Did you put that IBM 66? Yeah. Big up to my brother.
Yeah, I typed in IBM Geneva. Let me put 666 on it.
They call it the beast, I think.
Yeah, it talks about the barcodes, electronic. It says you have a violation of the Geneva Convention. Are you talking about the barcode?
I'm talking about the computer, the beast. It's called IBM 666. The beast. They call it the beast. Fucking disrespect.
Is this recent?
No.
Let me see. IBM Very Chip and the fourth red. Okay. Something about an IBM chip.
Yeah, I learned a few things today, though, man. This was like a fucking, one of them seminars. Them projectors, and you've got a projector on the screen. And was it Microsoft Outlook?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I remember the old stories, of we used to have the dot matrix of the IBM thing, and you could type hello into it and it would answer you back. And that used to scare the shit out of people. But a lot of people wouldn't even try there. You get me? Like, wow,
Really?
that must have been the dark web.
Supercomputer.
No, it was just your normal computer, but you could go into that mode. You could go into the dot matrix.
Like an Alice type thing.
Yeah. So that's an IBM model, isn't it? So yeah, you could type in code and all of that. But it would just have a little thing flashing in it, nothing. So if you typed in hello or something or said something to it, in some cases, some people said it answered you back. And it was like, what was answering you back? Fuck off. You get me? Is there AI before AI? Like, that was years ago.
Maybe it's a spirit entering into this box we call a computer, displaying stuff to us.
Or maybe someone's controlling it. Maybe the Antichrist is already born. Maybe he was born in June 6th, 1966. Maybe he was born in June 6th, 1966. Yeah, the same birthday as Bill Gates. Around about that time. Anyone born around about that time? Anybody born around about that time, that year, that month? You get me? That day, boy. What's going on? Are they the Antichrist? That's all I'm saying. Which
Even
one of them?
when you look at television, the laptop, the phone, they all have a black. When they're off, it's all a black screen. When you turn it on, then it projects light. Like when you study these inventions, they have to have some sort of esoteric roots. Like even when you look at stories like Snow White, with the mirror on the wall, the black mirror, they're like, I know when you study the motherboard and stuff like that, building a computer, it becomes physical, but there has to be some sort of spiritual things within these machines. Like I used to think it's possible that maybe spirits enter these things to display things, or like obviously I can't say that it's fully spiritual because I studied computing, build these things. Like you actually make it, it's a machine, but I can't deny that there has to be some sort of spiritual inner workings in these things.
True.
There has to be.
Yeah, Matthew, I don't make a little something, brother. I know it's not a lot, just a little bit of change, a little bit, couple pounds.
Oh, big up, man.
Yeah, man. Fucking yeah, man. These supercomputers, bro, sounding it's interesting though, bro, because
no, but the new quantum one, like Zulu's saying, if you see how they try and explain how it works, bro, that's some gin, I don't know where you're getting that from, bro. I don't know what they're doing there.
Well,
it's scary.
When you look at CERN and how they reach when they're trying to do this hadron collider, they know they're tapped into some weird sort of energies. You know what I mean? And they're shook, bro. They're shook. But it's meant to open a portal. You know what I mean? And obviously, that portal, when they're if they're trying to sort of tap into different dimensions and actually try and was it time travel? That can open.
Yeah.
That can open a portal, in it. So they say to the what was it? What did they say? The fifth time, where basically the jinns were meant to go in it, and the fucking spirits can come through. Basically, you heard about that, Maku?
Yeah,
that's some shit, bruv. CERN, yeah, that's some next stuff. They're proper shook in it because of the readings they're getting from it. They're getting all sorts of readings.
They're trying to open portals, different dimensions.
Yeah,
what did
that's what they're trying to do.
It was doing something negative though. I think people would like getting disease or aging quickly or what. What is it?
Because it's fucking up the weather. The weather, bro, in Sweden and all them areas where they're doing these things. That's why they have to do in the mountains, far away from people, so that it doesn't affect us as much. But
I don't know why.
Seriously,
why have they got a big Shiva statue outside it?
That's what I'm saying.
Doesn't make sense.
Do you see the ritual that they did on the opening party when they first they had a massive ritual and everything, like bare Masonic symbolism. They had like a sacrifice, goat's head, bear thing. I'm like, what is going on?
Well, the funny thing is, in the story of Shambhala, yeah, and in the earth, yeah, Shiva is working a super machine or a supercomputer. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all things are coming to fruition. There's a reason why they're doing what they're doing at CERN, and they got the same thing depicted there, because already in ancient depictions of the inner earth, yeah, they've got Shiva there working some kind of machine or supercomputer or CERN. You get me? Interesting.
Do you think it's fear mongering? Because you know, like how we're conscious about the end times and all these things. Do you think maybe they're throwing all these things out there to distract us, but they're actually not doing it? Or do you think they've been given? I don't know. Maybe God is not saying that God lets them do these things, but within nature, we genuinely have the ability to do these things, but we just don't. As the common people, we just don't know. But they only know.
It's not even
You get
that.
me?
I think it's those texts, yeah, what they read in those texts, if they could ever replicate any of it, yeah, that's what successive people have tried to do. So in their secret organizations, they've always had that information, and they've spent thousands of years or hundreds of years trying to decipher it. And even little bits of it has given us the technology and the thing that we have now. Do you get what I'm saying? To the level that we have now, based on the ancient um, readings and texts of stuff that you wouldn't even believe. That's why they said it was mythology and all of this stuff to try and fool you while they were studying it and trying to replicate.
Yeah.
Mm. So
Like, you know what you just said there makes so much sense, because it's possible that when they're looking at, you cannot buy or sell without this thing, when they were building the technology, they were probably looking at that verse and saying, what can we make that can be like this?
Mm.
So then they throw a credit card
Mm.
on you, you can't buy or sell.
A visa.
A Visa.
Visa
So
is
they're
only
probably making these things to fit those. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Visa
yeah,
is
yeah.
only 666 again. You get what I'm saying? So the
Mm.
mark of the beast is 666. You get me? Visa. You know what I mean? Or Visa or Visit or whatever you want to say. You know what I mean? They know what games they're trying to play. They know how they brought the ancient into modern times and casting spells, as we say. You know what I mean? And reenacting ancient stuff, and it's deep. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's all significant why they would put a statue of Shiva outside of the CERN thing, because and it's down in the earth where they're doing this experiment in some big hydron collider. Sorry.
Bless you. What
But
they're
yeah,
trying
man.
to do, like what you said, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to become more. I think they're going to try and incorporate technology with magic, because during the industrial age it was steam and just pure metallic and just pure physics and this and that. But nowadays with quantum science, looking at particles, I think we're starting to become more. We're trying to mix magic and technology, which is what I think they're doing. And I think it's going to get to the point where we'll no longer use technology and it's just pure magic. Because I
Remember,
think they're trying to revert back.
magic is a science that they don't really know. You know what I mean? When someone doesn't know something, they'll call it magic. So magic is really science. You know what I'm saying?
But when I
So
say magic, I mean manipulation of elements like alchemy
yeah,
and
yeah, that's science still. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So really, it's just the level of science. But the problem with that is if it's on a physical level. You get what I'm saying? Like everything is physical, everything is combustion, everything is can burn out. You know, like fuel, fossil fuels, like all of these things are not the correct science. So until they can get to the correct science, they're going to drain out and use out as much as the natural resources as they think can power their vehicles and do all of this type of stuff until they get to that level where they can make interdimensional craft like the Brahmanas they saw in the texts of the Hindus. You got what I'm saying? So until these some of these things can be real and maintained, and I think they found a lot of these things. They found huge weapons that only a giant could have had in India and all of that. Man have to take big vehicle or crane or whatever to carry the weapon of Brahm and them man there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's mad. As I say, as we're going through, we're finding that a lot of what the ancients said were based in truths. They had no reason to lie. It was just us catching up and some people covering the truth. Mad. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, like
Yeah.
if you find out you're the one, you're the baby of the family, right? You're the baby of the family, and you're trying to find out where you started. You know what I'm saying, or what happened before you even existed. Is the reason for the exploration and discovery that we're seeing around the planet. You know what I'm saying? Only one set of people's really looking and searching for what came before and what came before that and what came before that. A lot of us was obviously are descendants of that. So it's more encased in your DNA and incumbent on your ancestors to teach you about your past. You got what I'm saying? So the baby of the family is the one running around. Oh my God! Look at this ancient monuments. Oh, Easter Island. Oh, this one. There was a place called Atlantis. Rah, 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 and blah blah blah. Okay, cool. Like, relax. We're here now. We're in the now. Live in the now. Get me? But whatever technology they're using is not productive. Get me? We only use counterproductive technology. You get me? I mean, sorry, biodegradable. Yeah, we only use biodegradable technology. But yeah, man, big up everybody who stay tuning in. Get me? I think we're gonna call this one in a couple of minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, no doubt. Get me?
Yeah.
But
I've just been lying here, bruv, just listening, catching what I need to, which is most of it, bruv. But I'm gonna probably actually even play this back because there was one or two things, but yeah, I'm definitely
just about research.
Yeah, what's really, really, really cool is researching the time period just before Egypt, and I want to carry on doing that, bruv. And I want to come back a little bit more to be able to, so we can, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but yeah, man, we definitely appreciated your knowledge today, though. You get me? And Zulu, as always, you get me? He's actually on his best behavior today.
No, you're on your best.
You both are. I think you both.
Yeah. Well, Mikey, see, Beefy's not here. It pisses me off,
Beefy's been in the comments going nuts, fam. I don't know what going on.
Him and Kemo going nuts, bro, back and forth. Yeah. Well, I don't imagine if they came on and had a debate. That would be so lit.
Yo, Kemo's been bunning man out for about 20 days non-stop.
Warring go back and forth. Yeah, show you sharpen your skills still. You get me? Like, we all learn from each other. So by the time we go and have a debate with someone else, it's peak for them. You get me? It can get chopped up, annihilated, all sorts. You get me? That's why sometimes when I listen to Zulu's just like, okay, I'm gonna absorb this. Now watch me come back. Watch me come back.
You know when I take those long breaks, 4 5 days, and then I come back and then
meditate the information and come back. You get me? By the time you reach my age, bro, so your head's gonna be massive. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be.
But you know what, Michael? There's a danger. Yeah, I could be doing too much for what I'm not supposed to be doing, and I could just go crazy.
Yeah, but that remember, everything in the universe is balance, isn't it? So there's other things that you're gonna have to do in your life that's gonna, you get me, bring balance. You get me? So
I think the danger of knowing that in depth is learning too late at like past 30. They say in it, but you've learned everything when you're young. You're good, bruv.
Yeah, academically and information wise, there's always gonna be that in it.
You took that red pill. Yeah.
It's a constant quest for learning in it, but I'm saying the life skills and personal interactions and relationships, yeah, that brings balance. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, that's when you'll catch up. As life experience and how you balance it and how you still thirst for knowledge and get on with your normal life. Yeah, these are also skills that you're gonna have to learn and go through. You get me? But yeah, man. Yeah, man. What we got? Yeah, we've got 3 minutes left till 8 hours, and then we out.
You want to do freestyle?
What?
You want to close it with a freestyle?
Man, so close it with a freestyle. Yeah.
Well, I've retained a lot of this stuff, information. I'm soaking it. Hopefully, I can soak it up. You know what I mean? It stays in my hard drive.
Yeah, I need to watch this back and highlight some of the key words and just go through the research. And I'm definitely gonna study the Hindu part because I've noticed like it's actually like a very popular religion but most people just like look at Kemet, Abrahamic, or African. We never really look much into Indian. We kind of look down at them, man. Like, you know what I mean? We never really look into any of that. Like,
it's not
so deep, bro.
For
But
fucking
yeah.
7 hours, bro. We've had non-stop of just history, opinions, facts, everything, bro. Like, honestly, man, that was one of the best streams I've actually think I've been on. Even just with free minds, basically, as well as Chemo with his like some facts about ancient Africa and that. But still, yeah, no,
King Gold.
yeah.
You sound exhausted.
Do I? No, I'm just trying to keep it low because I've got someone, my sister next door in it, so I'm trying to speak low and kind of monotone. Yeah,
Okay.
but I know that we touched on a lot to do with Africa, which is what I'm here for. Well, not really mainly I'm here for just about mainly about Africa. Let's be honest. Let me be honest with myself. Yeah, and just opinion government and stuff. So I think we've touched on all sorts.
All right.
Phenotype, mind, yeah, people, the way people think.
So big up Sarah N. Big up for your contribution, and yeah, you out. Big up Kemo. Big up Trill for Ebo. Big let me see. You look, because are you correct? Big up Zulu. Get me defo. Big up King Gold. Yeah, big up all the family. Big up everyone who's tuned in inside. You get me in the comments. I don't even get past them. The same old.
Yo, they were going in they were having a local debate in there, like deciding in there, like, whoa.
Wow. But yeah, that's what we do, man. We're all one family out here. Yeah, that's how we do it for a thing. Catch us maybe tomorrow. You get me on Illuminati, or maybe I might do another live stream. You get me, freestyle or FTK Wodin'Sday. God of Thunder. Why are we using Norse gods? Still. But big up everyone, man. Love, man. All right, man. You know, hit the PayPal, like, comment, subscribe. You know, the usual stuff. Tell a friend to tell a friend. You get me? And like up the thing so we can get this thing popping. Big up.
Peace.
Peace.